Infernal counsel may submit an amicus observation. An amicus observation, Lilith repeated. Yes. So I may write a beautiful note explaining why you are evil, but I may not defend the woman you are trying to dispose of. Tone objection remains available. That was not the objection. It is the one I can record. Eddie put one hand on the shovel. Fine, he said, then I will speak. The man with the closed eyes turned his face toward him. Manager Crowe has no standing. I have duty. Duty to preserve the site. I have duty to protect residents. Local duty, not appellate standing. What is the difference? Eddie asked. The paper-faced woman said, one requires labor, the other requires authority. The words hit him harder than he expected. One required labor, the other required authority. Black Hollow had spent 2 books teaching him how to work, how to dig, how to listen, how to sort complaints, clean up the damaged Sela's left behind, tell the truth when it hurt, keep the gates standing, keep names from being stolen, and show up when something under the ground called him manager. But every time he had learned how to carry more, someone above him had kept the right to decide whether the work counted. Eddie looked at Martha. She stood small and pale under the white wall, June's letter pressed to her chest. What do you want? He asked her. The chamber went still. Martha looked at him. What? What do you want? Eddie asked again. Not what they call you, not what their file says. What do you want? Mr. Guerin opened his mouth. Lilith said, let her answer. The paper-faced woman's mouth vanished. Martha looked down at the letter. For a moment Eddie thought she would not speak. Her hands were trembling. The whole room had been built to make trembling look like evidence of weakness. Then she lifted her head. I want to stay where my name is known, she said. No one moved. I want June's letter to mean I existed. I want the woman who wrote it to be allowed to have known me. I want the people who used my name wrongly to stop having the last word. The black table gave a quiet click. Martha swallowed. I do not know where I am supposed to go. I do not know what appropriate conclusion means. But I do not want to be taken somewhere because someone has decided I am finished. The man with the iron key spoke. Claimant expresses preference. Martha's face tightened. Not a statement, not a request. Preference, like she had asked for a different chair. Eddie felt the shovel's blade grow warm under his hand. The dead ledger flickered once. Preference recorded. Legal weight undetermined. Undetermined, Eddie said. Good, that means it has some. No, said the ash-old man. It means the chamber will determine whether it has any. Eddie looked at him. And how does a person prove they are a person to something that refuses to call them one? The gallery's papers stirred. The ash-old man did not look up. By surviving the record. That is not a test, Eddie said. That is a threat. Many old tests are both. Nora stepped forward before he could answer. Her lantern burned brighter. I am a witness, she said. I have spoken with Martha. I have held her hand. I know she is afraid. I know she remembers June. I know she has a right to say no. The paper-faced woman turned toward her. Living witness statement noted. Relationship duration. Nora blinked. What? Relationship duration. I met her yesterday. Then your testimony demonstrates immediate sympathy. It does not establish enduring identity. Nora's face went white with anger. That is not what a witness is. Under current classification, it is insufficient. Under current classification, Nora said, you could look at a woman crying in front of you and decide the problem is the paperwork. The room fell silent again. The man with the key opened his eyes. They were empty, not black, not white. Just empty, as if the space behind them had never been asked to hold a human thing. Associated living witness, he said, your emotional involvement is not probative. Nora took one more step forward. Eddie caught her sleeve, not hard, just enough. He could feel the anger in her through the wet fabric of her coat. It made him want to let go. It made him want to hold on. Nora looked at him. He shook his head once. Not because they were right, because he had seen what this place did to anyone who gave it exactly the response it wanted. She breathed in, then stepped back. The gallery released a soft rustle. Mara's eyes stayed on the judges. "If emotional involvement does not count," she said, "what does?" The ash-old man looked at her. "Hunter Voss." "Mara. Your name is recorded as Mara Voss." "Then it is recorded wrong." For the first time, something shifted behind the paper-faced woman's blank eyes. Not surprise, attention. Mara did not look away. "What counts?" she asked again. The man with the key replied. "Established authority, certified death record, continuity of status, lawful claim, properly witnessed transition, final designation." Mara gave a small, humorless laugh. "So the system that says she cannot prove herself requires her to bring proof created by the system that erased her." "Correct. That is circular." "Yes." Mara's hand drifted toward the knife at her belt. Eddie said, "Mara, I am thinking. You always say that before something needs stitches." "Not always." The dead ledger wrote. "Hunter restraint unusually high. Observe with caution." Martha looked at June's letter again. "Can I read it?" she asked. The chamber paused. Mr. Guerin checked the file. "Personal letter may be entered as a memory exhibit." "Good," Eddie said. "We are making progress." "Progress is not implied," Mr. Guerin replied. Martha unfolded the letter. The paper was thin and yellowed at the folds. Eddie had seen it before in the lower registry, but now the room seemed to pull more detail from it. Blue ink. A small coffee stain near one corner. A line pressed deeper than the rest where the writer had stopped and started again. Martha held it close. Her voice was quiet at first. "Dear Martha," she read. The lamps around the chamber brightened. "Dear Martha, I saw you at the station and I was too afraid to come over. You looked tired. You always look tired after working nights, but you smiled when you saw me anyway. I am writing because I do not know how to say this in person, and because I have spent too many years letting other people tell us what we are allowed to call each other." Martha stopped. Her fingers shook. Nora stood beside her now, not touching, close enough that Martha did not have to look for her. Martha continued. "You were the first person who called me June when everyone else called me June Sayer like it was a warning. You said names were not chains unless someone held the other end. I think about that when I am frightened. I think about you. I hope you are safe. I hope you still remember the sea." The letter trembled in Martha's hands. "I remember," Martha whispered. The room did not change. That hurt more than if it had. No thunder, no crack of light, no court alarm. Just the woman in front of them reading a letter someone had written because they were afraid of losing the right to be known. The paper-faced woman said, "Memory exhibit acknowledged." Martha closed her eyes. Eddie saw the moment she understood the court did not care whether the letter made them all feel something. That was the moment he hated the room properly. Lilith stepped forward with a single document in hand. "Amicus observation," she said. Mr. Guerin looked at the judges. The paper-faced woman nodded once. Lilith smiled with no warmth at all. "Thank you. I will be brief because apparently cruelty is on a schedule." Her voice changed when she spoke to the chamber. It became precise, not louder, more exact. Each word landed where she put it and stayed there. First Finality's position is internally contradictory. The claimant may submit a record correction but cannot appoint counsel. She may appear but not refuse. She may express preference, but preference carries no weight unless recognized by an authority she is structurally barred from accessing. She may present a memory, but memory is not identity unless the same institution that erased it approves the interpretation. The man with the key said, "Observation recorded." Lilith held up one red-gloved finger. "I am not finished." The gallery turned toward her. "Further, the jurisdiction claims this is not an adversarial process. That is false. There is an adverse party. Its name is final allocation. It presents arguments. It seeks an outcome. It benefits from that outcome. It has standing. It has counsel. It has filing authority. The claimant has none. The ash-old man's ledger opened by itself. For the first time, writing appeared on its pages. Lilith saw it, her smile sharpened. "Excellent, you are taking notes. That is almost a conscience." The man with the key said, "The office does not benefit." Lilith looked at him. Every office benefits from being allowed to call its hunger procedure. The bell overhead rang, not loud, a warning. Mr. Guerin's hands folded over the gray file. "Infernal Council has exceeded amicus scope." Lilith's red eyes flashed, then widened the scope. "No." "Why not?" "Because authority is not created by argument." Eddie said it should be. The chamber turned toward him. He felt every look, even the ones coming from seats that did not contain faces. He had spent most of his life trying to make people look at him. This was different. This was being examined by something that did not have to care whether he survived the answer. He walked to the table. Mr. Guerin lifted one hand. "Manager Crowe has no standing." "I know," Eddie said. "You have said it enough that I could put it on a shirt." "Then do not approach the table." Eddie stopped. The black surface was only a few feet away. He could see Martha's gray file lying there. He could see June's letter reflected faintly beside it. He could see at the bottom of the first page a line of text written so small it almost looked like a crack in the paper. "Disposal path uncontested." Eddie's jaw tightened. "Duty conflict petition," he said. Cashin inhaled sharply. Lilith turned toward him. The dead ledger flickered back to life. "Duty conflict petition, pending." Petitioner authority, insufficient. Conflict conditions, active. Eddie looked at the judges. "You gave me a duty. I have to preserve Black Hollow and protect residents. You are ordering a resident taken. If I let you take her, I fail the duty. If I stop you, you say I have no standing. That is a conflict." The woman with the paper face said, "Correct." "Then resolve it." The ash-old man's fingers moved over his ledger. "A duty conflict may be recognized," he said. "Recognition does not grant remedy." "Why?" "Because remedy requires jurisdiction." "Then give me jurisdiction." The man with the key said, "No." The answer sat in the room. Simple, clean, no. Eddie laughed once. He did not mean to. It came out dry and ugly. "Right, of course, sorry, I forgot we were in a system." Nora looked at him. He did not look back. He was afraid she would see how badly that had landed. Cashin stepped forward. "I request procedural clarification," he said. Mr. Guerin inclined his head. "Granted." "If the manager cannot remedy a duty conflict, and the resident cannot appoint representation, who may?" The paper-faced woman answered, "Final authority." Cashin's lips pressed together. "And who is final authority?" "The office responsible for final allocation." Kit stared. That is like asking a wolf who should guard the sheep and getting the wolf as an answer. The dead ledger wrote. Analogy accepted. Civil tone failed. Mr. Guerin looked at Kit. Living associate comment is not relevant. Kit's face hardened. "Funny. I am pretty relevant when the dead people you want to erase have letters in my grandmother's cupboards." Eddie looked at him. Kit continued before anyone could stop him. "You keep saying you are not doing anything personal, but all of this is personal. Martha had a letter, Hester has a daughter, Thomas has a name, Cora has a sweet tin. People leave things because they matter. You cannot file that down to dust and call it clean." The gallery rustled. Mr. Guerin's face did not change. Statement noted. Kit folded his arms. "That is all you people do." "Yes," said the ash-old man, "until you run out of people to note." For the first time, the third judge looked directly at him. "Then the record will be complete." Kit went quiet. Mara's face hardened. Eddie felt Nora's hand brush the back of his sleeve, not to calm him, to remind him he was there. The bell rang again. Mr. Guerin turned a page. Preliminary disposal determination. "No," Eddie said. The word came out low, not loud. The room heard it anyway. The paper-faced woman spoke. Claimant Martha Arlen has presented a self-asserted identity, a personal memory exhibit, and an associated living witness statement. Martha stood straighter. Those matters establish local continuity, the woman continued. They do not establish independent right to resist final allocation. Nora's lantern flame snapped high. The man with the key said, "Witness clause consent has been recorded. Consent does not create agency." Lilith said it should. "No," he replied. The ash-old man's ledger turned one page. Duty conflict petition is recognized. Remedy is denied. Manager Crowe remains obligated to preserve local records. Manager Crowe is not authorized to contest superior final designation. Eddie stared at him. "So you are telling me I have to keep a record of her while you take her?" "Correct." "That is sick." "Noted." The paper-faced woman looked at Martha. "Preliminary disposal is approved." The gallery made no sound. Martha's breath caught. Nora moved closer to her. "What does approved mean?" Martha asked. Mr. Guerin reached into his satchel. He removed a narrow gray tag with no name on it. "Interim transfer to the archive of completed matters," he said. "Final disposition pending further review." Eddie stepped forward. Mara caught his shoulder. He shook her off. "Where is that?" he asked. Mr. Guerin looked at him. "Outside local refuge jurisdiction." "Where?" "Not available to a non-representative." Eddie grabbed the edge of the black table. The room changed. The gray tag in Guerin's fingers flickered. The manager's shovel slammed upright into the floor behind him. "Manager duty breach risk, critical." Mara said his name. "Eddie." He did not hear her properly. All he could see was Martha standing there with June's letter, the black line in the lower registry, Hester's stone whitening under a rule that called her a record, not a person. "You are not taking her," he said. The man with the key opened his eyes wider. "Manager Crowe has no standing." Eddie's fingers tightened on the table. "Then stop saying it and give me a reason to care." The gallery's shadows rose. For a second the white wall behind the judges filled with names, thousands of them. Then every name crossed itself out. Nora stepped in front of Eddie, not between him and the table, between him and the worst part of himself. "Look at me," she said. He did not. "Eddie." He looked. Her face was pale. Her eyes were bright and furious. Not at him, for him maybe, that was worse. "If you break this room," she said quietly, "they will call it proof." He swallowed. "They are taking her." "I know." "They are doing it because we cannot stop them." "I know." "Then what do I do?" Nora's hand came up and touched his cheek. Her thumb brushed the faint scar the north wall had left there days ago. "You remember where they take her," she said. "You make them say it. You make them put it in writing. You survive long enough to bring her back." The room waited. The judges waited. The black table waited. Eddie breathed once, then stepped back. Mara's hand left his shoulder. The tension in the gallery settled by a fraction. Mr. Guerin lowered the gray tag. "Claimant transfer will proceed." Martha's face crumpled. Nora took her hand. "I will find you," Eddie said. Martha looked at him. He did not say it as a promise of victory. He could not give her that. He said it as the only thing he could still offer. "I will find you," he repeated. Martha looked down at June's letter. Then she held it out to Nora. "Keep this," she said. Nora shook her head. "No, it is yours. I need you to keep it where they cannot take it." Nora's face tightened. Then she accepted the letter with both hands. Martha looked at Eddie. "Tell June I did not forget the sea." Eddie nodded. The gray tag touched Martha's chest. Nothing dramatic happened. No screaming, no chains, no grave opening under her feet. That was the cruelty of it. Her outline simply became lighter. Her dress lost color first. Then her hands, then the curve of her face. She did not vanish. She was placed somewhere the room could no longer admit she occupied. Nora reached for her. Her fingers passed through smoke. Martha's voice came from very far away. "Do not let them call me finished." Then the gray tag turned blank. The chamber was empty where she had stood. Eddie felt something inside him become silent, not calm, not healed. Silent in the way a room became silent after someone left and nobody had been ready. The paper-faced woman spoke. Preliminary disposal complete. Lilith closed her folder. The sound was sharp enough to cut. No, she said. Mr. Guerin looked at her. Infernal counsel. Lilith's eyes were burning. You have not disposed of a person. You have removed evidence. The man with the key said, the claimant was not classified as a person. Lilith smiled. It was the first expression of hers that made Eddie genuinely afraid for someone else. Then I will teach the record a new classification. The bell rang. The chamber floor began to rise, not to release them. To dismiss them. The three judges blurred back into empty chairs. The white wall went blank. Mr. Guerin closed his satchel. Before the room lifted, he looked at Eddie. You may appeal the preliminary disposal through recognized channels. Eddie stared at him. What channels? Mr. Guerin paused, the smallest pause. Those are not currently available to you. The floor rose. The room vanished. The lower registry returned around them in a shudder of green lamps, locked counters, and black filing shelves. They stood where they had begun. Martha was gone. June's letter remained in Nora's hands. For a while no one spoke. The lower registry did not know what to do with grief. It had benches, counters, maps, incomplete signs, and a brass bell over the information desk. It had no place to put the fact that someone had been taken because a court considered it more efficient to call her a continuation. Rattle moved first. He walked to the empty spot where Martha had been standing and placed a small white card on the floor. Eddie looked at it. What is that? Rattle's voice clicked once before it steadied. Missing resident marker. She is not missing, Eddie said. No, Rattle replied. She has been removed without address, hearing transcript, proper appeal route, or a known storage location. That is missing. The skeleton's fingers tightened around his pen, administratively. Eddie looked at the card. It read, Marthaarlen. Location, Withheld. Status, disputed. Return required. The dead ledger wrote on Eddie's phone. Resident record displaced. Local connection maintained. Current risk severe. Can you track her? Eddie asked. The ledger paused, not without legal path. Lilith let out a low breath. Of course. Cashin stood at one of the counters, staring down at the chamber order that had appeared on the polished surface. A new section had been added beneath the ruling. Eddie saw it when he came closer. Preliminary disposal precedent, applicable to similarly situated continuations. Initial review group 24. Below that was a list of names. Hester Belvale, Thomas Reed, Cora Alden, Walter Brigg, Elinor Shaw, Martha Arlen. And 18 more names from Black Hollow, names Eddie did not yet know well enough to feel prepared to lose. Kit read over his shoulder. Oh. Just that, no joke. Eddie wanted a joke from him, something stupid and badly timed. Something that would let the room pretend it still had oxygen. Kit did not give him one. Nora came to stand beside Eddie. She held June's letter folded carefully against her chest. They are making Martha the example, she said. Cashin nodded. If the preliminary disposal becomes a final finding, the other 23 will be expedited. Expedited, Eddie repeated. It means their reviews move faster. I know what it means. Cashin's face tightened. I know. Vivienne leaned against the information desk, staring at the list as if it had personally offended her bloodline. 24 is not random, she said. Lilith looked up. No. It is a test cohort, Vivienne continued. Enough to establish a pattern, not enough to make the outside world notice the absence all at once. Mara said, they want us to fail one by one. They want us to learn that the system can take anyone who gives us a reason to care, Nora said. The words hung in the registry. Eddie looked at the list. Hester, Thomas, Cora, Walter, Elinor, Martha, every consent, every person who had spoken, every name the petition had helped bring forward. The paper birds had not been a warning. They had been a target list. Lilith did not let the silence last. She snatched the chamber order from the counter, flipped it over, and drew a thin red line across the blank back page with one gloved fingernail. "Emergency retrieval motion," she said. Cashin looked up. "You cannot file that." "I can file anything." "You cannot file it for Martha." Lilith's nail stopped moving. The red line on the paper trembled. "Do not say that to me twice in the same hour." "I am not trying to be cruel." "No," Lilith said. "You are trying to be accurate. That is worse." She wrote anyway. Eddie watched the words form beneath her hand. The handwriting was too clean to be human. Each letter sharpened itself after appearing as if the page had opinions about calligraphy. Emergency motion for location disclosure. Missing individual MARTHARLEN. Last known status forced interim transfer. Requesting party Lilith Quill counsel. The paper caught fire, not red fire, gray. It burned from the bottom upward, eating each line as soon as Lilith wrote it. Then a message appeared in the ash. Counsel not recognized. Client authorization unavailable. Motion void. Lilith stared at it. For one long second nobody said anything. Then she crushed the ash in her fist. It did not dirty her glove. "That," she said, "is obscene." Kit looked toward the place where Martha had vanished. "Can she authorize you now?" Lilith's expression changed. Not softened. Tightened. "If she can hear us, yes. If the archive of completed matters has allowed her to remain capable of legal choice, yes. If the office has not converted her into a record without agency, yes." "And if it has?" Kit asked. Lilith looked at him. "Then they have done exactly what they came to do." The answer made the lower registry colder. Vivienne stepped away from the desk and drew a small circle in the air with the tip of her umbrella. A line of red light followed it. The circle closed, pulsed once, and filled with black water. Eddie had seen Vivienne work before. She made magic look less like a spell and more like a person being given very expensive directions. Her expression remained calm, but the thin scars around her wrist had started to move beneath the skin. "Archive of completed matters," she said. "Show me the route." The black water lifted into a needle-thin column. For a moment Eddie saw a corridor, white walls, gray doors, stacks of drawers rising into distance. Then nothing. The water struck the floor and vanished. Vivienne frowned. "That is not a place." Cashin looked at her. "What do you mean?" "It does not have a route. It has an exclusion." Eddie rubbed rain from his face. "Say it in words people use." Vivienne looked at the gray tag Mr. Guerin had left behind on the counter. "It means Martha was not moved from one room to another," she said. "She was moved out of the part of the system where locations can be requested." Rattle made a small clicking sound. "Archived." "Buried in paperwork?" Kit asked. "Worse," Rattle said. "Filed beyond retrieval." Eddie looked at the gray tag. It lay on the counter with no name written on it. Blank, perfectly blank, as if the object had never touched a person who had spoken, remembered, been held, or cried. He reached toward it. Vivienne caught his wrist. "Do not." "Why?" "It is a transfer instrument." "I know that." "It may still have her last claim attached." Eddie looked at her hand around his wrist. Her grip was cool through the wet cuff of his coat. For a second the usual sharp amusement in her face was absent. There was only anger, not at him, at the tag. "What happens if I touch it?" he asked. Vivienne's voice went lower. "You might become the next address." He pulled his hand back. "Useful information. I gave it before you made the mistake. You are welcome." Mara watched the tag. "Can it be destroyed?" "Probably," Vivienne said. "Would that help?" "Probably not." Mara's hand rested near her knife. "I dislike probabilities." "So do I," Vivienne said. "But yours tend to bleed when you correct them." "Usually." The dead ledger wrote. "Transfer instrument status, active. Local contact prohibited. Destruction risk unknown. Manager survival risk unnecessary." Eddie looked at the final line. "Unnecessary." The ledger wrote, "You have already been inappropriately heroic today. Thank you for the support." No support detected. Cashin spread the 24-name list on the counter beside the tag. "There has to be a limit," he said. Lilith shook ash from her glove and leaned over the paper. "There is." She pointed to the precedent clause at the bottom. "First finality needs the preliminary disposal upheld. They are not taking 24 people because 24 is convenient. They are taking 24 because the group creates a class." Eddie looked at her. "A class of what?" "People who gave consent to representation." Kit folded his arms. "But they said consent does not create agency." "They said that today," Lilith replied, "because it suits them. If all 24 are transferred and no one stops it, the office can later argue that consent was not merely insufficient. It was dangerous. That every dead person who speaks, remembers, chooses, or asks for help threatens orderly finality." Nora looked at the list. "They will make wanting a voice look like a reason to lose it." "Yes," Lilith said. The lower registry seemed to bend around the sentence. Eddie thought of Hester's name flickering over her grave. Thomas's hands folded around the brim of his dented fire helmet, which he still carried out of habit. Cora standing under paper birds and saying, "Choose me if you have to, at least somebody will be forced to read my name." They had thought speaking was the beginning. It had been. It just had not been the kind of beginning anyone wanted. Cashin picked up the gray tag with a pair of brass tongs from the information desk. He held it at arm's length and studied the faint indentation left in its surface. "Look," he said. Eddie leaned closer. There were letters, not visible from the front, pressed into the back of the tag so lightly that they looked like shadows from old handwriting. "Marlen." Below it, a sequence of numbers and symbols. Lilith's eyes narrowed. "That is not an archive location." "Then what is it?" Eddie asked. Cashin read it slowly. "Life Record Index." Nora looked at him. "What does that mean?" Cashin turned the tag under the green lamp. "It means the finality office did not move Martha without keeping a link to her living record." Eddie felt a small hard spark move through his exhaustion. "Why?" "Because they cited Article 12, former living persons. They have to preserve the index in case the office is challenged on process." Lilith smiled. It was not happy. It was the smile of someone who had just found a loose nail in a locked door. "Every system keeps receipts," she said, "even the ones built to deny a purchase happened." Vivienne looked at the tag. "Can we use the index?" Cashin hesitated. "Possibly." Mara's eyes narrowed. "That word again." "The Civil Archive may hold the source register. If we locate the record, we can prove Martha's pre-death legal capacity. It could establish that her choices, agreements, wages, property, and associations were recognized while she lived." "And then?" Eddie asked. "Then she becomes more difficult to classify as a continuation without rights." "Difficult is not impossible." "No," Cashin said, "but it gives us a procedural route, a proper one." Kit frowned. "A proper route got her taken." Lilith looked at him. "A proper route can also get her back. The trick is making the office obey the parts of itself it hoped everyone forgot." Eddie stared at Martha's index. "Marlen." A few letters pressed into a tag, not a person, not even a name in full. But it was proof that somewhere, outside the lower court and outside final allocation's blank-faced certainty, something had once been required to write her down as alive. He looked at the list of 24. "Does every one of them have an index?" Cashin nodded slowly. "If their deaths were registered properly, some will have civil records, work records, court records, marriage ledgers, church books, school logs, tax rolls, letters, property files. Anything that proves a person made choices the world had to recognize." Rattle's skull tilted. "Then all resident files require cross-reference." Kit looked at the 6 intake tables upstairs in Black Hollow. "There are hundreds of residents." "Thousands," Rattle corrected. Kit looked worse. Rattle continued, but only 24 presently require emergency defense. Eddie almost smiled. That is disgusting clerk logic. Yes, Rattle said, it is also how we start. The green lamps trembled. A small drawer in the information desk opened on its own. Inside was a brass index card. No paper, just one narrow plate engraved with 3 words, civil source required. The dead ledger wrote. Article 12 pathway identified. Evidence threshold, living record, retrieval access, high risk. Time remaining until selection 2, 17 hours, 42 minutes. Eddie read the time. Then he looked at the gray tag. Martha had been taken, but something about her had remained inside the system. Not because the system was merciful, because systems were greedy. They preserved records because records might become useful later. They kept proof because someone might owe something. They archived people because no one wanted to admit they had lost them. For the first time since Martha disappeared, Eddie felt something other than helplessness. It was not hope. Hope was too soft. It was direction. He picked up the 24-name list. North Ashbury, he said. Nora looked at him. Why there? Cashin pointed to the index tag. Martha's civil source was transferred through the North Ashbury registry after the Old City consolidation. Hester, S2. The vault holds 19th-century municipal ledgers, family court files, burial permits, employment books, and unclaimed correspondence. Eddie's stomach tightened. Of course it did. North Ashbury was not just a town. It was the place where he had made the first version of himself that thought a polished brochure was stronger than fear. It was Mrs. Wren's house, the shop above Mr. Hamid's kebab place, the station road, the flower shop where the black cab had found him, the streets he had fled because running had looked like strategy when he was 18 and wet and terrified. He did not want to go back. That mattered very little. Nora watched his face. You know it, she said. Eddie looked at the gray tag. Unfortunately, the dead ledger wrote. Consent records compromised. Recommended action secure consent archive. Secondary action prevent further selection. Eddie looked at the phone. How? The ledger wrote. Unknown helpful. Cashin tapped the chamber order. There is a citation. Lilith was beside him immediately. Where? He pointed to a tiny line at the bottom of the ruling, printed in gray ink almost too faint to see. Martha Arlen's personal record insufficiently established under Article 12, Continuity Standards for Former Living Persons. Lilith read it once. Then again, her head lifted slowly. Former living persons. Eddie stared at her. That sounds like what the dead are. No, Lilith said, that is the point. She pointed to the line. They have an older category, not continuation, not asset, not resident, former living person. Cashin frowned. I have seen the phrase in obsolete city registries. Where? Eddie asked. Cashin looked uncomfortable. Municipal record vaults, civil archives, old legal files, not death offices. Nora's grip tightened around June's letter. You mean the living kept records before death did? Lilith smiled very slightly. Yes. Myra looked toward the locked doors of the lower registry. Then, why did the chamber cite it? Lilith's expression sharpened. Because the office must follow its own history when it is inconvenient enough. Eddie looked at the line again. Personal record insufficiently established. Cashin nodded slowly. Martha had a letter, a witness, a corrected name, but we did not have a complete record of who she was while alive. Her work, decisions, property, relationships, testimony. The things the living system used to recognize before death became a filing outcome. Kit stared at him. You are saying we need to prove they were people before they died. Lilith's voice was quiet. Yes. Nora looked at June's letter. And if we can. Lilith shut her folder. Then final allocation has to explain why a person who held rights in life loses all ability to refuse when they die. Eddie's mind caught on the words, a person who held rights in life. It was obscene that they had to say it out loud, But there it was, a way in, not a victory, not even a door. A crack in a wall built by people who thought the dead would never learn to speak. The brass bell above the information desk rang. No one touched it. A slip of gray paper appeared beneath it. Rattle picked it up. His jaw clicked. New notice. Read it, Eddie said. Rattle looked at the list, then at Eddie. Selection 2, he said, dawn tomorrow. The registry's green lamps dimmed. Name? Mara asked. Rattle swallowed, which was impressive because he did not have a throat. Hester Bell Vale. Eddie closed his eyes. No one moved. Then Nora placed June's letter in his hand. It was warm, not magical warm. Human warm. Paper that had been carried, unfolded, pressed against someone's chest. A thing made by a living person because they wanted another person to know they existed. Records of living, Nora said. Eddie opened his eyes. Cashin nodded. The civil vault at North Ashbury may have Hester's marriage records, employment ledgers, property declarations, letters of separation, anything that proves her choices had legal effect in life. North Ashbury, Eddie said. The name hit him strangely. His old town, the wet streets, the kebab shop, the Pike brothers, the laundromat where he had designed Crowe and Covenant pamphlets, Mrs. Wren's house with its third teacup and its old portraits. The place he had run from before Black Hollow had caught him. Kit looked at him. You know it. Eddie gave a short laugh. Of course I do. Nora watched him. What happened there? Nothing good. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have ready. The dead ledger wrote. New objective, records of living. Primary target, Hester Bell Vale. Secondary target, Marthaarlen. Tertiary target, build precedent of pre-death personhood. Time available, 18 hours. Failure condition, selection 2. Eddie stared at the countdown. 18 hours. They had lost Martha. They had less than a day before Hester's name went under the same gray tag. And the only way to stop it was to go back to the town he had fled with a fake business, 12 pounds, and a talent for pretending he had never been afraid. He looked at Nora. She was looking at him like she could already see the lie he wanted to tell. I am fine, he said. Nora's expression did not change. No, she said. You are not. I am functional. Barely. Functionally barely is still a category. It is not when you get to hide inside. Eddie looked away. The lower registry felt too small, too clean, too full of the space Martha had left behind. He folded June's letter carefully and handed it back to Nora. Then he picked up the list of 24 names. We go to North Ashbury, he said. Lilith's eyebrow rose. Immediately. We have 18 hours. We have no authorized transit route, Cashin said. We have a witch, Eddie said. Vivienne looked offended. I am not public transport. You have an umbrella that violates dimensions. It has standards. So does a horse, you still ride it. Myra looked toward the doors. We go after we secure Black Hollow. Eddie nodded. Hester's name lay on the notice between them. Go after we secure Black Hollow, he said. The words sounded like a plan. They were not. They were only movement. Sometimes movement was what people called hope when there was no time to build anything stronger. The lower registry carried them back upward. No one spoke on the way. The floor rose through dark levels of the city, past doors with dates, past files that whispered names, past rooms where some other person might be learning that a court had decided their grief was insufficiently documented. Eddie stood beside Nora and did not touch her. He wanted to. He did not know how without making the moment into something smaller than it was. When the lower registry surfaced, rain had begun above Black Hollow, not heavy rain, the thin, cold kind that made every stone look newly buried. They returned through the gates in a silent line. Hester was waiting in the common rows. She had seen the notice. Of course she had. The dead knew when a line on paper wanted them gone. She stood beside her half-erased grave with one hand resting on the stone. Thomas Reed stood with her. Cora Alden was there too, red scarf darkened by rain, a Linner's lemon sweet tin tucked beneath one arm. Walter Briggs stood behind them, broad and quiet, his old groundsman's hands clenched at his sides. None of them asked whether Martha was coming back. They could see it in their faces. Hester looked at Eddie. Did she get to say her name? Eddie stopped. The rain moved down his face. He wanted to tell her the best version, to give her something useful, something polished enough to hold for a night. Instead he said, yes. Hester waited. They heard it, he continued. They just did not think hearing it meant they had to listen. Hester nodded slowly. That sounds like the living, she said. Worse, Nora said. The living sometimes feel bad afterward. Cora looked at the list in Eddie's hand. My name is there. Yes, Eddie said. Are you going to ask me not to consent next time? The question cut. Eddie looked at her. No. Cora's fingers tightened on the sweet tin. Good. I am going to ask you to give us more of your record, he said. Everything you remember. Things that happened while you were alive. Things you chose. Names of people who knew you. Places where your name was written because someone had to treat you like you existed. Cora looked down at the tin. My sister gave me this when I left home. Then we write that down. I hated lemon sweets. That is relevant too. A faint laugh escaped her. It broke halfway through. Walter looked at Eddie. What do you need from me? Everything, Eddie said. Not all at once, but everything you can give. Walter nodded. Fine. The word moved through the graves. Fine, not safe, not fixed, but a direction. Rattle was already taking notes. The skeleton clerk stood beneath a rain-dark umbrella held awkwardly in one hand, writing on a clipboard with the other. Resident life record intake, he announced. New category, provisional, immediate. Paper shortages anticipated. Kit looked around. You are creating an entire office during a crisis. Rattle did not look up. That is when offices are most needed. Why? Because that is when someone is trying to make a person disappear without a form. For once, no one made fun of him. Hester did not leave when the others began moving toward the chapel. She stood beside the half-erased stone with her palm resting on the remaining letters of her name. Hester Bell. The rain had gathered in the grooves. It made the two words shine darkly against the pale stone. Eddie stayed with her, not because he knew what to say, because he had finally begun to understand that leaving someone alone with a half-erased name was its own kind of decision. What do you remember? He asked. Hester looked at him. That is a large question. I know. Do you want the truth? Yes. I remember being tired. The answer stopped him. Hester looked down at the grave. I remember waking before the sky changed color because the laundry boiler would not heat itself. I remember carrying baskets upstairs until the skin inside my fingers cracked. I remember my landlord calling me Mrs. Vale when I was married, Miss Bell, when he wanted to remind me that I had once been poorer, and woman when he could not be bothered with either. Eddie said nothing. Hester continued. I remember the first time I signed my wages book. The clerk gave me a pencil because the pen was for men who owned things. I wrote my name anyway, Hester Bell. It looked untidy. I was proud of it. The dead ledger wrote in Eddie's hand. Potential civil source, WESTON municipal laundry pay rolls. Hester saw the words. That place was in North Ashbury, she said. Near the river road, blue door, 2 chimneys. The owner's wife wore violet perfume and never remembered anyone's name. Do the records still exist? Nora asked. She had come up quietly behind them, lantern held low against the rain. Hester thought. The payroll books would have gone to the town records when the laundry closed. We had to sign for our wages every Thursday. I signed 3 years after I left Edmond. I had a room of my own then. A room? Eddie asked. Hester gave him a faint smile. A person can live in one room. I know. I know you do. The words were not cruel. That somehow made them worse. Hester's fingers moved along the stone. I rented it from a widow named Mrs. Pell. She had a small dog that hated me until I gave it half a sausage. There was a broken sash window that let rain in whenever it turned east. I paid rent in cash. The receipts were ridiculous little squares of pink paper. Rattle appeared at Eddie's side with his clipboard. "Rental receipts may demonstrate independent residence," he said. Hester looked at him. "You are a skeleton." "Administrative assistant clerk," Rattle corrected. "Of course you are." "Would you recall the address?" Hester closed her eyes. For several seconds, rain ticked against the stone. "Number 9, she said. "Marlowe Court, above the cobbler's shop. The landlord painted the door green every spring, and it was always the wrong green." Rattle wrote furiously. "Possible civil source, rental registry, tenant receipt file, local tax confirmation, resident address." Hester looked at Eddie. "Does any of that matter?" He looked at the notes: a wage book, a room, a receipt, a door painted the wrong green. Things nobody in the preliminary disposal chamber had been willing to imagine mattered. "Yes," he said, "it matters." Hester's face trembled. "I had a life," she whispered. Nora stepped beside her. "Yes," she said. "I know I did. I just—" Hester looked at the half-erased stone. "After long enough, you begin to think maybe the people who wrote you down wrong did it because there was not enough of you to get right." Eddie's chest tightened. He had no clever line for that. He hated that the lack of one felt right. "There was enough of you," he said. "They were lazy." Hester laughed, a small laugh wet with grief. "Lazy." "Criminally lazy," Eddie added. "We are going to prove it with paperwork." Rattle lifted his pen. "Potential charges: post-mortem identity erosion, residual marital appropriation, record negligence, historical clerical failure, improper descendant suppression." "Rattle," Nora said. The skeleton paused. "Sorry, the charges are emotionally encouraging." Hester looked at him, then at Eddie. "Bring back Martha," she said. Eddie met her eyes. "I am going to." "You do not know that." "No." "Then do not make it a promise." The rain seemed to soften around them. Eddie nodded once. "I will make it work." Hester looked at the stone. "That is better." She faded slowly after that. Not gone, not even resting, just retreating to the place in Black Hollow where her name could still be held while they fought to make it harder to take. Rattle looked down at his clipboard. "First life record intake complete," he said. The dead ledger wrote. "Life record density increased. Personhood evidence incomplete but cumulative. Local moral clarity annoyingly high." Eddie looked at the book. "That last part is not a legal category." "Should be." They took the notes into the chapel. That was when the work began. They worked until the rain became darker, not in a clean, organized way. Black Hollow did not know clean organization. It knew tables dragged into chapel aisles, old desks shoved beneath broken windows, candles moved away from papers, complaint tickets used as bookmarks, living witnesses called in from the east wall, and ghosts waiting in lines because waiting in lines was one of the last things they had been trained to do. Rattle made 6 intake stations. Nora took statements from residents who trusted her more than they trusted a talking book. Mara stood near the door with her arms folded, occasionally asking a question so precise it made a person remember something they had assumed did not matter. Vivienne produced ink that could write on memory without stealing it, then spent 20 minutes arguing with the ink about interest. Lilith drew up a form titled Personal History without surrender of soul, property, or unreasonable trauma. Kit made tea. The tea was terrible, but it was hot. Eddie listened. That was the work, not fighting. Not shouting at gray courts. Not putting his shovel through a table because someone with a paper face had called Martha a claimant instead of a woman. Listening. Thomas Reed remembered his first day in the brigade, rain hammering the station roof hard enough to drown orders. He remembered the woman who sent soup to the firehouse every Friday. He remembered that he hated horses and loved a dog named Basil. He remembered the warehouse, the third person he had pushed through the door, and the smoke that had come down before he could follow. He remembered the shame of dying with unfinished work, a shame that had followed him into death. Cora remembered red wool from her mother's scarf, lemon sweets from a linner, a pair of cracked boots she had worn through 2 winters, and the sound of a ship horn when she left the coast for the first time. Walter remembered digging graves. He remembered every man who had tried to pay him less because they thought digging did not require intelligence. He remembered the first body he had buried alone. He remembered the name of his wife but not her face. He apologized for that. Nora put down her pen. "You do not have to apologize for what grief did to you," she said. Walter's head bowed. "I did not mean grief," he said. "I meant work." The chapel went quiet. Eddie wrote that down himself. He did not know whether a court would care. He knew it mattered. At midnight, when the last of the first group had gone quiet and Rattle's 6 desks looked like an explosion in a stationery shop, Eddie stepped outside. He needed air. Black Hollow gave him rain. The east wall was dark in the distance, its stones shining wet beneath a pale strip of cloud. Beyond it lay Nora's house, the cafe, the living road, all the ordinary things that had somehow become part of the cemetery's defense. Eddie walked toward it with no plan. That was familiar territory. Nora found him halfway there. Of course she did. She came out of the chapel carrying 2 cups of tea, one of which she handed him without asking whether he wanted it. He took it. It was hot enough to hurt his fingers. "That is not tea," he said. "It is tea. It is colored water with threats. You made it. That explains the threats." They stood under the east wall without speaking. Rain tapped against stone. Far behind them, the chapel lights glowed unevenly. Rattle's silhouette moved past the broken window. Kit was probably asleep under a table. Mara was probably pretending not to be tired. Vivienne was probably charging the ink rent. Lilith was probably writing something terrible and legally beautiful. Eddie looked into his cup. Martha is gone. Nora did not answer immediately. "I know. I said I would find her. You still can. I did not even know where they took her. You know she exists." That did not stop them. Nora's gaze stayed on the rain. "No," she said, "it did not." Eddie laughed once. It had no humor in it. "I am supposed to be the manager. I have a shovel. I have a book. I have an office full of residents who think I know what I am doing. You do not have to know what you are doing all the time. That is not how they look at me. That is how you look at yourself." He looked at her. The lantern from the chapel threw a faint gold line across her face. Her hair was damp at the temples. There was ink on her thumb from taking statements. June's letter sat tucked safely inside her coat. "You look terrible," Nora said. Eddie blinked. "Thank you. You smell like grave dirt. Occupational hazard." That was not a compliment. "I am taking what I can get." Nora's mouth moved, not quite a smile, then she stepped closer. "Stop making jokes for 1 minute. I do not know how." "Yes, you do." She put one hand against his chest. Not dramatic, not a rescue, just her hand warm through the wet coat holding him there. Eddie looked down at it, then back at her. "I failed," he said. Nora's fingers tightened slightly. "You lost a hearing. They took Martha." "Yes. I was there." "Yes. I could not stop it." Nora's face changed, not softer, more honest. "Then do not turn that into a reason to stop trying," she said. "You are allowed to be angry. You are allowed to be afraid. You are allowed to hate what happened. But you do not get to make yourself useless because you think failure makes you less responsible." The words hit hard. Eddie looked away. Nora caught his chin lightly and turned his face back. "Do you understand?" He swallowed. "Yes." "Good." Then she kissed him. This was not the quick kiss in the cemetery path, not a spark struck because a bell had frightened them both into remembering they were alive. This was slower, intentional. Nora's hand stayed on his chest. Eddie's teacup hung uselessly at his side until he realized he was still holding it and set it down on the wall without looking. He touched her waist carefully, as though sudden movement might make the whole moment vanish into paperwork. She did not. Rain slid down his face. Her mouth was warm. The world behind his eyes became quiet in a way that did not feel like being erased. When she pulled back, they stayed close. Eddie stared at her. I think that was legally inappropriate. Nora's forehead touched his. Good. He laughed. This one did have humor in it, a little. Then Nora stepped back, picked up her tea, and looked toward the chapel. We have 18 hours. 17 now. Then stopped standing there, looking emotionally complicated. I am very good at emotionally complicated. I know. They walked back together. At the chapel threshold, the dead ledger was waiting open on the altar. New words had appeared across a fresh page. Living record search path, confirmed. Primary location, North ASHBURY Civil Archive. Access risk, high. Manager history conflict, extreme. Travel window, 0317. Below that in smaller ink. Warning, some of the living remember you. Eddie stared at the line. Kit looked over his shoulder. That sounds bad. Eddie looked toward the rain-dark gates. Beyond them lay North Ashbury, his old room above the kebab shop. Mr. Hamid's tired eyes, the Pike brothers, Barnaby Wren, the fake brochures, the place where he had first signed a promise without understanding its price, the place he had run from. The dead ledger wrote one final line. Selection 2 will occur at dawn. Claimant, Hester Bell Vale. The chapel went quiet. Eddie picked up the manager's shovel. Then he looked at Nora, at the letter in her coat, at Rattle's new archive of names, at the list of 24 people who had trusted him enough to become targets. He had lost Martha. He did not get to lose Hester too. Pack whatever does not bite, he said. The dead ledger paused, then wrote. Clarification requested. Define whatever. Eddie looked at it. Everybody, he said. Outside, the gates of Black Hollow opened into the rain. And somewhere far beyond the cemetery, in a town Eddie had once left behind because he thought running was the same thing as surviving, a civil archive began to unlock its doors. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Records of Living. At 3:17 in the morning, the dead ledger informed Eddie Crowe that North Ashbury had not forgiven him. This was not entirely the book's fault. North Ashbury had been Eddie's town before Black Hollow became his cemetery. Before death decided his paperwork was interesting, before he learned that a grave could breathe, a name could become a weapon, and an ordinary-looking man with a satchel could make the word cleared sound worse than murder. It had been the place where he had sold 73 fake afterlife protection plans with a borrowed logo, a stolen raven, and enough confidence to make frightened people believe laminated nonsense might keep the dead at a respectful distance. It had also been the place he had left in the rain. Not dramatically. Eddie had not stood beneath a street lamp and sworn he would never return. He had climbed into a black cab because 2 large men wanted to break his jaw. A dead woman had turned his signature into an inheritance, and the alternative had seemed less survivable. Now, the dead ledger lay open on the chapel altar and displayed the route in thin white letters. Living record search path, confirmed. Primary location, North ASHBURY Civil Archive. Access window, 03170402. Selection 2, 13 hours, 51 minutes. Primary claimant, Hester Bell Vale. Secondary recovery lead, MARTHARLEN. Underneath, the ledger added. Manager history conflict, extreme. Eddie looked at it. That phrase could use less confidence. The ledger waited one beat. No. The broken chapel had been turned into a travel station by people who did not agree that it was one. Mara Voss stood by the door checking the mechanism of her crossbow with the concentration of a surgeon preparing to remove something poisonous. Her black coat had been repaired where a final allocation seal had burned through it during the first breach. The repair was neat, dark, and almost invisible. Eddie knew better than to assume invisible meant harmless. Lilith Quill sat at the end of a pew with 3 folders open on her knees. Each bore a different colored seal. One was black, one red, and one looked blank until Eddie glanced away from it. She had changed into a long charcoal coat with silver buttons and gloves the color of old wine. She looked rested in the infuriating way only infernal solicitors could look rested before an all-night archive break-in. Cassian Vale was arranging maps on the floor. He had drawn a clean route through 3 jurisdictions, crossed out 2 of them, and written the word unlikely above a third in handwriting so calm it was insulting. Archibald Rattle stood beside him with a clipboard and a stack of wax paper file sleeves. The skeleton clerk had attached a tiny travel satchel to his ribcage with a leather strap. It contained pens, string, registration tags, sealing powder, a tin of clips, and apparently a folded paper umbrella. Kit Mallory was trying to put a sausage roll into his pocket. Nora caught him. "That is not travel equipment," she said. Kit looked down at the sausage roll. "It is morale." "It is grease." "Grease is morale with a bad reputation." Nora took it from him and put it back in the paper bag at her feet. She had packed food, tea, bandages, 2 scarves, a spare lantern wick, and a small bundle of flat brown envelopes. Eddie had watched her do it without comment. This was partly because he had learned that Nora Quinn could pack an emergency better than most people could construct a plan. It was also because he had not slept since Martha Arlen disappeared into the preliminary disposal chamber, and every time he tried to rest his eyes, he saw the gray line close around a woman holding June Sayer's letter. He had promised nothing. That was supposed to make it easier. It did not. Vivienne Thorne entered through the chapel shadow instead of the door. Her umbrella was already open despite the absence of rain beneath the chapel roof. The underside was dark red. The top was black enough to eat the green glow from the ledger. She wore a fitted coat, gloves, high boots, and the expression of someone who had arrived at a party early enough to judge the furniture. "This is not a carriage," she said, looking at the assembled group. "I will not be transporting every anxious person who believes an umbrella is a public service." Kit raised a hand. "I am not anxious, I am hungry." Vivienne looked at him. "That is your most stable condition." "Thank you." It was not praise. Eddie picked up the manager's shovel from beside the altar. The blade gave a quiet metallic click as his hand closed around it. The silver lettering along the edge flashed once. Manager authority, recognized. He had begun to dislike that word. Recognized did not mean capable, it did not mean protected. It did not mean he could stop final allocation from treating Hester Bell Vale as a file with a deadline. It meant the cemetery knew who would be blamed. "Who stays?" he asked. Sister Ash stepped from the side aisle. She had been so still Eddie had not seen her until she moved. Her pale hair was braided down her back and ash-colored gloves covered her hands. "I do," she said. "Father Gideon will keep the chapel ward open. Brother Malcolm is at the north wall. The bell watch will monitor selection activity." "The bell watch?" Kit asked. Sister Ash looked at him. "The people whose job is to ring the bell when something comes through the ground." Kit nodded. "That sounds emotionally clear." "It is." Father Gideon emerged from behind the complaint station, carrying a bundle of candles and a kettle. He looked exhausted, damp, and determined in the manner of a man who had decided guilt could be turned into labor if one kept moving long enough. "We will hold the names," he said. Rattle adjusted his visor. "Names require proper storage." "We will hold them properly," Gideon said. The skeleton clerk nodded once. That was, Eddie suspected, the closest Gideon would ever get to being thanked by Rattle. The dead ledger wrote, "Black Hollow Defense Protocol, partial. Local holding capacity, acceptable. Manager departure, disapproved but necessary." Eddie read the last line. "You can disapprove quietly." "I am a cemetery ledger. Quietly is not my primary skill." Nora handed him a cup of tea. "Drink." "You made this?" "Yes." "Is it safe?" "No, it is tea from a chapel kettle that has seen 3 exorcisms and a theft trial, but it is hot." Eddie accepted the cup. The tea tasted like smoke, mint, and a mild accusation. It was perfect. He took a sip and looked at the open umbrella. "How does this work?" Vivienne's mouth curved. Poorly if you ask it direct questions. That has not stopped me before. The umbrella opens a sympathetic route between a place that remembers you and a place you have made sufficiently difficult to forget. Eddie stared at her. That is not an explanation. No, it is the truth. Cashin stood from the maps. North Ashbury remembers him. The Civil Archive will recognize the municipal residue in his name. Mrs. Wren's old estate papers likely amplified the connection. Eddie looked at him. Please do not say Mrs. Wren and amplified in the same sentence when I am trying to keep my blood pressure decorative. Lilith closed one folder. The route will hold for 45 minutes. We enter through the old registry annex, retrieve the life records, and return before civil dawn. Civil dawn? Kit asked. The point at which living people begin asking why a witch, a hunter, a demon lawyer, a skeleton clerk, a cemetery manager, and a man with a sausage roll are in a locked municipal archive, Lilith said. Kit glanced down. I no longer have the sausage roll. Nora looked at him. You never did. Vivienne tipped the umbrella toward the chapel floor. The red lining trembled. For a moment it reflected the chapel roof. Then it reflected rain, not Black Hollow rain, North Ashbury rain, street lamps, brick facades, the thin hard shine of wet pavement, a faded sign above a laundromat, the pale blue of dawn trapped behind low clouds. Eddie's hand tightened on the shovel. The smell reached him first, cold metal, wet brick, frying oil from a takeaway that had not opened yet, river mud, cheap detergent. North Ashbury. The place had not forgiven him. It had not changed either. Last chance to stay behind, Nora said quietly. Eddie looked at her. That sounds like you want me to take it. It sounds like I want you to know. I would not think less of you if you did. He nodded once. Then he stepped beneath the umbrella. The world folded. It did not spin. It did not pull. It simply decided the chapel had always contained a narrow, wet alley behind the old laundromat in North Ashbury, and that Eddie had always been standing in it with 6 impossible people and a shovel. The change took less than a breath. The consequences arrived immediately. The alley was smaller than he remembered. That was the first thing. The brick walls leaned close. Rusted pipes ran down one side. A blue plastic bin stood beneath the laundry's fire escape. Its lid cracked along the middle. Water dripped from the metal stairs in a regular rhythm. Somewhere around the corner, a delivery van reversed with an exhausted electronic beep. Eddie stood very still. The old sign above the alley read, Spin and Suds. LAUNDRTT. One of the bulbs in the S had died. He had spent 3 nights in the back room of that laundrette designing Crow and Covenant flyers, while a man named Kevin argued with a washing machine that had eaten a sock and, in his view, several years of emotional stability. He could still see the cheap little table, the borrowed printer, the raven copped from a pub menu. The way the Black Gate logo had looked almost convincing when he printed it on thick paper. He had believed in the power of presentation then. He still did. The difference was that now presentation had teeth. Nora stepped out beside him. She did not say anything at first. She looked at the alley, then at him. This is where you made the brochures. Eddie exhaled through his nose. You make it sound less professional when you phrase it like that. I was trying to make it sound accurate. That is almost always worse. Mara emerged next, scanning both ends of the alley. Lilith followed with the calm irritation of someone forced to stand in rain near a rubbish bin. Cashin adjusted his coat. Rattle checked that his travel satchel had not lost a clip in transit, and Kit stumbled through last with a muttered complaint about witch umbrellas and internal organs. Vivienne closed the umbrella. The alley became ordinary again. Ordinary was not reassuring. The archive is 7 blocks east, Cashin said. The public entrance is locked. The records annex has a service corridor that should still be connected to the river utilities. Should, Mara said. Municipal buildings are stubborn, Cashin replied. So are graves, Eddie said. Exactly. They stepped out of the alley. North Ashbury was waking. The street outside was a slick ribbon of asphalt between brick shops. A florist was rolling up a metal shutter. A bus groaned past with only 2 passengers inside. Rain feathered down from a low gray sky. The town looked smaller than it had when Eddie had fled it and more complicated than it had when he had lived there. Across the road stood the flower shop called Forever Blooms, the same cracked awning, the same dead plant in the window. Eddie stopped. Nora followed his gaze. What? Nothing. She waited, he sighed. The cab found me there. The cab that took you to Black Hollow. Yes. You said it was a mysterious car that appeared because people were chasing you. That is still the most romantic version of the truth. What is the less romantic version? Eddie looked at the wet street. I was hiding under that awning. I had no plan. I had a kebab wrapped in foil, a dying phone, wet money, and 2 men behind me who had read enough of my flyers to become physically offended. Nora's face changed. Not pity, she knew better than that. You were 18, she said. I was a criminally optimistic 18. You were 18. The distinction sat between them. Eddie looked away. That does not make what I did less stupid. No, Nora said. It makes it understandable. He did not know what to do with that. Vivienne, mercifully, looked toward the archive route. We should move before the municipal clock decides to become relevant. They moved. The walk through North Ashbury was worse than the magical crossing. The town had a way of handing Eddie old versions of himself without asking whether he wanted them. The pawn shop where he had bought the leather folder for Crowe and Covenant. The bus stop where Barnaby Wren's messages had lit up his dead phone. The Black Dog pub where the Pike brothers had waited behind the alley. A corner bakery that had once sold him day-old rolls for half price because the woman behind the counter had decided he looked too hungry to negotiate. He did not point any of it out. Nora noticed anyway. Of course she did. At the end of Briar Lane, the old Wren house stood behind its iron fence. The curtains were shut. The door knocker, the accusing metal hand, remained fixed above the black-painted door. The house looked smaller than Eddie remembered, but the windows still had the heavy, watchful quality of a place that had seen someone sign something stupid and had not forgotten. A pale figure moved behind the upstairs glass. Eddie stopped breathing. The figure vanished. Lilith came to stand beside him. Mrs. Wren's estate is under contested probate, she said quietly. Barnaby Wren reopened several trust files after her death. Eddie looked at her. Why do you know that? Because old women who use provisional spiritual authority, clauses tend to leave interesting paperwork. She knew. Lilith did not answer. She knew I was lying, Eddie said. She knew what the paper would do. Agatha Wren knew many things, Vivienne said. The woman treated disclosure the way other people treat salt, sparingly and only when it improved the meal. Eddie looked at the house. He wanted to be angry. He was angry, but he could not separate it cleanly from the fact that Mrs. Wren had been dead for a long time now, and part of her had once crawled from a breathing grave asking him to keep a promise he had never understood. Later, Nora said. It was not a question. Eddie nodded. They continued toward the river. Mr. Hamid's kebab shop sat beneath Eddie's old room exactly where it had always been. The sign had changed. The cheap red lettering now read Hamid's Grill and Late Kitchen. Someone had painted a small gold crescent beside the name. The front shutters were halfway up. Inside, yellow light spilled over stainless steel counters and a row of stacked chairs. Mr. Hamid stood behind the counter with a tray of flatbread in his hands. He had more gray in his beard than Eddie remembered. That made no sense. Eddie had not been gone long enough for a man to gain years. But then Black Hollow had never been good at ordinary calendars. Hamid looked up. The tray hit the counter. For 1 second he simply stared. Then he said, "You look worse." Eddie had prepared several possible speeches for this moment. A joke, an apology, a lie with enough charm to survive the first 10 seconds. None of them came. "Hello, Mr. Hamid," he said. Hamid looked at the shovel, then at Nora, Mara, Vivienne, Lilith, Cashin, Rattle, who was attempting to stand behind Kit and failing due to the lack of skin-based concealment. "You brought a funeral," Hamid said. "Work friends," Eddie replied. Mara's eyes slid toward him. That is not what we are. See, honest work friends. Hamid walked around the counter and opened the door fully. Inside, before someone asks why there is a skeleton outside my shop. Rattle looked offended. I am wearing a visor. Inside, Hamid repeated. The little shop smelled like garlic, warm bread, old oil, and the kind of ordinary exhaustion Eddie had not realized he missed. A battered radio played low behind the counter. The same cracked tile floor ran from the door to the kitchen. The table by the back wall still had a burn mark shaped like a small country. Eddie stood near the entrance, suddenly unsure where to put his hands. Hamid placed the tray down and looked at him. You ran. Eddie nodded. Yes. I told you trouble would check the bus station. It did. And I went somewhere worse. Hamid took in the shovel again. I can see. Nora stood very still at Eddie's side. She did not take over. She did not make the conversation easier. That was a form of help Eddie had only recently learned to recognize. I am sorry, he said. The words were smaller than he expected. Hamid's face did not soften immediately. For what part? Eddie looked down. The rent, leaving, the lies, making you think police might come to your shop because I could not tell the difference between clever and cruel. Hamid sighed. You were hungry. That is not an excuse. No, it is an explanation. People like to mix those up when they are trying to punish someone. Eddie looked at him. Hamid leaned against the counter. You owed me rent. You lied. You sold stupid papers to frighten people. Then you ran when someone bigger than you came to collect. None of that surprised me. You were 18 and too proud to ask for help. That is not rare. You knew. I knew you were not a businessman. Your business card had a spelling mistake. Eddie blinked. It did not. Afterlife was spelled with one F. That was branding. It was a spelling mistake. Kit made a sound that might have been a laugh. Mara gave him a look. He swallowed it. Hamid continued, but I also knew you brought old Mrs. Brackett her shopping once when her leg hurt, and you fixed Mr. Dalrymple's clock badly but for free. You were not only a liar. That was your problem. You thought being one thing would keep people from asking what else you were. Eddie did not know what to say. Hamid looked toward the window. Barnaby Wren came twice after you disappeared. He wanted to know where you went. I told him I had not seen you. Why? Hamid shrugged. Because he looked like the kind of man who wanted a debt more than an answer. Eddie felt a strange pressure behind his eyes. He hated it. He hated sentiment in public places. Thank you, he said. Hamid waved one hand. Do not thank me yet. You still owe rent. Eddie laughed. It came out rough but real. I have a cemetery now. That is not money. It has an office. Still not money. It pays in bone coins. Hamid stared at him. You are joking. Mostly. The shop's front bell rang. Everyone turned. A man in a gray municipal coat stood outside beneath the awning. He did not enter. He looked at the building across the street, then at the clock above the bus stop. Then he walked away. Cashin's posture changed. Final allocation, Scout, he said quietly. Hamid looked at him. What? Nothing, Eddie said too quickly. Hamid looked at Eddie's face. That means something. Eddie hesitated. The town outside was waking. More cars, more people. A woman with a child-sized umbrella crossed the road toward the bakery. A postman cycled past in a yellow jacket. Ordinary life moving around the edges of a problem it could not see. We need the civil archive, Eddie said. Someone is trying to erase people who are dead. Hamid waited. Not metaphorically, Eddie added. I understood you were not speaking metaphorically from the skeleton. Rattle raised a finger. Administrative assistant clerk. Hamid looked at him. Of course. Nora stepped forward. We have until dawn tomorrow to prove a woman named Hester Bell Vale had a life the law recognized. The archive has the records. Hamid's face tightened. Hester Bell. Eddie looked at him. You know the name. Hamid nodded slowly. My father had a small bookstall by the river when I was young. There was a woman who came every Wednesday after work. She bought poetry she did not have time to read. Hester Bell. She used to complain the town only remembered women after they stopped causing paperwork. The room went quiet. Hamid glanced toward the rain-streaked window. She worked at the old registrar's bindery, River Road. Blue door, 2 chimneys. The place was knocked down years ago, but the records office kept its wage books. My father said she signed the same petition 3 times because men kept losing the first 2. Nora looked at Eddie. That is a record. Cashin had already taken out a notebook. River Road bindery, Wednesday bookstall, witness trail. Hamid went behind the counter and pulled a ring of keys from a hook. The archive's public door will be locked. The old service entrance is through the bakery cellar and the drainage corridor. My cousin used it when the city hired him to repair pipes. Mara looked at the keys. Your cousin gave you access to a municipal archive. Hamid gave her a calm look. My cousin gave me keys to a drainage corridor. People who cook at night learn the difference between access and invitation. Lilith smiled. I like him. Hamid handed the ring to Eddie. You are not taking these. I am coming. Eddie stared. No. Yes. Mr. Hamid, people are trying to erase dead records. Then someone who remembers Hester Bell should be there. It could be dangerous. Hamid looked at Mara's knives, Vivienne's umbrella, Lilith's folders, Cashin's maps, Rattle's travel kit, Kit's unhelpfully hopeful face, and finally Eddie's shovel. You have made dangerous seem crowded. I will bring a torch. Nora said, you do not have to. Hamid picked up an old metal lantern from beneath the counter. A woman bought poetry every Wednesday. I remember because my father remembered. That is enough reason for me. Eddie felt the room shift around that sentence. Not magic, something better. A living person deciding memory was work worth doing. The dead ledger wrote across Eddie's phone. Living witness confirmed. Name, Hamidrehman. Relevance, unscheduled and high. Eddie looked at the screen. It likes you. Hamid frowned. Does the phone have opinions? Unfortunately. Then tell it to stop reading people like menus. The ledger went silent for 3 whole seconds, then wrote. Admonition logged. Hamid looked at Eddie. It is rude. You have no idea. They left through the kitchen. The route to the archive ran beneath North Ashbury rather than through it. Hamid led them down the bakery's side passage, through a locked iron gate, past crates of flour and old cooking oil, then into a narrow service corridor where brick walls sweated river water. The corridor smelled of damp earth, coal dust, and old pipes. Every few yards, a brass plate marked a municipal branch line. Water, gas, drainage, civil records. The final plate had been scratched over with a gray line. Cashin stopped beside it. That is new. Vivienne crouched without letting one knee touch the wet floor. Not new, recent. Mara ran 2 fingers above the scratch. Ward. Classification mark, Lilith said. It tells ordinary eyes there is nothing worth entering. Kit frowned. It is a sign. Exactly, Lilith said. The best curses make people agree with them. Hamid held up the lantern. My cousin said this door used to stick. He pushed the iron door. It did not move. Eddie stepped forward. The manager's shovel warmed in his hand. The gray line on the plate seemed to crawl away from the blade. The dead ledger buzzed. Civil source access, contested. Manager status, external. Recommended action, state purpose. Eddie looked at the door. I am here for Hester Bell Vale's records, he said. Nothing happened. Nora stepped beside him. We are here because she should not disappear. The corridor lights flickered. Hamid raised the lantern. Hester Bell bought poetry, he said. She paid in coins wrapped in blue thread. My father saved the thread because he said she tied it better than any shopkeeper he knew. The gray line on the plate split. A small sound came from inside the door, not a lock turning, a page turning. The iron door opened inward. Rattle inhaled sharply despite lacking lungs. "Public record acknowledgement," he said. The dead ledger wrote. "Living memory override accepted." Eddie looked down at the phone. "That is a thing." "It is now." The corridor beyond the door descended. They entered the North Ashbury Civil Archive through its basement. The archive had no business being beautiful. That made it worse. The lower stacks were carved from old red brick and supported by iron columns painted dark green. Rows of shelves stretched away beneath low vaulted ceilings. Gas lamps burned behind frosted glass, their light weak and yellow. Wooden drawers filled entire walls. Every drawer had a brass label. Every label held a name, a district, a year, an office, a marriage, a death, a debt, a complaint, a birth, a license, a court order, a lease, a will, a school attendance book, an employment ledger, or something smaller that no one had thought would become important later. The air smelled of paper, leather, dust, and rain trapped inside walls. Eddie felt the weight of it. Not magic. Evidence. Thousands of lives pressed flat between covers and stored because someone somewhere had decided that a signature on a page mattered. It was almost enough to make bureaucracy seem noble. Almost. A brass sign hung above the first aisle. North ASHBURY Municipal Archive. Civil records do not remove. Below it in newer black lettering, someone had added, "Unless you have always been entitled to." Lilith stopped. "That was not there last time I reviewed this archive." "You reviewed it?" Eddie asked. "A different matter. A mayor, 3 dead witnesses, a municipal orchard, and an inheritance dispute involving 12 identical brothers." Kit blinked. Were they actually identical? Lilith looked at him. "No, that is what made the paperwork interesting." Cashin moved toward a long wooden index cabinet. "We need the former living registry, Hester's work records, marriage file, separation request, and if we are fortunate, a civil identifier that predates her burial." "If we are unfortunate," Eddie asked, "the records have been moved." The lights dimmed. Every drawer in the nearest wall clicked once. Then one by one brass labels began losing letters. A. Bell, H. Vale, Marlen. The names faded. Nora lifted her lantern. The gold light pushed against the archive's yellow glow. "We are not alone," Mara said. "I had inferred that from the haunting filing cabinet," Eddie replied. A voice spoke from the far end of the aisle. "Municipal archive is closed." The speaker was not Mr. Guerin. Eddie recognized that immediately. Mr. Guerin sounded like a letter you regretted opening. This voice sounded like a clerk who had already decided not to look up. A woman stood between 2 stacks of death certificates. She wore a municipal cardigan, gray skirt, sensible shoes, and a lanyard with a plastic badge at her throat. Her hair was pinned in a practical bun. She looked about 50. Her face was tired in the familiar human way of someone who had worked too many years beneath bad fluorescent lights, except the badge was blank, and the space behind her eyes was white. "The archive is closed," she repeated. Hamid lifted his lantern higher. "Mrs. Elinor." The woman turned toward him. For 1 second something flickered over her face, recognition, then it vanished. "The archive is closed," she said. Hamid's expression changed. "Elinor March, my father used to bring you tea when you worked Saturdays." The woman frowned. "No personal service has been logged." Lilith's voice went thin. "She is not possessed." "That is good," Kit asked. "No, she has been administratively emptied." The woman took 1 step forward. "Records designated for final review must not be accessed by unauthorized continuity interests." Myra drew her knife. "Move." The woman did not react. Physical intimidation does not alter classification. Eddie had heard enough of that tone. It was not evil. That would have been easier. It was the tone of a person who had been hollowed out until procedure became the only thing left inside. He stepped forward. "Elinor," he said. The woman looked at him. "You remember Hamid's father." "No personal service has been logged." You remember the T. No personal service has been logged. Hamid set the lantern down on the floor. He moved closer, slow enough that Mara did not stop him. You had lemon biscuits in the top drawer, he said. You kept them in a red tin because you did not want the boys from Public Works stealing them. My father said you only gave one to people who used a real name when they signed the visitor book. Eleanor's blank badge flickered. A word appeared, March, then disappeared. Her hand moved toward her cardigan pocket. Inside, a small red tin rattled. The archive lights surged. The woman gasped. Not a dramatic sound, a human one. She looked at Hamid. Ramen. Hamid nodded, yes. Eleanor's eyes filled with water. They came yesterday, she whispered. They said the archive had to be prepared. They told me records were not people. They told me I was not needed because I could not remember every name. Mara moved beside her. Who came? Eleanor looked toward the far stacks. Gray coats. No faces when I tried to look. They put labels on the important drawers. Then the labels started telling me which names I could forget. Nora touched Eleanor's arm. Can you help us find Hester Belvale? Eleanor's face tightened. I know that name. The white behind her eyes flickered again. She squeezed them shut. River Road Bindery, marriage file, separation petition, wage ledger, box C17, but they moved the box. Cashin stepped closer. Where? Eleanor opened her eyes. Into the completed matters annex. The room went cold. Eddie's grip tightened on the shovel. That is where Martha is. Eleanor stared at him. Martha Arlen, the clerk. You knew her. The blankness receded slightly from Eleanor's face. Everyone in records knew Martha. She worked here before she moved to the city. She copied notices faster than anyone. She wrote down names when other people said not to. Nora's lantern brightened. Where is the annex? Eleanor looked toward the ceiling. Not in the building, not anymore. It is through the old deaccession room. They moved anything that could prove a person had once mattered. Lilith's smile returned, but it was a legal weapon now. Excellent. They have created a chain of custody. That is excellent, Kit asked. It means theft has paperwork. Theft with paperwork can be made expensive. The far end of the archive sighed. Every drawer bearing a gray label opened at once. Hundreds of index cards slid out and rose into the air. They did not flutter. They aligned. One by one, the cards turned blank. The dead ledger screamed through Eddie's phone. Record strip event detected. H. Belvale, source material AT risk. MARLEN, index trace detected. All personnel stop saying archive like it is a safe word. Eddie raised the shovel. How do we stop it? Eleanor looked terrified. The cards are being recalled. By whom? She pointed toward a door at the far end of the stacks. The door had not been there earlier. It was gray, plain. No handle. On it in neat black lettering were the words. Completed matters. Nora whispered, that is not a room. Cashin looked sick. No, he said, it is a transfer point. The door opened. A wind came through, not a storm wind. A clean cold draft that smelled of paper ash, empty coats, and rooms after the people had left. The blank index cards flew toward it. Mara moved first. She drew 2 knives and threw them into the floor on either side of the aisle. Silver thread snapped between the blades, forming a low barrier. The first wave of cards hit it and burned white, but there were too many. Rattle ran for the nearest cabinet. Index preservation protocol. He shouted, everyone take a name. Kit stared. What does that mean? It means pick a card and say it before it forgets itself. Kit grabbed one out of the air. Agnes. No, wait, Agnes Pritchard, widow, seamstress, bad knees, owned 2 cats. The card stopped turning blank. It glowed faintly, then dropped into his hand. Again, Rattle yelled. Nora snatched 3 cards and began reading them aloud, names and small details pouring from her like lit matches. Thomas Ward, dock worker, broke his left wrist in 1912, had a daughter called Me. Mrs. Suri Patel, school cook, taught herself to read at 46. Isaac Bell, clerk, collected beetle shells. Every name she spoke became ink again. Vivienne opened her umbrella. The red underside caught the storm of cards. I can hold the memory field, she said. Not forever. Do it for as long as you can, Eddie said. That is always what men say when they do not understand a cost. I understand the cost. No, you understand the sentence. But she twisted the umbrella. Red light spilled across the ceiling. The cards slowed. Lilith pulled a fountain pen from inside her sleeve and wrote in the air. Her letters became black chains. Public record. Notice required. No retroactive destruction without hearing. The chains wrapped the gray door. For a second it held. Then the door's lettering changed. Completed matters became. Matters never completed. Lilith went still. That is new. Bad new, Eddie asked. The worst kind, accurate new. A hand reached through the opening. It was gray and paper-thin, made of stacked forms. Each finger bore a stamped date. It reached for a linner. Hamid stepped in front of her with the lantern. No, he said. The hand paused. Living witness is irrelevant, it said. Hamid's face set. That is what you think. He lifted the lantern and began naming people. Not grand names, not legal phrases, people from the shop, his father, the bakery woman, Mr. Dalrymple, who once accused a clock of stealing time, Mrs. Brackett, who hated weeds more than grief, the delivery driver with the bad knee, the boy who washed dishes in exchange for leftovers. As he spoke, the hand recoiled. Eddie understood. Final allocation could handle records. It could classify evidence. But it had trouble with a living person remembering without being asked. The dead ledger wrote. Unstructured living memory, disrupting recall protocol. Continue. Eddie grabbed a card out of the air. It had almost turned white. He read the name, Hester Bell, no surname. No date, no detail. The card shook in his hand. The gray door pulled at it. Eddie closed his fingers around the card. Hester Bell, he said. The archive groaned. The card did not settle. He needed more. He thought of the blue thread, the bookstall, Wednesday, the bindery, the woman who signed a wage book with a pencil meant for people who own nothing. Hester Bell, he said again. She worked at the River Road bindery. She bought poetry she did not have time to read. She wrote her name when someone expected her to make a mark. She did not carry Edmund Vale's debts because they were not hers. Her daughter brought flowers. The card flared gold. The word Vale appeared after Bell. Then a third word wrote itself beneath the name. Present. The card fell into his hand. The gray door screamed, not loudly. It made the sound of a stamp hitting paper until the paper tore. The index storm surged harder. Mara's silver thread snapped. The blank cards rushed down the aisle. Cashin grabbed Elinor's wrist. Where is box C17? Elinor pointed toward the far wall. River Road collection, blue labels, cabinet C. Eddie ran. Nora ran beside him. Mara held the rear line. Vivienne's umbrella bent under the weight of red light. Lilith's chains creaked around the gray door. Rattle shouted numbers and names with an intensity that made a skeleton clerk look like a battlefield commander. Kit caught cards in both hands and yelled details as fast as he could remember them. Cabinet C stood at the end of the aisle. It was old oak with 30 narrow drawers. Each drawer had a blue enamel label, C01, C02, C03, C17 was open, empty. Eddie stopped. No. The drawer's interior was lined with gray paper. A thin dark thread lay inside it, blue once, now almost black. Nora picked it up. This is not nothing, she said. Eddie looked at the drawer. It is a thread. It is a thread someone kept. Cashin shoved another drawer open. C18, empty. C16, empty. Behind C17, a small panel had been cut into the back of the cabinet. Mara pried it open with the tip of her knife. Inside lay a flat tin box, not gray, blue, the same blue as the old thread. On the lid, in faded paint, someone had written, H. Bell, do not lose again. Eddie stopped breathing. Nora looked at him. Open it. He did. Inside were pages, not many. A wage book, its cover split at the corners, a marriage certificate, a thin bundle tied with blue thread, a pencil stub, a rent receipt, a folded petition signed by 6 women, a small paper packet containing a pressed violet gone almost brown with age, and a letter. The letter was addressed to Hester Bell Vale, not Mrs. Edmund Vale, not Hester Vale, Hester Bell Vale. Nora touched the address with one finger. Her name. Eddie did not open it at first. The paper was thin enough that he could see the shape of the writing beneath the fold. Ink pressed hard into the page. A life written by someone who had expected to be read by one person and had somehow become evidence for a whole cemetery. "Open it," Nora said. He looked at her. "People keep saying that to me when the thing is cursed." "This is a letter. It is from a dead woman whose name is currently being hunted by a finality office. The line between letter and curse has become very thin." Nora did not smile, not because the joke was bad. It was, but because Hester's name waited in the chapel, and a clock that did not care about good intentions was moving toward dawn. Eddie unfolded the letter. It was written in a firm, narrow hand. "My dear Rose, the first time I wrote Bell after Vale, the clerk looked at me as though I had attempted to take an extra chair from a public hall. He asked whether I understood that I could not simply choose a name after marriage. I told him I had been choosing it for 32 years before marriage and intended to continue." Eddie stopped. The archive had gone strangely quiet around them. Even the cards circling above the aisle seemed to hesitate, held back by Vivienne's red light and the stubbornness of people saying names out loud. He read on. "I did not leave your father because I stopped being afraid. I left while afraid. That is a different achievement, and one I do not expect men in offices to understand. Do not let anyone tell you a thing is small because it is written in a small book. The book is only small until someone tries to remove your name from it. Your mother, Hester Bell Vale." For a moment nobody spoke. Then Cashin took off one glove and pressed 2 fingers against the bottom of the page. A municipal seal, barely visible under the old fold, warmed beneath his hand. "Filed correspondence," he said. "It was copied into a family court archive. This is not only private writing. It is evidence that she asserted her own name in a recognized proceeding." Lilith turned her head from the gray door. "Show me." Cashin handed her the letter. The infernal solicitor read it with an expression Eddie had not seen on her before. Not amusement, not calculation. Something closer to respect, though Lilith would probably litigate anyone who claimed she possessed it. "She knew exactly what she was doing," Lilith said. "Most people do," Nora said. "They just do not get believed." The gray door opened another inch. A man stepped out of it. Mr. Guerin did not arrive with thunder. He never did. He appeared beside the cabinets in the same brown coat with the same black umbrella and the same forgettable face. The archive tried to forget him while he stood there. Eddie could feel the details sliding away, the collar shape, the line of the jaw, the color of his eyes, but the satchel remained. Eddie remembered the satchel. He remembered the way Mr. Guerin had said cleared. That was enough. "Not in a mood for visitors," Eddie said. Mr. Guerin looked at the blue tin. "You have located the claimant's civil material. Her name is Hester. Her name is recorded." Eddie felt his teeth set. Mr. Guerin continued, "That is useful. It may support a narrow deferment." Nora stepped forward. "A narrow deferment." "Temporary review status," Guerin said. "Say what you mean," Mara said. Mr. Guerin looked at her. "I mean that the material may delay selection. It will not alter the structure of finality." Lilith held up Hester's letter. "A living person had rights. A dead person retains a record of the rights they had. You cannot turn continuity into property merely because the body stopped breathing." "The appendix can," Mr. Guerin said, "until a different authority rules otherwise." Eddie stepped closer. "And you are here to make sure nobody gets the chance." "I am here to preserve an orderly process." "You took Martha Arlen's record, entered disposal review, after the chamber found insufficient continuity support. You took her." Mr. Guerin paused. It was so brief most people might not have seen it. Eddie did. The man knew the difference. That made him worse. Yes, Mr. Guerin said. The single word went through Eddie like cold water. Nora's lantern flame rose. Mara's knife appeared in her hand. Vivienne's umbrella tilted. The red lining opened like a wound. Mr. Guerin did not move. You have a choice, he said. Lilith laughed once. That is usually where the fraud begins. Guerin looked at the blue tin. Submit Hester Bell Vale's materials. Preserve her review status. Relinquish the unregulated archive cards and the completed matters trace. One claimant will receive deferment. The remaining records will be processed without further civil interference. The far aisle filled with blank cards, hundreds, thousands perhaps, each one carrying a person someone had once written down because it had mattered. Kit looked at Eddie. He wants us to save Hester and let him take everyone else. Not everyone, Mr. Guerin said. Only records without demonstrated standing. Hamid's lantern shook in his hand. That is everyone until someone remembers them, he said. Mr. Guerin's attention moved to him. Living witness Rahman, your contribution has been noted. It is not required that you continue. Hamid looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, My father told me a record room was where the living admitted they needed help remembering. You are not a record room. You are a bin. Kit's mouth opened. Mara's eyes flickered toward Hamid with something that might have been approval. Mr. Guerin's face did not change, but the gray door behind him narrowed. The dead ledger wrote across Eddie's screen. Coercive settlement offer detected. Recommendation, refuse. Eddie looked at the text. For once, you and I agree. He turned toward Mr. Guerin. No. Mr. Guerin's head tilted slightly. Manager Crowe, Hester Bell Vale has fewer than 7 hours before selection. You do not have time to make a moral argument out of an archive. Eddie held up the letter. That is exactly what an archive is. Mr. Guerin looked at the page. Eddie continued. It is where someone kept proof that a woman was a person before anyone made her into a widow, an asset, a continuation, a claimant, or a problem. You are asking me to save one name by helping you erase the reason names matter. The gray cards began to spin faster. Mr. Guerin's voice stayed gentle. Then you will lose Hester. Eddie glanced at the blue tin, at the letter, at every card in the air. The old Eddie might have taken the deal. He might have convinced himself that one life saved was better than nothing. He might have told himself he would return later when he had money or leverage or fewer people watching. But Hester's letter was still warm from the hand that had written it, even though its writer had been dead for more than a century. Do not let anyone tell you a thing is small because it is written in a small book. Eddie looked at Mr. Guerin. Then I lose Hester fighting the right thing. Nora's hand found his hard and certain. No, she said. We fight and we save her. Mr. Guerin's face began to fade, not vanish, just become difficult to remember again. That is not the choice available, he said. Lilith lifted her pen. It is now. She wrote across the air in black fire. Public records are not collateral. The words struck the gray door. The archive shook. Mr. Guerin stepped backward into the white corridor. Before he disappeared, he looked at Eddie. You will learn what choosing everyone costs. Eddie met his eyes. I already know what choosing nobody costs. The door screamed open, and the cards came for them. Cashin took the marriage certificate. She registered the double name after the separation petition. It was allowed under a municipal exception. He read faster. She rented a room in her own name. She signed a wage complaint. She had a savings account. She petitioned for debt separation. Lilith called from across the aisle. Do any of those include a public seal? All of them, Cashin said. The folder in Lilith's hand snapped open. Then make copies now. Rattle appeared at Eddie's elbow with a portable press that looked too large to have come from his travel satchel. Clerk's emergency duplication device, he said. You had that the whole time. I am a professional. You are a skeleton. These conditions coexist. He began copying the pages with furious precision. The gray door slammed once. Lilith's chains broke. The doorway widened. Beyond it, Eddie saw an endless corridor of shelves fading into white. Boxes were carried along the corridor by hands with no arms. Every box bore a name. Every name had a line drawn through it. At the far end of the corridor, a woman sat behind a desk. Martha Arlen. She was small in the distance, too far away. She wore the same dark dress from the lower registry. Her hands were folded in front of her. Gray paper covered the desk before her. Her eyes lifted. For one moment she saw Eddie. Her mouth opened. He could not hear what she said. Then a gray strip passed between them and the corridor began to close. "Martha," Eddie shouted. The word hit the doorway and came back as a dozen stamped copies. Marthaarlen. 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 A small card flew out of the corridor and struck Eddie in the chest. He caught it. It was an index tag, MARLEN. Under the name, new writing bled through the gray, completed matters annex. Shelf, former testimony, status, not disposed. The corridor snapped shut. The gray door became a wall. Silence hit the archive. Then every remaining blank card fell to the floor. The archive lights returned to their weak yellow glow. Eddie stood with Martha's tag in one hand and Hester's life records in the other. His hands were shaking. Nora touched his shoulder. "She saw you." "I could not get to her." "Not today." The distinction did not comfort him, but it gave him somewhere to stand. Eleanor March leaned against a cabinet, breathing hard. Color had returned to her face. Her badge now read ELINOR March, Municipal Archivist. Hamid sat on the floor beside her, lantern between his knees. He looked tired but solid. Mara came back from the far aisle with a shallow cut across one cheek and a knife missing from her belt. "The gray door took one," she said. "It took Martha too," Eddie said. Mara looked at the index tag, then she nodded once. "Now we know where." Vivienne closed her umbrella. Her face was paler than usual. Eddie noticed. What did holding the memory field cost? "Nothing you can repair by asking." "That is not an answer." "No," she said. "It is a boundary. Learn one." He let it go. Lilith gathered the copies of Hester's records. "We have enough for an Article 12 motion. Not enough for a permanent class, but enough to challenge her selection." Cashin looked at the wall where the door had been. "And Martha's tag establishes that final allocation did not complete disposal. They transferred her to a test shelf." Kit stared. "A test shelf?" "They are holding her until they decide whether her living record is inconvenient," Lilith said. Kit's face tightened. "That is worse than taking her." "Yes," Lilith said, "it is." The dead ledger buzzed. Time remaining until selection 2, 6 hours, 18 minutes. H. Belvale, life record density sufficient for initial claim. Recommendation, return to Black Hollow immediately. Eddie looked at the records. "What about the other 23? Rattle tucked the copies into a sealed folder, one precedent at a time. "That is disgusting clerk logic. It is also how we make the whole system regret underestimating us." Hamid stood slowly. "Take the papers." Eddie looked at him. "You are coming with us." Hamid shook his head. "No, I remember Hester. That is what you needed. But the shop will open soon. People will want breakfast. People who are alive still need to eat." The answer was so ordinary that Eddie almost argued with it. Then he stopped. Hamid was right. The work was not only in courts and cemeteries. It was also in opening a shop, feeding people, unlocking doors, remembering names without making a ceremony out of it. Eddie nodded. "Thank you." Hamid looked at the shovel. "Pay your rent someday." "I have a cemetery." "You said." "It has municipal recognition." "Still not money." Eddie smiled. "I will find a way." Hamid held his gaze for a moment. "You are finding ways now. That is different from running." The sentence stayed with him as they went back through the drainage corridor. The gray mark on the civil records door was gone. In its place, someone had written in blue pencil, H. Bell Vale was here. Nora saw it too. She did not say anything. She only touched Eddie's sleeve once as they walked. The umbrella opened in the back passage behind the bakery. North Ashbury rain reflected in the red lining. Black Hollow rain appeared beneath it. The return journey lasted one breath. When they stepped back into the chapel, the bell was already ringing. Not once, not twice, continuously. The sound pressed against the walls and made the stained glass fragments tremble in their frames. Sister Ash stood at the altar, one hand on the dead ledger. Father Gideon held a candle in each hand, wax running over his fingers. Brother Malcolm was at the chapel doors with a shovel of his own. The common rows beyond the broken windows were full of pale figures. Hester stood at the center of them. Her stone had become almost entirely white. Only one line remained. Hester Bell. The dead ledger wrote in large gray letters. Selection 2 active. Claimant, Hester Bell Vale. Final allocation notice issued. Life record submission window 3 minutes 12 seconds. Eddie ran. He did not explain. No one needed him to. Nora was beside him. Mara moved ahead, clearing the path. Lilith held the folder of copies above the rain. Cashin shouted legal language toward the bell as if it had ears. Rattle clutched the blue tin box. Kit carried the original wage book against his chest with both hands, looking terrified of dropping it and more terrified of what happened if he did. Hester stood beside her grave. She was fading, not like a ghost leaving a room, like someone being rubbed out carefully by a hand that did not hate her enough to be angry. Eddie dropped to his knees in the mud. Hester. Her eyes found him. You came back. I said I would. You said you would make it work. Still working on the exact definition. Her mouth moved. It might have been a smile. The ground beneath the grave opened in a gray line. The air smelled of wet paper and cold dust. A black tag rose from the soil. H. Bell Vale, final allocation. Lilith tore the tag from the air. It burned through her glove. She did not let go. By Article 12, she said, voice sharp enough to cut stone, we submit a complete civil personhood record for Hester Bell Vale, formerly living, presently deceased, continuously recognized by public instruments, personal action, surviving witnesses, and independent municipal record. The gray line widened. Cashin stepped forward holding the marriage certificate, birth and identity registry, employment ledger, wage petition, marriage certificate, separate residence registration, debt separation petition, savings account log, local tax receipt, correspondence record. Rattle flung the blue thread across the gravestone. Named object continuity, living witness corroboration, historical archive chain of custody. Nora placed the letter addressed to Hester Bell Vale on the stone. Personal address recognition, she said, her name as she chose it. Hamid's voice came from Eddie's phone. The dead ledger had opened a thin gold line across the screen, a live connection. Hamid spoke from his shop, his voice muffled by kitchen sounds and the ringing of a doorbell. Hester Bell came to my father's bookstall every Wednesday. She bought poetry. She paid in blue thread. She had a life. The cemetery held its breath. The gray line stopped widening. A voice spoke from nowhere. Not Mr. Guerin, not anyone with a body. Evidence received. Eddie hated the neutrality of it. Lilith lifted her burned hand. Evidence is not enough. A record is not a person unless you acknowledge the person inside it. The voice answered. Former living person classification under review. No, Eddie said. The rain struck his face. Everyone looked at him. He stood. His knees were muddy. His coat was soaked. The manager's shovel shook in his hand, not because he was weak, he told himself, but because the ground was trying to decide whether it could take Hester while he watched. No, he said again. You do not get to put her under review like she is a broken lamp. The voice paused. The dead ledger wrote. Unauthorized manager interjection. Eddie ignored it. You have her wage book, her letter, her petition. her rent receipt. You have a person who did things, chose things, paid things, refused things, loved somebody enough that her daughter wrote to her for decades. You know what she is. The gray line trembled. Classification is procedure. Then your procedure is behind. Mara looked at him. Nora's hand found his wrist. Eddie continued. She was Hester Bell before she was anyone's wife. She was Hester Belvale after she left him. She is Hester Belvale now. She is not my property. She is not your asset. She is not a continuation error. She is a person who is dead. That does not make her less of one. The cemetery bell stopped. The silence afterward was enormous. Then every resident in the common rows began to speak. Not together, that would have been too easy. One voice said a name, then another, Thomas Reed, Cora Densley, Walter Brigg, Miriam Vale, the unmarked fireman, Samuel Pike, Amelia Ford. Names moved through the rain, not a chant, a roll call, every person saying the next person was there. The dead ledger's pages turned fast enough to blur. Living record density recognized. Witness clause active. Former living person status provisionally verified. The gray line beneath Hester's grave shuddered. The tag in Lilith's hand cracked. A black line split through final allocation. New words appeared. Selection STAYED. Review required. Claimant may refuse transfer pending hearing. Hester gasped, her shape sharpened. Color did not return to her exactly, but the white erasure withdrew from the stone. The letters reformed slowly. Hester Bell Vale. Below the name a second line appeared. SHE chose. Hester stared at it. Her hand rose to her mouth. Nora began to cry silently. Eddie felt something break loose in his chest. Not victory, not yet, but a door. A real one. Hester stayed beside the stone for several seconds, staring at the sentence beneath her name. SHE chose. Rain gathered in the carved letters and made them shine. I chose, she said again. No one rushed her. That mattered too. Eddie had spent enough time around the dead to know that people could be lost in a single dramatic moment, but they were usually recovered more slowly. Through names, through objects, through someone making room for them to understand that the world had not merely paused before taking them back. Hester looked at the blue tin rattle held against his ribs. Is the pencil still there? She asked. Rattle opened the tin carefully. The small pencil stub lay between the wage book and the pressed violet. Yes, he said. Hester gave a shaky laugh. I sharpened it with a bread knife. The foreman would not give women the good pencil, said the nib was for signatures that mattered. Mara's expression tightened. Did he say that? He did. Name, Rattle asked at once. Hester blinked. What? Foreman name. Potential historical negligence cross-reference. Nora touched Rattle's arm. Later. Rattle lowered his pen, visibly pained by restraint. Hester looked at the old pencil again. His name was Wilfred Croft. He died of a fever before I left the bindery. I am not interested in him now. The statement settled over the grave with more force than a curse. Eddie understood it. Sometimes survival was not forgiving the man who had made you small. Sometimes it was refusing to let him continue taking up room after he was gone. Hester reached toward the blue tin. Rattle hesitated, then offered it. Her translucent fingers passed through the metal at first. Nora stepped closer, putting one hand beneath Hester's as though lending the dead woman enough of the living world to touch what had remained of her life. The tin settled into Hester's palm. For one breath it held. Hester opened the folded petition. 6 names had been written beneath a short demand for equal piecework pay. The ink was faded, but the signatures were clear. Hester Bell, Mary Dobbs, Lydia Crane, Evelyn Shaw, Dorcas Hale, Ruth Vane. Hester's fingers stopped above the 5th name. Dorcas Hale, she whispered. The dead ledger buzzed. Resident match found. DORCAS Hale. Status unmarked field. Current condition name fragmented. The chapel grounds fell quiet again. Hester looked at Eddie. She worked beside me. She never married. That was enough for people to call her difficult. When the mill shut, she went to live with an aunt near the East Road. I thought she had left the town. She may have, Cashin said, and later entered Black Hollow under a different record. Hester looked back at the petition. She was not difficult, she was kind. She used to bring oranges at Christmas, even when she had only one. The dead ledger wrote, "Life record corroboration available. Potential witness chain expanded." Eddie stared at the names on the petition. There they were, 6 women in a book no larger than his hand. 6 signatures placed there because their wages had been wrong and someone had believed a list might make the world listen. It had not saved them then, but the record remained. And now one of those names had reached across a century into Black Hollow. Hester looked at him, her face steadier than before. "You said you could not speak for us." Eddie glanced at the ledger's last cruel line, representative status still unavailable. "No," he said, "not yet." Hester held up the petition. "Then do what we did. Put the names together until someone has to admit we were here." Rattle's skull lifted. "Collective civil record theory," he said. Lilith's eyes sharpened. "A group record might establish more than individual refusal. It could show shared legal participation in life. Work, contracts, associations, petitions, registered acts." Cashin nodded slowly. "A class of former living persons, not a category imposed by final allocation. A class demonstrated by the living record." Eddie looked from the petition to the cemetery around them. 23 names remained on the selection list. They had thought each person would need to be saved alone. Maybe that was what final allocation wanted. A series of isolated emergencies until everyone became too tired to remember anyone except the next name under threat. But Hester had already answered that problem before any of them existed. Put the names together. The dead ledger's pages turned. New evidence model detected. Collective former living personhood, possible. Requirements, living records, personal consent. Continuous witness. Then, as though it resented giving them anything useful, it added, "Estimated workload, unreasonable." Eddie looked at Hester. "Sounds familiar." Her smile came easier this time. "Most important things do." The dead ledger wrote, "Precedent established, limited. H. Bell Vale recognized as former living person. Rights, name, memory, refusal, review, representative status still unavailable." Eddie looked at the final line. Of course. Of course the system could recognize Hester as a person and still refuse to let someone speak for people who had no way to stand in the room. Lilith saw it too. "That will be the next fight," she said. "It is always the next fight," Eddie replied. The gray line at Hester's grave closed completely. 100 small lights rose over the common rows. Not all the dead, only the ones who had been waiting. The dead ledger's ink darkened. Then a fresh notice appeared. Final allocation response. Precedent acknowledged. Consequence, civil record review expanded. Next action, record recovery audit. Targets 23 remaining. Additional property held, MARTHAARLEN. Location, completed matters annex. Access, DENIED. Underneath, in gray letters that seemed to erase themselves as Eddie read, "Warning, the annex has begun reviewing living witnesses for excess continuity." Nora looked at the line. Eddie looked at her. The rain had eased. Morning was coming, thin and cold over Black Hollow. Hester stood beside her restored grave, one hand resting on the carved letters of her name as though she was afraid they might vanish if she stopped touching them. Martha was still gone. 23 people still waited. And somewhere behind a gray door in a place that did not believe people were entitled to remain people after death, an annex was holding a woman named Martha Arlen on a shelf called Former Testimony. Eddie picked up the index card from his pocket. MARLEN. Not disposed. He looked at the dead ledger. "Find me a door." The book paused, then wrote, "I have found several. All are bad." Eddie looked toward the farthest edge of the cemetery where the fog still hid plot 0. "Good," he said. "We are getting better at bad." End of chapter 7. Quick pause before the final run. If this is your kind of dark fantasy, leave a like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments which Black Hollow resident you trust least. That support helps the channel grow. Chapter 8. The Completed Matters Annex. Chapter 8. The Completed Matters Annex. The dead ledger found 7 doors to the Completed Matters Annex. This was not reassuring. Eddie Crowe had learned over the last several weeks that any sentence beginning with the dead ledger found usually ended with something bleeding, screaming, legally impossible, or all three. The book lay open on the chapel altar beneath a row of tired candles. Its pages were black. Its ink was white. The words had appeared at 4 in the morning, which Eddie felt was an unnecessarily hostile hour for a new disaster. 7 access routes detected. 6 routes involve bodily misplacement. 1 route involves FORMS. Recommendation, FORMS. Eddie stared at the notice. You are saying paperwork is the safe option. The ledger waited, relatively. That word has ruined more lives than knives. Across the chapel, Kit Mallory sat on the floor beside the complaint station with a blanket around his shoulders and a biscuit in his hand. He had been awake for perhaps 3 minutes. This did not stop him from looking offended on behalf of breakfast. What does bodily misplacement mean? He asked. Rattle, who was standing on a stool to reach a shelf of active files, did not turn around. It means parts of you may arrive before other parts. Kit lowered the biscuit. I hate this cemetery. You say that every morning, Eddie said. Every morning it earns it. Nora Quinn stood beside Eddie with her storm lantern unlit in one hand and a mug of tea in the other. Her yellow raincoat had been replaced by a dark wool coat borrowed from somewhere in the chapel stores, but the old raincoat was still folded over the back of a pew. Eddie had learned that Nora treated it as both clothing and a warning system. If she was wearing it, weather was involved. If it was within reach, something worse was. She read the ledger over Eddie's shoulder. Which door is the form's door? The ledger turned one page, former service entrance, completed matters annex, access classification, administrative irregularity, required materials. 1 unresolved claim, 1 unfinished duty, 1 witness who will not be filed, 1 person who knows when a form is lying. Eddie looked at the list. That sounds almost achievable. Lilith Quill, seated at the end of the front pew with 4 black folders spread around her, looked up. You are the unresolved claim. The cemetery is the unfinished duty. Nora is the witness. I am apparently the person who knows when a form is lying. And what is rattle? Kit asked. The skeleton clerk straightened his tiny visor. The person who knows when a form is lying politely. Lilith considered this useful distinction. Mara Voss stood near the chapel door sharpening a silver-edged blade. She had stopped asking why a graveyard required her to attend hearings. Eddie suspected she had stopped asking because every answer had been worse than the previous one. Where is the entrance? She asked. The dead ledger wrote. At the place where completed matters are stored before they have earned the right to be forgotten. Mara looked at Eddie. That is not a location. No, he said. It is a threat wearing a sentence. Cassian Vale crouched beside the altar steps with a map of the city of cemeteries open across his knees. He had not slept either. The pale auditor's coat was creased, his gloves were ink-stained, and the rim of one eye had begun to darken in the way of a man whose professional training had never prepared him for a cemetery manager using civil archives to undermine final allocation. It is below central death governance, Cassian said. Not inside it. That distinction matters. Why? Eddie asked. Because inside central death governance, people at least pretend rules exist. The annex is where rules go after they are applied. Kit frowned. That sounds worse. It is worse, Cassian said. The cathedral bell above the broken chapel gave a low, unhappy tremor. Not a ring, more like a throat clearing beneath stone. Everyone looked up. The dead ledger wrote again. MARTHARLEN, continuity status deteriorating. Current location, former testimony shelf. Time to compliance review, 18 hours, 42 minutes. The chapel went quiet. Martha Arlen had been gone for 2 days, not dead again. Nobody had confirmed that. Final allocation had taken her from the preliminary disposal chamber and moved her somewhere the system refused to call a place. Cassian had managed to identify the classification, completed matters annex, former testimony shelf, which was an improvement only in the way knowing the name of a storm improved the weather. Martha had been the first person the office had taken after the witness clause began to matter. She had stood in a lower registry holding June Sayer's letter and had said she was afraid. Final allocation had hurt her. Then it had decided fear was insufficient evidence of personhood. Eddie still saw the gray tag on her chest when he closed his eyes, not because he had promised to save her. He had not, because he had said he would not let them take her. There was a difference. It did not make him feel better. Nora set the mug down on the altar. What does compliance review mean? Cashin did not answer at once. That was enough. Lilith closed one folder. It means the annex will test whether Martha is capable of being filed without objection from the record itself. Kit blinked. The record can object. It can if enough of the person remains attached to it, Lilith said. Memory, correspondence, legal acts, living witness, self-assertion, a mistake in a death certificate, a signature on the wrong form, grief that failed to disappear when someone expected it to. And if there is not enough, Nora asked. Lilith's expression went still. Then they mark the matter complete. Mara's blade stopped moving. Complete how? Cashin's voice was low. They removed the remaining contradiction. No one asked him to explain further. Outside the chapel, rain began against the broken stained glass. It came softly at first, then harder, tapping on the colored shards like fingernails on a desk. Eddie looked at the ledger. Forms door. What do we need? The book wrote. One unresolved claim. Eddie reached into the inside pocket of his coat and took out a folded brochure. The paper had survived more than it deserved. It was old now, bent at the corners, rain-stained, and marked with a coffee ring that had never entirely dried. CROWE and Covenant. Afterlife Security Solutions. Guaranteed peaceful rest. Kit looked at it. You still carry those? One, Eddie said. Why? He looked down at the silver raven printed above the black gate, because it was evidence, because it was shame, because it was the beginning of every problem he had now, because somewhere between the ink and the lies, it had become proof that he had once promised frightened people something he had never had the right to sell. Professional history, he said. The dead ledger wrote. Unresolved claim accepted. Fraudulent but persistent. Eddie looked at it. You could have been kinder. I could have been silent. That would have been kinder. Nora placed her hand over the brochure, not taking it from him. You do not have to use that if there is another way. Eddie looked at her. The other 6 doors involve bodily misplacement. That is not what I mean. He knew. He folded the brochure once and put it back into his pocket. It is a lie I made, he said. The annex likes unresolved things. Let it have mine. Mara sheathed her blade, and the unfinished duty. Eddie looked around the chapel, at the complaints stacked on the station, at the dark files Rattle had arranged by urgency, at Hester Belvale's new name written in silver on the memorial board, at the 23 people still marked for review. Me, he said, the ledger's pages turned. Unfinished duty accepted. Manager CROWE, insufficient, persistent, present. I notice you spelled my name right only when you are insulting me. The ink paused, correct. Nora lifted the storm lantern. And the witness who will not be filed. Eddie looked at her. Nora's face gave him no room to make a joke. I am going, she said. I know. You were about to say no. I was going to say it carefully. That is worse. Myra folded her arms. He cannot stop you. I know, Nora said. Eddie looked from Nora to Myra. Everyone has suddenly become very supportive of my lack of authority. You are learning, Nora said. Lilith rose, closing her folders in a neat stack. We leave in 10 minutes. Cashin, you guide. Rattle, you do not sign anything. Mara, you do not stab anything unless it attempts to classify us as equipment. Kit. I stay, Kit asked. Lilith looked at him. You come. Kit blinked. Why? Because the annex has no appetite for ordinary practical corruption. You know how to look like someone who belongs behind a counter. Kit looked proud. I have worked in bars. Exactly. The dead ledger wrote. Party composition, questionable. Survival projection, irritatingly dependent on cooperation. Eddie picked up the manager's shovel. That sounds almost hopeful. No, the door to the completed matters annex was beneath the city of cemeteries, behind a service lift that had been removed from every official plan 63 years earlier. Cashin knew this because he had once audited the records of a missing registrar. Lilith knew it because Infernal Council was occasionally asked to settle disputes involving forgotten inheritance chains. Rattle knew it because he had found a transport request hidden inside an obsolete filing code. And Eddie knew it because the dead ledger had drawn a narrow white line across the chapel floor, then another line down the steps, past the front gate, through the rain, across the city of cemeteries, and finally beneath a building labeled in small gray letters. Public mourning supplies. That is a shop, Kit said. Yes, Cashin replied. So the entrance to the place holding Martha is in a shop. Behind a shop. That is somehow less reassuring. They passed through the cemetery gates at dawn. The city of cemeteries waited beyond Black Hollow in a damp sprawl of stone avenues, mausoleum districts, office towers built around old tombs, street lamps with black glass, and courthouses that wore their dead histories like expensive coats. Eddie had visited once before with the audit party. He had disliked it immediately. The city made Black Hollow feel honest. Black Hollow had graves, mud, dangerous secrets, and a cemetery system with emotional problems. It did not pretend to be clean. The city of cemeteries had polished steps, brass signs, clerks in gray coats, long corridors where grieving people waited under lamps that never flickered. It had bakeries selling bread to mourning families, kiosks selling fresh flowers, public notices written in language too tidy to admit anyone was in pain. It was the kind of city that used the word resolution when it meant someone had stopped being inconvenient. Nora walked beside Eddie with the lantern hidden beneath her coat. The flame was turned low. Mara walked on his other side, hood up, crossbow wrapped in oilcloth. Lilith moved ahead with Cashin, already arguing quietly about jurisdiction. Rattle clacked behind them with his travel satchel. Kit kept checking over his shoulder as though worried someone might notice he had never been issued a valid reason to enter a city of the dead. They reached public mourning supplies just as the shop opened. The sign over the door was faded gold on black wood. Reads, VEILS. Memorial Inc. Rental CHAIRS. A small bell rang when they entered. The interior smelled of wax, dried lavender, black ribbon, and old raincoats. Shelves held funeral candles, cards of condolence, lace veils, brass plaques, spare pen nibs, packets of soil from approved cemeteries, and dozens of framed phrases for people who did not know what to say to grief. Gone but not forgotten, resting peacefully, loved beyond words. Eddie stared at the last one. That is optimistic. The woman behind the counter looked up. She was old, narrow, and dressed in a black cardigan with pearl buttons. Her hair was silver and pinned tight. She had the tired eyes of someone who had watched too many people choose between ribbon colors while trying not to cry. "Can I help you?" she asked. Lilith stepped forward. "We require access to the former service entrance." The woman's eyes did not change. "No, you do not." Cashin placed his audit signet on the counter. "This is an emergency record recovery." "No, it is not," the woman said. "It is an emergency record interference." Eddie looked at Cashin. "She knows us." "She knows the office," Cashin said. The woman's gaze moved to Eddie, then to the shovel, then to the brochure visible inside his coat pocket. Her mouth tightened. "Crowe and Covenant," she said. Eddie sighed. "I was younger." "You were 18. That is younger. You promised my sister peaceful rest." The room went very still. Eddie felt Nora's shoulder touch his once, not to stop him, just there. The old woman reached beneath the counter and brought out a glossy card. It was one of his brochures, not a copy, one of the originals. The silver raven had faded. The black gate had cracked along the fold. Someone had written in pencil across the bottom, Mrs. Ada Prin, paid in full. Eddie looked at it. Your sister. Ada, she was afraid she would not find my mother after she died. She was 83 and still thought death involved walking through a large station with no signs. Eddie remembered a woman with blue gloves and a voice that shook when she asked whether people who were shy in life became lost in the afterlife. He had sold her the family continuity plan. He had charged extra for a handwritten prayer. The old woman watched him remember. That was worse than anger. I am sorry, Eddie said. The words sounded small in the shop. He did not decorate them, did not make them clever. I was lying, he said. I did not know anything. I took her money. I should not have. The woman's eyes stayed on him. No, she said, you should not have. Kit shifted behind him. Mara looked toward the service door. Lilith said nothing. Nora did not move. The woman folded the card once. My sister died 9 months later, she said, peacefully according to the doctor, not according to me. There was nothing peaceful about losing her, but she kept your card in the drawer beside her bed. She said it made her feel less alone. Eddie swallowed. The old woman looked at the black brochure. A lie can still touch something true, she said. That does not excuse it, it makes it harder. He had no answer. She slid the card across the counter toward him. You are here because the dead need something. Yes. And you are going to tell me it is important. Yes. Then do not lie now. Eddie met her eyes. A woman named Martha Arlen has been taken to an annex that treats dead people like completed files. We are going to bring her back. We may fail. We may make things worse. But I am not going to tell you it is safe. The old woman watched him for another moment. Then she reached below the counter. A brass key appeared in her hand. It was long, flat, and marked with a small engraved square. My name is Elsie Perrin, she said. My sister was Ada. Say that somewhere it matters. Eddie took the key. Elsie Perrin, Ada Perrin. The shop lights flickered. Behind the counter, a narrow panel in the wall clicked open. A gray service door stood where a shelf of condolence cards had been. The old woman looked at the group. Downstairs, she said. First lift on the left. Do not take the lift that smells of roses. Do not answer the bell if it rings twice. And if anyone asks whether you are there for collection, say no. Kit looked at Eddie. This feels like a lot of rules. It is a shop for mourning supplies, Elsie said. We survive by policy. The service corridor beneath the shop was narrow, damp, and painted the color of old teeth. The air smelled of dust, metal, and something sweet that had gone wrong years ago. Pipes ran along the ceiling. Water ticked somewhere in the dark. A single bare bulb burned above a painted sign, staff only. No return of OPENED grief. Rattle stopped to read it. Technically sound, he said. Keep moving, Mara told him. The first lift on the left had no visible buttons. Its doors were gray metal. A narrow brass slot sat beside them, shaped like a mouth without teeth. Cashin examined it. The key. Eddie placed Elsie Perrin's key in the slot. The lift doors opened. Inside was a small square of dim yellow light, a rail along each wall, and a floor covered in thin black dust. No buttons, no numbers, only a brass plaque state purpose clearly. Lilith entered first. Record recovery, she said. Nothing happened. Cashin stepped in. Emergency administrative review. Nothing happened. Mara looked at the plaque. We are here to retrieve someone who was taken without consent. The lift shuddered, then stopped. The dead ledger tucked beneath Eddie's coat wrote against its closed cover, purpose incomplete. Nora looked at Eddie. He knew. The lift did not want a legal statement. It wanted the ugly truth underneath it. Eddie stepped inside and held the old brochure in front of him. We are here because a woman was called complete before she was finished being herself, he said. And because if the office can do that to her, it can do it to everyone. Lift doors closed. For a moment nothing moved. Then the floor dropped. Kit made a sound like a man discovering gravity had become personal. The descent was too fast, not physically. Eddie did not feel weight leave his stomach. The lift simply passed through levels of the city that should not have existed beneath a morning shop. He saw them through the seams of the doors. A corridor full of empty wheelchairs. A room of clocks all stopped at different minutes. A warehouse of closed umbrellas dripping black water. A narrow court where gray figures stood behind a rail and raised their hands one at a time, forever waiting to be recognized. A shelf of little labeled boxes. Marriage unresolved. Name dispute. No body LOCATED. Excess grief. Nora caught Eddie's sleeve as the lift passed a room lined with small shoes. He did not look again. Then the lift stopped. The doors opened. The completed matters annex was quiet. Not empty. Quiet. The hallway beyond was long and pale gray, its walls crowded with metal drawer cabinets that rose all the way to a ceiling lost in shadow. The drawers had no handles. Each bore a thin black label. Settled, closed, transferred, concluded, no further action. At the far end of the corridor stood a desk beneath a green lamp. A man sat behind it. He wore a gray suit. His hair was neat. His face was ordinary enough that Eddie could not hold it in his mind for more than a second. Mr. Guerin had been forgettable in a brown coat. This man was forgettable in official gray. He looked up as they approached. "Visitors," he said. His voice held no surprise. Cashin moved forward. "We are here on an emergency recovery petition." The man opened a thin book. "Name." Lilith began, "Counsel for." "Name," the man repeated. Eddie felt the ledger grow heavy inside his coat. Nora's fingers tightened around the lantern handle. The old woman's warning returned to him. Do not answer the bell if it rings twice. Do not say you are there for collection. The man at the desk had not asked who they represented. He had asked for a name. Names were handles. Eddie smiled. "We are here for a file." The man's pen paused. "Files do not visit files." "Then your office has been doing it wrong." The man looked at him. For a second the ordinary face did not blur. It sharpened, not into something monstrous, into something utterly uninterested in whether anyone in front of it hurt. "State purpose," he said. Eddie placed the Crow and Covenant brochure on the desk. The man looked down at it. The paper unfolded itself. The silver raven brightened. The black gate clicked open. Unresolved claim, EDDIECROWE, false assurance, paid, unsettled. Every drawer along the corridor clicked once. The man's eyes returned to Eddie. "You are incomplete," he said. "I get that a lot. You have been reviewed before. Also a lot. Your matter is not eligible for storage." "That is good." "No, it is inconvenient." Eddie's smile slipped. The man touched the brochure with one finger. "You may enter under self-dispute," he said. "One personal claim, one associated duty, one unfiled witness." He looked at Nora. "The witness may enter only if she accepts provisional retention liability." Nora stepped forward. "What does that mean?" "That the annex may retain any statement you make." "No," Eddie said. The man ignored him. "The witness may be reviewed for excessive continuity." Nora's face went still. The hallway lamps dimmed. Cashin whispered, "That is how they create the living witness risk. They file the living as future evidence." "No," Eddie said again. The man looked at him. "The witness is optional." Nora turned toward Eddie. "I am going in." "No. You cannot speak for me." The sentence cut cleanly. Eddie closed his mouth. Nora held his gaze. "You are not allowed to become the thing we are fighting because you are afraid," she said quietly. The corridor seemed to listen. Mara looked away. Lilith's expression shifted, almost approving. Eddie hated that Nora was right. He hated it because she was right without being cruel. He looked at the man behind the desk. "What exactly does she agree to?" The man opened his thin book. "That she may be remembered by the annex." Nora's grip tightened around the lantern. "Fine," she said. Eddie looked at her. "Nora, I am not letting them take Martha, because they have made memory dangerous." The man slid a blank gray card across the desk. "State your name. State your purpose. State whether the statement is voluntary." Nora picked up the card. Her hand did not shake. "Nora Quinn," she said. "I am here because Martha Arlen is a person. I am here voluntarily." The green lamp flared. The card wrote itself. Witness statement accepted. Retention liability, active. Eddie felt something cold move through the hall. The man pushed the card into a drawer beside him. The drawer shut. Nora's lantern flame went out. For 1 second, darkness swallowed the corridor. Then the green lamps returned one by one. Nora looked down at the lantern. The flame was gone, not extinguished. Filed. The man stood. "Former testimony is through the completed matters floor. Do not open drawers marked settled. Do not touch material marked closed. Do not attempt personal recovery without authorization." Kit raised one hand. "What happens if we do?" The man looked at him. "You become an item." Kit lowered his hand. "Reasonable answer." The man pointed down the hall. "Proceed." They walked. The annex did not have rooms in the ordinary sense. It had aisles, long rows of cabinets, shelves, gray boxes, and metal racks. Paper moved beneath glass. Names appeared and faded on labels. The green lamps followed them, turning on only when the group came close and going dark behind them. Eddie read what he could without slowing. Mrs. A. Lavender, estate settled without review. Peter Hall. Debt resolved through family claim. Unknown woman. Witness insufficient. Thomas Reed. Return to local holding. He stopped at the last one. Thomas Reed was one of the consent claimants at Black Hollow, a former fireman whose name had been stripped from the service row after he died in a warehouse fire. He had been quiet since Hester's precedent, more watchful than hopeful. Eddie reached toward the drawer. Mara caught his wrist. "Marked settled," she said. "He is in Black Hollow." "Then this may be an old copy." "Lord." Mara looked at the drawer. "Or they are keeping parts of him." Eddie pulled his hand back. The drawer clicked softly. From inside it, a man's voice said, "Fire watch is late." Then silence. Rattle's skull turned toward the drawer. "Unauthorized duplicate retention," he whispered. "That is a records violation." Lilith glanced at him. "Can you prove it?" Rattle opened his travel satchel and removed a small square seal. "I can mark it." "Do that," Lilith said. The skeleton pressed the seal to the drawer. A small red stamp appeared. "Duplicate custody contested." The drawer shivered. The voice inside said more clearly, "Thank you." They continued. The deeper they went, the less the annex resembled a basement. The aisle widened into a library without books. Gray shelves rose in levels. Narrow bridges crossed gaps full of whispering paper. Below them, endless drawers slid in and out by themselves, carrying cards from one shelf to another. People worked at desks beneath green lamps. They were clerks. Maybe. Each wore gray. Each had a blank wooden tag tied around their neck. Their faces were pale and almost featureless, like portraits that had been left in rain. They sorted documents, moved boxes, stamped forms, and never looked up. Kit whispered, "Are they dead?" Cashin shook his head. "Not exactly." "What does that mean?" "It means do not ask them." A bell rang somewhere in the annex. Once, everyone stopped. The sound was thin, small, a desk bell maybe. It echoed down the metal aisles, then it rang again. Nora's face changed. Elsie Perrin's warning, "Do not answer the bell if it rings twice." The clerk stopped sorting. Every blank face turned toward the group. The second bell was still vibrating in the air. Eddie's mouth went dry. One of the clerks stood. It was a woman in a gray coat with a red stamp at the throat. She carried a clipboard. Her face was blank except for a thin black line where a mouth should have been. "Collection response required," she said. Lilith moved forward. "We are not collection." The clerk tilted her head. "Then why did you ring?" "We did not," Kit said. The clerk's blank face turned toward him. "Statement recorded." Dead ledger pulsed in Eddie's coat. "False initiation event. Source, annex. Intent, create implied cooperation." Eddie understood just enough to panic correctly. If they denied the bell too cleanly, the office would say they had responded to it. If they admitted being there, the annex would classify them as participants. If they ran, the clerks would file them as evading review. A perfect trap. He looked at the clipboard. at the woman's gray coat, at the way her hand held the paper with absolute boredom. Then he did the thing he had been good at before any of this began. He acted like he belonged. "Your bell is defective," Eddie said. The clerk did not move. It initiated a collection response without a receiving signature. That is a service error. Lilith looked at him. Cashin's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. The clerk's head tilted further. "Receiving signature absent." "Exactly. No signature, no authority. No authority, no collection. You cannot put a person in a process because your equipment rang twice." The clerk considered this. The sound was not audible, but all the drawers beneath the bridges paused. Eddie stepped closer, holding out his hand. "Give me the bell log." The clerk looked at his open palm. "You are not annex staff." "No," Eddie said. "I am the manager of a recognized restricted necropolis under death stay, currently conducting a duty conflict review related to unlawful duplicate custody and improper living witness retention. If you want to tell Central Death Governance that this floor manufactured consent through an unverified bell, be my guest." The air changed, not much, enough. One of the far clerks dropped a tray of blank cards. The cards fluttered to the floor like pale birds. The woman with the clipboard looked at Eddie's shovel, at the silver letters along its blade. "Manager authority recognized." "Manager status," she said. "Recognized," Eddie replied. "Representative status unavailable." "I know, everybody says it like they enjoy it." Clerk held out the clipboard. Eddie took it. The page was blank, then black ink formed in a narrow column. "Bell event 2 rings, source unknown, response visitors present, consent implied." Eddie looked at the final line, then he scratched it out. The pen in his hand was not a pen. It was the small brass pencil from Hester Bell's blue tin which Rattle had tucked into the travel satchel as evidence. The lead touched the gray paper. Consent implied became consent contested. The whole annex shook. Not violently, irritably. The blank-faced clerk opened her mouth. A sound like tearing paper came out. "Unauthorized correction." Eddie handed her back the clipboard. "No, local correction. Put it in the error queue." The clerk stared at the changed line. Then she stamped the page. "Bell event under review. Collection suspended." Every clerk sat down at once. The annex began moving again. Kit exhaled. That was fraud. Eddie looked at him. That was procedure. Lilith's smile was thin but real. He is learning the difference. Do not make it sound encouraging. The path to former testimony was marked by a sign at the far end of the floor. Completed matters. Former testimony. No re-entry after determination. The corridor beyond was colder. The green lamps became blue, the drawers smaller. The labels more personal: first apology, undelivered letter, unwitnessed marriage, unproven kindness, private grief. Nora slowed beside a drawer marked Grace Quinn, East Wall Auxiliary, status, archived, her grandmother. Eddie saw her face change. He stepped between Nora and the drawer before she reached for it. "Do not." "I know. You were going to." "I said I know." The drawer clicked. A woman's voice came softly from inside. "Nora." Nora stopped breathing. Eddie felt it. The way her whole body locked, not with fear, but with the old animal hope that made people walk toward dangerous things because they had heard someone they loved on the other side. The voice came again. "Nora, it is cold." Myra stepped closer to the drawer. "It is not her," she said. Nora's jaw tightened. "I know." But her hand had gone white around the lantern handle. Eddie wanted to say something useful. He did not know how. So he took the old brochure from his pocket, folded it over the label, and pressed it against the drawer. The silver raven blackened. The voice stopped. The drawer shuddered. Then the label changed. Grace Quinn, East Wall Auxiliary, status, witness record preserved. Nora stared. The blue lamps around them brightened. The dead ledger wrote against Eddie's coat. Living witness continuity recognized. External retention request, DENIAD. Nora looked at him. "What did you do?" Eddie held up the ruined brochure. I used a fake promise to cover a real one. Her eyes dropped to the paper, then back to him. That is not how it works. It worked enough. Eddie. He shrugged because he did not know what else to do with the feeling in his chest. We keep moving. Martha's shelf was at the end of the corridor. It was not dramatic. No iron gate, no chained coffin, no black glass, no final boss waiting under a chandelier of bones. It was a narrow metal shelf between two other shelves, a small gray drawer, a plain label, MARTHAARLEN, former testimony, compliance review pending. Eddie hated it more than anything else in the annex because it was so small. A woman had been taken from a room while holding a letter. She had been afraid. She had said her name. And the system had reduced all of that to a drawer no larger than a bread tin. Nora stood beside him. How do we open it? Cashin examined the label. We cannot, not directly. Lilith ran one gloved finger over the metal. The drawer is held by a compliance loop. The annex asks whether Martha's testimony has a present legal function. If the answer is no, the drawer closes permanently. She was a clerk, Rattle said. Her testimony has a record function. Cashin shook his head. Not in their view. She is testimony about a process they are trying to complete. That makes her inconvenient, not necessary. Eddie stared at the drawer. Then we make her necessary. The metal warmed under his palm. Words appeared. Primary question. What did MARTHAARLEN witness that cannot be completed without her? No one spoke. Eddie thought of the lower registry, Martha standing beside June's letter, Martha's fear, the way final allocation had taken her because her identity was not supported enough by civil records. But what had she witnessed? Rattle opened his satchel. He pulled out Martha's blank gray tag. It had been left behind after the preliminary disposal chamber closed. The tag was still blank. It should not be, he said. Every transfer tag carries an action record, destination, date, authority, but this one refuses to show anything. Lilith looked at it. Because Martha saw something before they took her. Cashin turned pale. The chamber order. Eddie looked at him. What chamber order? Cashin pulled a folded gray sheet from his inner pocket. He had kept it, the first order that had appeared in the preliminary disposal chamber, the one that had called Martha a claimant and then a matter. He unfolded it carefully. The text was fading. Preliminary disposal. Claimant, MARTHAARLEN. Review basis, insufficient continuity support. Below that, a second line had been written in a different hand. Eddie leaned closer. It was not gray office ink. It was black. SILASCROWE prior manager debt trial pending. Then another line. Witness, MARLEN. The corridor went still. Mara looked at Cashin. Why did you not show us that? Cashin's throat moved. I did not see it until after she was taken. Lilith snatched the order from his hand. Her eyes narrowed. Martha witnessed Silas's prior manager debt trial. How? Kit asked. She worked in the registry, Cashin said. Before she died, perhaps she copied the original containment records. Perhaps Silas used her office. Rattle's fingers clicked over the blank tag. Then her testimony is not about her own death alone. It is evidence that Silas's transfer scheme was not closed. Eddie felt the pieces move. Silas had arranged Black Hollow's inheritance. He had manipulated records. He had used witnesses and debts as tools. The audit had contained him in the office drawer under a pending trial, but pending was not resolved, and Martha had seen something that could prove it. Open it, Eddie said. The drawer did not move. The question on the metal shifted. What did MARTHAARLEN witness that cannot be completed without her? Eddie read the line again. Then he placed the chamber order against the drawer. She witnessed a trial that is still pending, he said. She witnessed a prior manager's debt that is not resolved. She witnessed a system using records to hide an unlawful transfer. You cannot complete the matter because the person who saw it is here. The drawer clicked once, then stopped. New question. Why SHOULD the annex accept her testimony? Lilith looked at Eddie. It is asking for authority. We have no representative status. No, Lilith said, but Martha does herself. The words settled. Nora stepped toward the drawer. Martha has to choose. Eddie shook his head. She is in there. Yes, and that is why it has to be her choice. He knew, of course he knew. That did not make the drawer less terrible. The dead ledger wrote. Self-assertion path detected, requires live testimony. How do we hear her? Eddie asked. Rattle lifted the gray tag. This was on her when they took her. It remembers the transfer. He held it over the drawer. The blank tag trembled. A thin sound came from inside the metal, not a scream. A pencil moving over paper, scratch, scratch, scratch. Then Martha's voice, very faint. I am still writing. Nora closed her eyes. Eddie's hands tightened around the shovel. Martha, he said. The sound stopped. Then Eddie. Yes. I thought you were not allowed in here. I am not. A pause. That sounds like you. The voice was weaker than he remembered, but it was Martha, dry, tired, precise. A woman who had spent years copying notices no one wanted to read and had still believed the words should be right. Can you hear us? Nora asked. Not properly. I hear papers. I hear drawers. I hear people being summarized. The blue lamps flickered. What are you writing? Rattle asked. Martha's voice grew clearer. Names. Every drawer in former testimony clicked. The blank-faced clerks at the far end of the corridor rose from their desks. Cashin whispered, She is writing names into the annex. Is that bad? Kit asked. Lilith looked toward the clerks. For them, yes. The first clerk began walking. Slowly, clipboard in hand, Mara drew her blade. We have little time. Eddie leaned close to the drawer. Martha, they are asking why they should accept your testimony. The pencil scratched, because I saw the file. Which file? The Crowe transfer. Eddie went cold. The first clerk reached the end of the aisle. Unauthorized testimony must be contained, it said. Mara stepped in front of the group. Try it. The clerk held up its clipboard. Hunter Mara Voss, your presence is recorded as enforcement. You may preserve order. You may not oppose conclusion. Mara smiled. I oppose lots of things. The clerk's blank face did not change. It raised one hand. The drawers along the aisle began opening. Gray paper spilled out. Each sheet bore a name, some familiar: Hester Bell Vale, Thomas Reed, Cora Wren, Peter Quill, Esther Valm, Abel Knorr, consent claimants. The papers wrapped around Mara's boots. She cut them with her silver blade. More papers came. Nora raised the lantern. No flame, but the glass began to glow from inside with a thin gold thread. It is not filed, she said. The glow brightened. The papers around Mara's boots burned away without flame. The clerk stepped back. Witness retention error, it said. You are welcome, Nora replied. Eddie turned back to the drawer. Martha, the Crowe transfer, what did you see? The pencil scratched faster. A list. A gray strip pushed out from the seam of the drawer. Rattle caught it. The writing was cramped and blurred. He held it toward the blue lamp. Prior manager Silas Crowe, restricted manager transfer, emergency bloodline substitution. Candidate list redacted. Final selection, Edward James Crowe. Eddie stopped breathing. Nora looked at him. He did not look back. Martha spoke again. There were other names. The clerks began moving faster. What names? Eddie asked. People who had signed something. People who had been near Black Hollow. People who had owed money. People who had no family. Silas made a list of people the system would not miss. The hallway shook. A drawer above them slammed open. A rain of gray tags fell. Mara intercepted two with her blade. Lilith snapped a red seal into the air. The tags froze, then burst into ash. Kit stared upward. They were going to use anyone. Martha's voice was quiet. Yes, Eddie was not chosen because he was special. He was chosen because he was available. The words hit harder than Eddie expected. He had spent years trying to become someone impossible to ignore. Before that, he had spent years learning how to survive being overlooked, available, a person the system would not miss. The drawer's metal warmed beneath his hand. The question changed. Why should the annex accept her testimony? Martha spoke from inside. Because I saw the list and I copied it. Silence, even the clerk stopped. Rattle leaned forward. You copied it. I copied every name. I put the list where Silas could not get it. Where? Eddie asked. The pencil sound paused. In the place nobody files because it is too ordinary. Eddie waited. Martha said the chapel kettle. Kit blinked. The kettle. At Black Hollow, the old black kettle behind the complaint station, Silas never touched it. He said it smelled of Father Gideon's tea. Rattle made an offended noise. The kettle is not a records receptacle. Apparently it is, Lilith said. The first clerk raised its clipboard. Testimony has exceeded permitted scope. The drawer began to slide inward. Eddie shoved his fingers into the gap. The metal cut into his skin. No. The clerk looked at him. Manager Crowe, representative status unavailable. I am not representing her. The clerk's blank face tilted. Then what are you doing? Eddie looked into the dark seam of the drawer. He could hear Martha breathing now, or maybe he only wanted to. Listening, he said. The metal stopped. The word hung in the corridor. Nora stepped beside him. Martha, she said, do you want to return to Black Hollow? The clerks moved again. Lilith raised a hand. Answer only if you choose to. Martha's pencil scratched, then her voice came through the drawer. Yes. The annex lights flickered. Do you want Eddie Crowe to carry your testimony to a hearing? Nora asked. Eddie held his breath. This was it. The thing he could not ask for. The thing nobody could decide for her. Martha was silent for so long that the gray paper began to gather at the corners of the aisle. Then she said, yes, but not because he is manager. Eddie's throat tightened. Why then? Because he came back. The drawer opened, not all at once, a fraction, then another. A cold gray light spilled across the floor. Inside lay Martha Arlen. She was curled on her side in a space too small to be called a room. Her gray dress was unchanged from the preliminary disposal chamber. June Sayer's letter was clutched against her chest. Her fingers were stained with ink. Around her, hundreds of narrow cards lay in neat stacks. Names, not just her own. Names she had written so they would not disappear. Mara moved first but stopped before touching her. Martha, she said, can you stand? Martha opened her eyes. They were exhausted. They were furious. I can, she said, but I would prefer to do it outside the drawer. Eddie helped pull the drawer farther open. It resisted every inch. The first clerk stepped forward. Release unauthorized. Lilith moved in front of it. No, release self-authorized under live testimony and witness consent. Council authority unrecognized. Then recognize this. Lilith tore a page from her folder and pressed it to the clerk's chest. The paper burned red. The clerk looked down. Its blank face split along the mouth line. A row of stamped words appeared beneath the surface. Void, pending, void, pending. Lilith smiled without warmth. You cannot finish a record while the record is actively contesting its own completion. The clerk's body folded inward like a closed umbrella. Mara grabbed Martha's arm. Nora took the other side. Together they helped her out of the drawer. Martha stumbled. The corridor shook. The shelves screamed. Not people, metal, paper, filing systems under stress. The blank-faced clerks began to come down the aisle in a line. Rattle thrust the gray tag into Martha's hand. Hold this, it is yours. Martha looked at it. The tag wrote itself. Marthaarlen, former living person. Witness, consent, active. The dead ledger burst open inside Eddie's coat. Witness clause expansion detected. Marthaarlen consent recorded. Manager representative authorization limited. Scope. Marthaarlen only. Eddie stared. Limited is still something. The clerks reached them. Mara moved. The first blade took a clipboard in half. The second cut through a gray sleeve. Instead of blood, black stamps flew out, slamming against the walls. Received, closed, DENIAD, received. Nora lifted the lantern. The faint gold thread flared into a real flame. The clerks recoiled, not from fire, from being seen. Their blank faces began to show features: a tired woman, a boy with a bruised cheek, an old man in a clerk's collar, a young person with their mouth sewn shut by gray thread. They were not servants, they were former matters. People who had been filed until nothing remained but a job. Eddie felt sick. The nearest clerk stopped. The face beneath the gray blankness was a woman in her 40s. Her eyes were terrified. "I did not agree," she whispered. The other clerks reached for her. Eddie raised the shovel. "Then do not carry their papers," he said. The woman looked at him. "I cannot leave." Neither could Martha. Martha stood beside Nora, trembling but upright. Her hand still held the gray tag. "Write your name," Martha said. The woman's fingers shook. A blank card appeared in front of her. She looked at it like a person seeing water after years underground. Then she wrote, "Elana Ford." The annex screamed, not loud. Every lamp went black. Every drawer in the corridor slammed shut. Then one drawer far above them opened. A small bundle of gray cards fell onto the floor at Eddie's feet. Rattle scooped them up. "Consent records," he said, "not fully active but preserved." The dead ledger wrote, "Unauthorized witness recovery event. Annex security escalation, severe. Recommendation, leave." "Finally," Kit said, "a recommendation I can follow." They ran. The completed matters annex did not like people leaving with things it had marked completed. The bridges shifted. Drawers opened along the walls. Gray paper poured from cabinets in long strips, wrapping around ankles and wrists. The green lamps snapped on ahead of them and went dark behind them, creating a tunnel of moving light. Mara took the front, blade flashing. Nora stayed beside Martha. Lilith shouted legal phrases that made labels peel from drawers. Cashin called directions that changed every 10 seconds. Rattle clutched the recovered gray cards against his ribs. Kit carried the travel satchel and somehow the old kettle key he had taken from the service lift. Eddie ran last, not because he was brave, because the ledger had begun writing across the floor behind them. Contested, contested, contested. The words burned white in the gray tile. Each one delayed the annex for a breath. A clerk caught Eddie's shoulder. Its fingers were cold paper against his coat. "Manager Crowe," it said. "Settlement option available." Eddie almost laughed. Of course it was. He turned. The clerk's blank face had become Mr. Guerin's face for 1 second. Brown hair, brown eyes, ordinary, forgettable. "You may retain Martha Arlen," it said. "Single claimant deferment. Return all recovered consent cards. Withdraw collective personhood model. Acknowledge that no representative class exists." Martha stopped ahead of him. Nora turned. The corridor shook. The clerk held out an empty hand. One person returned. 23 matters concluded without interference. There it was. The offer final allocation had been making since the beginning. Save one person. Let the rest become numbers. Eddie saw Hester at her grave. Thomas Reed with his battered fire helmet. Cora Wren under the paper birds. Esther Vaughn's suitcase. Peter Quill's ship manifest. Abel Knorr's brass compass. 23 names. 23 people who had trusted him with something dangerous enough to be used against them. The clerk waited. "You cannot save all of them." Eddie looked at Martha. She was pale, exhausted. Her gray tag trembled in her hand. She had just escaped a drawer. He could take the deal. He could put her first. He wanted to. That was the ugly part. He wanted to take the immediate rescue and call it practical because practical things sounded kinder than fear. Martha saw it, not the thought, the struggle. She shook her head once. "Do not," she said. Eddie's throat closed. The clerk's hand remained open. "Manager Crowe, you have a duty to the claimant before you." "No," Martha said. The clerk looked at her. "Claimant testimony is not required." Martha straightened. Her voice was thin, but it carried. "It is if you are claiming to finish me." The corridor stopped. The papers in the air froze. Martha lifted her gray tag. "I consent to return. I consent to be heard. I consent to Eddie Crowe carrying my testimony to any court that will listen. I do not consent to being saved by abandoning anyone else." The clerk's hand closed. The annex screamed again. The sound broke the nearest lamps. Mara grabbed Eddie's arm. "Now." They ran. The route back to the service lift was no longer there. In its place stood a row of gray doors. Each had a small black sign, "Final Exit." Cashin swore, "Do not open them." "Why?" Kit asked. "Because they are exits." "That is usually why people open doors marked exit." "Not here." Rattle pointed down. A faint white line glowed beneath the tiles. It was the dead ledger's writing, not a path, a sentence. "Unfinished matters do not leave BY final exit." Eddie followed it. The line led to a narrow gap between two cabinets. No door. Just a dark vertical seam where paperwork had piled too high, and the wall had been forced to admit it was not solid. Nora looked at it. "That is the way out." The ledger wrote. "Yes, that is not a door." The other 7 were worse. They went through the seam. The world folded around them again. This time it hurt. Eddie felt every unfinished thing in his life pull at once. His mother's photograph in the coat pocket he no longer carried. Mr. Hamid standing in the rain with a kebab he could not afford. Mrs. Wren's hand rising from grave 17. The first time Nora had looked at him as though he might become more than the liar he had been. Every name he had promised he would not let disappear. For one terrible second, the annex tried to make all of it a file. He kept moving. Then they fell out of the service lift into the back corridor of public mourning supplies. Kit hit the floor first. Rattle landed on top of him. Mara caught herself against the wall. Lilith stumbled once and looked furious at gravity. Cashin sat hard on the tiles, holding 3 maps that had somehow come with him. Nora and Martha fell together, and Nora wrapped both arms around Martha before either of them hit the floor. The lift doors shut. A brass plaque above them changed, "Out of service." Then the letters melted away. The narrow service corridor was silent. For 3 breaths nobody moved. Then Martha laughed. It was not a happy laugh. It was exhausted, cracked, almost disbelieving. But it was a laugh from someone outside the drawer. Nora began laughing too. Kit lay beneath Rattle and said, "Can someone confirm we are not currently an item?" Rattle climbed off him. "Status uncertain." "That is not confirmation." Eddie pushed himself upright. His shoulder hurt. His palm was bleeding where the drawer had cut it. His coat was full of gray dust and shredded paper. Martha sat against the wall with June's letter in one hand and her gray tag in the other. The tag still read. "Marthaarlen, former living person, witness, consent, active." Eddie looked at her. "You okay?" Martha considered the question. "No," she said, "but I am here." "That counts." "Does it?" Eddie looked at the closed lift doors, then at the gray tag. "It has to." The door to the shop opened above them. Elsie Perrin stood at the top of the stairs holding a tray with 6 cups of tea. No one had told her they were coming back. Eddie did not ask how she knew. She looked at Martha first, then at the papers in Rattle's arms, then at Eddie's bleeding hand. "You look worse," she said. "That is becoming a theme." Elsie came down 1 step. "Did you find who you needed?" Martha looked at her. "I think they found me." Elsie nodded as if that made complete sense. "Tea first," she said. "Then you can explain what you have broken." They drank tea in the back room of public mourning supplies while the city above them began its morning routines. It was an absurd place for recovery. The room held cardboard boxes of black ribbon, folding chairs, a broken fan, a kettle with a chipped blue handle, and a wall calendar featuring sentimental photographs of country churches. Rain ticked against a high little window. Somewhere upstairs, a customer asked for memorial ink in navy rather than black. Martha held her cup in both hands. At first she did not drink. She just watched the steam. Nora sat beside her without asking questions. Mara stood by the door, alert even though nobody had followed them. Lilith arranged the recovered cards into a neat stack. Cashin read the strip from the Crow transfer list again and again, as if repetition might make it less ugly. Rattle had spread the gray cards across a packing table. There were 14, not names of new consent claimants. Records, fragments of people the annex had held as former testimony. Ileana Ford's card was on top. Eliana Ford, former testimony clerk, unauthorized retention, self-assertion recorded. Below it lay 13 others. Some had names. Some had partial names. Some were only descriptions. The midwife who wrote the wrong date, man who refused a debt burial, unknown girl factory collapse witness, sister of claimant memory retained without authority. Rattle touched none of them. They are not consents, he said. Not yet. But they are proof the annex has been retaining witness material without valid conclusion. Lilith leaned over the table. This is not merely a rescue. It is a custody violation. Cashin looked up. Central Death Governance will say the annex holds material under finality review. Then Central Death Governance will be lying, Lilith said. It will say the annex has authority. Authority does not cure theft. Eddie watched them argue. He was too tired to separate legal words from ordinary ones, but he understood this much. The annex had kept people, not dead people in graves, not records in a cabinet, people who had witnessed something inconvenient, people who had remembered too much, people who had not consented to become tools. Martha put down her tea. There are more, she said. Everyone looked at her. Her face had regained some color, but her hands still shook. On the shelves, thousands maybe. Not all of them were awake. Some were only fragments, a name, a last sentence, a letter that someone never read. But they were there. Nora nodded slowly. We saw the clerks. Martha's eyes closed. They were people first. They forget that after enough years. The annex gives them a task, then it gives them another. Eventually they think being useful is the same as being alive. Eddie looked at the gray cards. The line hit too close. He had been manager for long enough to understand how easy it was to turn duty into a reason not to look at yourself. Martha opened her eyes. Silas knew about the annex. Cashin stopped reading. What? He used it, not always. He was afraid of it. But he knew how to send things there. Witnesses, duplicate records, old claims. He said the annex was where the world put people who had become inconvenient to the shape of a story. Eddie felt the word settle. The Crow transfer list. Martha nodded. He came to the registry 3 years before you arrived. He had a gray folder. He wanted a substitute manager. I copied the list because the names were wrong. Not bad names. Wrong names. People attached to records they did not understand. Debts, signatures, family remnants. You were one of them. Why me? Eddie asked. Martha looked at him. Because you had signed a provisional authority clause, because you were a Crow, because you were afraid, because you were young, because the list said no protected living witness. Nora's hand found Eddie's. She did not squeeze hard, just enough. Eddie looked down at their fingers. No protected living witness. A line on a form. A reason someone had believed he could be used. He thought of his mother's photograph. Of the way he had spent years refusing to believe missing meant unloved. Of North Ashbury, where he had stayed just visible enough to keep moving and not visible enough for anyone to ask him to become something solid. He was wrong, Nora said. Martha looked at her. Yes, she said. He was. The dead ledger had come with them. It lay shut on the packing table. Then it opened by itself. New words appeared. MARTHARLEN, local return confirmed. Limited representative authorization, active, scope, MARTHARLEN. Recovered witness material, 14 fragments. Collective former living personhood, support increased. Consent status, 9 of 100. Kit squinted at the line. 9. Rattle checked the registry. Martha's consent was preserved through self-assertion. So we are 9% of the way to making Eddie officially responsible for everyone. That is an unsympathetic summary, Lilith said. Is it inaccurate? Lilith considered it. No. The ledger added. Warning, final allocation response imminent. The back room became quiet again. Eddie looked at the words. They know Martha got out. Cashin folded the Crowe transfer strip. They knew the moment the drawer opened. Mara moved toward the stairs. Then we leave before they send someone. Elsie Perrin appeared in the doorway with a fresh kettle. Too late, she said. Outside, the shop bell rang. Once, everyone stopped. Then it rang again. Kit whispered, "That is twice." Elsie looked at him. Yes. The room went still. No one answered. The bell rang a third time. The sound moved through the walls, not a customer bell now. A summons. Rattle clutched the gray cards. The dead ledger wrote in black ink so dark it seemed to bruise the page. Final allocation response. Recovery event classified as interference. Next action. Collective review accelerated. Hearing window 36 hours. Subjects 23 consent-adjacent claimants. Additional subject, Black Hollow Cemetery. Eddie read the last line twice. They are putting the cemetery on trial. Lilith's smile returned. It was thin and dangerous. No, she said. They are trying to prove the cemetery is a machine for illegal personhood. Martha stood slowly. Her gray tag hung from one hand, June's letter from the other. Then they will need someone who saw how the machine was built. Eddie looked at her. You do not have to. Martha met his eyes. I know. The words mattered. She looked down at the tag. But I want to. The bell above rang again. 1, 2, 3. The city outside kept moving. Customers entered the shop. Chairs were rented. Wreaths were tied. Ink was sold. People chose words for grief because grief itself did not come with a counter sign or a proper receipt. Eddie picked up the manager's shovel. The blade flashed. Manager duty active. Limited representative authorization active. He looked at Martha, then at Nora, then at the gray cards on the table. 9 names out of 100 was not enough. 36 hours was not enough. A city full of offices would not suddenly decide the dead were people because a graveyard manager had learned to be angry in the right direction. But Martha was standing. Hester had her name. The annex had failed to keep every witness quiet, and somewhere in Black Hollow an old kettle held the list of people Silas had believed nobody would miss. Eddie looked at the closed service lift. We go home, he said. Mara gave him a sharp look. To prepare. To open the kettle. Kit blinked. That is the plan. Part of it. And the rest. Eddie looked at the notice still glowing on the dead ledger. Collective review accelerated. He thought of every person whose name had been reduced to a file, every dead resident who had been told they could submit a correction, but not refuse the thing about to happen to them, every living witness whose memory had been treated like an administrative liability. The rest, he said, is finding enough people to make them regret teaching me paperwork. The dead ledger paused, then wrote. Threatening but vague, emotionally satisfying. Nora's mouth curved. Martha gave a tired, real laugh. Above them the bell rang once more. This time nobody answered. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The Crowe List. The old kettle had a lock where the whistle should have been. Eddie Crowe discovered this at 3 minutes past midnight, which felt like the sort of discovery a responsible adult might have made at a normal hour in a normal kitchen, while not preparing to challenge the legal definition of a person. Black Hollow Cemetery was quiet around him, not peaceful. Black Hollow did not do peaceful. Peaceful implied confidence. Peaceful implied a place had settled its debts, forgiven its dead, and stopped trying to communicate through plumbing. Black Hollow had never been so reckless, but it was quiet in the careful way a room became quiet when someone had read a threat aloud, and everyone was waiting to find out whether the threat meant knives, lawyers, or both. The old caretaker's office was full. Nora sat on the edge of the desk with her lantern dark beside her, a mug of tea cooling between both hands. Mara stood near the door, coat still damp from the road, checking the edge of a knife she had already checked 4 times. Vivienne occupied the only chair that had not been broken in a supernatural event, black coat immaculate despite the fact that the completed matters annex had tried to staple her to a filing shelf. Lilith Quill had claimed the windowsill, her red folder open, her silver pen writing in the air without needing paper. Cashin held the newest final allocation notice with both hands as though it might bite him if he relaxed. Rattle had constructed a small barricade of recovered consent cards and was guarding it with the grave concentration of a skeleton who had finally discovered an administrative purpose for paranoia. Martha Arlen sat closest to the stove. She had been out of the annex for 4 hours. 4 hours was not a long time to become a person again after someone had stored you in a drawer, but Martha had already changed clothes, finished 2 cups of tea, and corrected Kit Mallory 3 times when he called her brave. "I am not brave," she had said the 3rd time. "I am annoyed. There is a difference." Kit, who was sitting on the floor with his back against the filing cabinet, had considered this. "I think annoyed people make better heroes anyway," he had said. Martha had looked at him. "That is why you keep surviving." Kit had smiled. "Exactly." The dead ledger lay open on Eddie's desk. Its pages had been displaying the same white line for 11 minutes. Collective review, 31 hours, 47 minutes remaining. Beneath it in black ink, the book had added, "Manager sleep debt, embarrassing." Eddie ignored that. He had priorities. The kettle sat in the center of the desk between the dead ledger and a chipped saucer full of keys that had no locks anymore. It was a cheap enamel kettle, white once probably, now gray with age and soot, the handle wrapped in old black tape. A dent ran across one side. The lid had a brown scorch mark shaped vaguely like a bird. It was not magical looking. It looked like it had spent 20 years being forgotten on a stove in a rented room. That was why Eddie trusted it less than every cursed object he owned. He stared at the metal nub where the whistle should have been. "That is a lock," he said. "Yes," Cashin said. "Why is it a lock?" Cashin took a slow breath. Because Silas Crowe had a particular relationship with ordinary objects. That phrase is what people say when they do not want to use the word criminal. Criminal is inadequate. "Wonderful." Nora leaned forward. "Can you open it?" Eddie lifted the manager's key. The key had become more dramatic since level 5. It was longer now, black iron with faint silver markings along the spine, its tiny teeth no longer pretending not to be teeth. It flexed in his palm with visible impatience. "Do not bite me," Eddie told it. The key clicked once. That was not agreement. The dead ledger wrote, "Key emotional state, hungry. Stop giving office equipment emotional states. The equipment requests recognition. You are a book." The book has filed a complaint. Rattle looked up from the consent cards. "It is entitled to be heard." Eddie looked at him. "You are all becoming unbearable." "That is a management concern," Rattle said. Mara crossed her arms. "Open it." Eddie put the key into the kettle's whistle lock. It did not fit. Of course it did not fit. The key's teeth snapped shut on air. The kettle gave a small, offended hiss. Then the enamel surface darkened. Words appeared beneath the handle in the thin black handwriting Eddie had learned to hate before he could read it properly. "No false authority." The office went still. Eddie looked at the words. "That feels directed." Lilith smiled without looking up from her folder. "It should. I am being judged by cookware now. It is an improvement over several judges we have encountered." Cashin stepped closer. "The kettle may be bound to a particular condition." "Naturally, what condition?" Martha looked at the words, her face tightened. "A correction," she said. Everyone turned toward her. Martha held her gray tag in one hand, its letters still shone faintly. "MARTHAARLEN, former living person, witness, consent, active." Silas used ordinary objects for hidden records when he thought ledgers were too easy to audit, she said. A kettle, a coat hook, a broken light switch. He said people trusted boring things. He said a dangerous object only needed to look useful long enough to be ignored. "That is very much the sort of sentence a man says before he becomes a drawer," Nora said. Martha almost smiled. "He liked corrections," she continued. "Not honest ones. He liked a person to say the wrong thing in front of a witness. Then he could make the witness part of the mechanism. Eddie looked down at the kettle. So what does it want? The black letters shifted. A new line appeared. State the fraud. Kit sat up. That sounds personal. It is personal, Nora said quietly. Eddie felt every face in the room turn toward him. He hated that feeling. He had spent most of his life becoming very good at making a room look somewhere else. A joke, a smile, a distraction with a good jacket, a lie constructed fast enough that people noticed the shape before they noticed the gap underneath. But Black Hollow had become full of people who knew the gap. Nora knew it. Mara had watched him try to talk his way around fear and had developed an expression specifically for it. Lilith knew every lie he had told himself and charged interest on the useful ones. Martha had held his old fraud in a gray drawer while a system waited to make it evidence against him. Even Kit knew. Kit had known before Eddie had a cemetery, before the dead ledger, before the graveyard, before the bad miracles and the worse paperwork. Kit had just never made Eddie say it cleanly. The kettle waited. Eddie rested both hands on the desk. Crowe and Covenant was fake, he said. Nothing happened. He swallowed. It was an afterlife protection company. I made brochures. I had a stamp. I sold plans to frighten people and called them legal. They were not legal. I told people I could protect them from things I did not believe existed. I took money for promises I could not keep. The office lights dimmed. The kettle's handle warmed beneath his palms. Eddie kept going because stopping now would only make it worse. I knew the plans were false. I knew the certificates were false. I knew the prayers were copied from a funeral brochure, and the silver raven came from a pub menu. I knew most people were buying comfort. I told myself that comfort counted because it made the money easier to take. The black letters on the kettle faded. A new sentence appeared. Who paid? Eddie laughed once. It was not a funny sound. 73 people. Nora's fingers closed around the edge of the desk. Cashin went pale. Lilith stopped writing. Even Mara looked at him differently. 73? Kit asked. Eddie nodded. That was the number at the end. I kept a notebook. Names, addresses, plan types, debts. I told myself I would refund some of them after I had enough money. Then I told myself I would do it after I got out of North Ashbury. Then I got into a cab with a cemetery, and the world developed more urgent opinions. The kettle began to whistle, not loudly, not like boiling water. It made a thin, broken sound like a breath being pulled through a locked door. The office wall behind Eddie split with a hairline crack. Paper slid out of it, not one page, 73 pages. They fell in a slow gray fan across the desk, the floor, Rattle's consent barricade, Martha's boots, and Kit's lap. Each sheet bore the same heading, CROWE and Covenant. Post-MORTEM Protection Plan. Under each heading was a name, a plan level, a payment amount, a signature, and beneath it a new line written in black ink that had not existed when Eddie printed the certificates, unresolved reliance. The dead ledger slammed shut, then opened to a fresh page, 73 informal witness claims detected. Lilith moved before anyone else. She gathered the nearest sheets, read 3 in silence, then looked at Eddie. Do you understand what these are? Evidence that I was worse at business than I thought. They are not merely evidence. Her voice had lost its usual amusement. Every person who bought one of these plans relied on an authority you claimed to possess. The authority was false, but the reliance was real. In certain death jurisdictions, reliance can create a provisional witness relationship. Eddie blinked. You are saying my scam made witnesses. I am saying your lie may have left 73 people with an unfinished relationship to death, memory, and you. That sounds worse. It is potentially useful. Nora looked at the pages. Useful how? Lilith held up one certificate. Mrs. DOROTHYBRACKETT, Family Continuity Plan. These plans are not valid authority, Lilith said. They cannot become consent, not honestly, but each plan contains a reliance imprint. if the person who signed it or a verified successor who carries the same unfinished memory learns the truth and freely chooses to correct the relationship. Cashin finished the thought. They can become living witnesses. The dead ledger wrote, potential consent capacity, 73. Then, after a pause, current collective consent, 9 of 100. Kit looked from the book to the paper on his lap. So we are holding 73 almost votes. They are not votes, Rattle said sharply. Kit looked surprised. No, they are people who have to understand what happened before they can decide whether they want anything to do with us. Rattle's voice had gone strange, not louder, more solid. He placed one bony hand over a certificate bearing a name in faded blue ink. We do not use reliance as consent. That is the system's mistake. The office became quiet. Eddie looked at the skeleton clerk. Rattle kept his hand on the paper. You taught us that, he said. Eddie wished the floor would open, not to eat him. He had learned to appreciate distinctions, just enough to give him somewhere private to be ashamed. Mara stepped away from the door. Where are the signatories? Cashin scanned the first pages. Most were North Ashbury, a few moved. Several are marked deceased. Some have successor notations. Lilith's pen began writing in the air. We do not need all 73. We need 91 more consents, but the time limit makes a full search impractical. 31 hours, Nora said. 31 hours and 40 minutes, the dead ledger corrected. Nobody asked you, Nora said. The ledger wrote. Statement received. Feelings unchanged. Martha picked up a certificate from the floor. Her fingers hovered above the signature. What happens if final allocation gets these first? No one answered. That was answer enough. Cashin spoke at last. It will classify them as fraudulent dependency claims. Eddie looked at him, in human language. Cashin's face tightened. It will tell them they were deceived. It will tell them the plans created no lawful protection. It will offer to close the record by erasing the reliance. Erasing what they remember. Possibly. Or erasing the part of the record that proves they relied on you. Nora stared at the certificates. And if the people are dead? Cashin did not answer. Lilith did. Then final allocation will call them complete and take the claim as abandoned. Eddie felt the old hunger for escape rise in him. It was familiar. Run, make the smallest problem yours. Let the rest stay large enough to belong to someone else. He could take the certificates and burn them. He could destroy the evidence. Prevent the system from finding the people. Pretend the plans had never existed. He knew how that story ended. The kettle's whistle lock turned by itself. A narrow panel opened under its handle. Inside was a strip of folded paper. Not gray. Yellow. The same yellow as the provisional authority document Mrs. Wren had made him sign on the night everything began. Eddie did not want to touch it. He touched it anyway. The paper unfolded. At the top, in Eddie Crowe's thin handwriting, were 5 words. The list that makes managers. Below it were names. Not the 73 customers. Different names. 24 names, each with a number beside it. 1 through 24. At the bottom, one line had been written harder than the rest. Edward James CROWE, unprotected living witness, provisional authority likely. The office went cold. Nora moved closer to Eddie. He could feel her beside him without looking. Martha took the list from his hand. Her face changed as she read. These are the 23, she said. The people final allocation selected for collective review. Plus me, Eddie said. Yes. Martha looked at the yellow paper. Her mouth tightened. Silas did not choose you because you were a crow. Not only because you were a crow. He chose people the system had marked as unprotected. People with no living witness, no clean family record, no recognized person who could object if they were moved into a role. Eddie read his line again, unprotected living witness. He had spent years treating that as a fact, a hard one, a private one, something that could not hurt him if he got there first and made a joke about it. Now it was on a list, a category, a target. Nora took the paper from Martha and folded it once, carefully, not hiding it, not tearing it, making it smaller. "You are not unprotected," she said. Eddie looked at her. He wanted to believe her fast enough that it would become simple. It did not, but he nodded. "Right," he said, "then we prove it." The dead ledger wrote, "Objective updated. Recover 73 reliance claims before final allocation. Convert false authority into voluntary witness consent. Do not lie." Eddie stared at the last line. "That feels unfairly personal." The ledger wrote, "You requested a path. I requested a plan. This is the plan." Mara took her coat from the hook. "North Ashbury." Cashin looked at the time notice. "We cannot reach every signer." "We do not need every signer," Lilith said. "We need enough. We also need a route that creates verifiable consent without coercion." Kit raised a hand. "Does a public apology count as coercion?" "No," Lilith said. "It counts as overdue." Eddie looked down at the certificates scattered across the desk. 73 old mistakes. 73 people who had trusted a version of him he had invented because honesty had not paid the rent. He did not know how many were alive. He did not know how many would hate him. He knew one thing. For the first time since he had stood in the rain outside Mrs. Wren's house with 5 clean notes and a bad plan, he did not want to run from the people who had believed him. That was inconvenient. It was also apparently growth. "We go to North Ashbury," he said. The kettle whistled once. The dead ledger wrote, "Managerial self-improvement detected. Disgusting." North Ashbury looked exactly like a town that had spent years pretending it had not been conned by an 18-year-old with a printer. The rain had stopped by the time they arrived, but the sky over the high street remained the color of wet ash. Buses moved past the old shops with tired patience. The bakery had a queue. The charity shop had a cardboard sign promising COATS, CUPS, and unexplained furniture. The Black Dog pub looked smaller than Eddie remembered, though perhaps everything did after you had been chased through a cemetery by a legal system capable of erasing people with a stamp. He stood at the far end of Briar Lane in the same torn black coat he had worn when he left. The coat had been repaired twice since then. Once by Nora, who had used black thread and visible irritation. Once by Mara, who had fixed a sleeve after something with 6 hands had tried to remove it. Neither repair matched. Eddie thought this gave the coat character. Nora thought it gave the coat evidence. They had not brought everyone. Mara had stayed with Martha, Rattle, and Cashin at Black Hollow to protect the consent cards and prepare the witness registry. Vivienne had gone to Witch Line because final allocation had started sending thin gray moths through the east boundary, and Vivienne had said there were limits to what she would allow to touch her family soil. Lilith came because law followed her the way smoke followed a fire. Kit came because no one had managed to lock him in the office before the gate opened. Nora came because when Eddie had suggested he could do this alone, she had stared at him until he stopped speaking. That had been the end of the discussion. Mr. Hamid was outside the kebab shop, arguing with a delivery driver about onions. Eddie saw him before Hamid saw him. The older man stood beneath the awning with one hand on his hip, a cigarette tucked behind one ear but unlit. He looked exactly as Eddie remembered. Worn jacket, tired eyes, posture of a man who had spent 30 years watching young idiots turn manageable problems into disasters and had learned to keep food nearby anyway. Eddie stopped across the street. The old instinct returned at once. Do not go closer, say something funny, pretend you were passing through, invent an emergency, ask about the weather, explain nothing. Nora touched his sleeve, not pulling, just there. "You can take a minute," she said. "I am taking one. You have been standing still for 3. That is a different kind of minute." Kit looked between them. "Is this where we meet the man who gave you the kebab?" Eddie looked at him. "Why do you know that?" "You told us during the 2nd hour of the grave bridge." "I was bleeding." "You were chatty." Lilith adjusted the cuff of her red glove. "He is an anchor witness. His memory of you predates the cemetery. It may matter." Eddie hated how every tender thing became a legal category around her. He also knew she was right. They crossed the street. Hamid looked up. For a moment he did not recognize Eddie. Then he did. The delivery driver stopped talking. The traffic seemed to pull away from the curb. Hamid's face did not change much. That was worse. "Crowe," he said. Eddie raised one hand. "Still technically alive." Hamid looked him over. Torn coat, muddy boots, black iron shovel on his shoulder, Nora beside him with her lantern, Lilith in red, Kit holding a paper bag he had not owned 5 minutes earlier. "I can see that," Hamid said. "Good. I did not want to start with difficult news." Hamid stepped down from the curb. "You owe me 4 months of rent." Eddie nodded. That was probably the difficult news. Hamid stared at him for another second. Then he walked forward and hit Eddie in the shoulder. Not hard, hard enough to make the point. Eddie winced. "Fair," he said. Hamid hit him once more, slightly harder. "That was for leaving." "Also fair." Hamid looked at Nora. "He has friends now." Nora shook his hand. "Nora Quinn." "He gives you trouble." "Constantly." Hamid nodded. "Then he is consistent." Kit offered a hand. "Kit, I knew him before the cemetery." Hamid looked at him. "That is not a reference. It is an endurance test." Lilith inclined her head. "Lilith Quill." Hamid's eyes narrowed. "Lawyer." "In a manner of speaking." "That is the worst kind." "Correct." Eddie stood in the middle of them, feeling unexpectedly young. Not 18. Younger, like the version of himself that had once thought getting away from a town meant no one could make you answer for the way you left it. Hamid looked at Eddie again. "Why are you here?" The question landed cleanly. Eddie had rehearsed jokes on the road. None of them survived contact with Hamid's face. "I need help," he said. Hamid waited. "And I need to tell the truth about Crowe and Covenant." Hamid's expression changed. The delivery driver, who had clearly decided his onions could wait, leaned closer. "The fake ghost thing?" Hamid asked. "That is a terrible summary. Accurate but terrible." "You are apologizing." "Apparently. To everyone. I need to try." Hamid looked toward the high street, then back at Eddie. "You picked the wrong town for forgiveness." "I know." "Good." Hamid folded his arms. "Come inside, do not touch the grill." "I have changed." That sentence worries me. The back room of the kebab shop had not changed. That offended Eddie. The same cracked plastic chair leaned against the wall. The same old radio sat on a shelf above crates of soft drinks. The same calendar showed a beach resort from 3 years ago. Its blue water faded around the edges. The air smelled of grilled meat, onions, bleach, and the specific heat of a room where too many conversations had occurred after midnight. Eddie had slept on the floor here once when he had missed rent and claimed he was waiting for a taxi. Hamid had let him. He had not mentioned it then. He did not mention it now. That was why it mattered. The 73 certificates covered the small folding table. Lilith had arranged them alphabetically, which made the situation look worse. Fraud was always more alarming when organized. Hamid read the top certificate. Mr. Arthur Dalrymple. Premium rest plan. He looked at Eddie. "You charged him for time demons. Temporal spiritual interference. You made that up." "Yes." "Badly." "I was 18. Hamid gave him a look. "You keep saying that as though it was a disease." "It felt like one." Nora sat across from Eddie, silent now, not pushing, not saving him from it. That was harder than either. Lilith placed a small black device on the table. It looked like an old telephone receiver without a phone. "The certificates are tethered to the original customer line," she said. "The number you used." Eddie stared. "My voicemail number." "Yes. That still exists. You never properly closed the account. That is somehow the least surprising thing I have done. The line holds every message left after you fled. It may reach former signatories through the record of their reliance." Hamid frowned. "You are calling dead people." Lilith smiled politely. We are asking whether a false protection plan can become a true witness relationship. Hamid looked at Eddie. You always did make trouble sound like stationery. Eddie picked up the receiver. It was heavier than it looked. The dead ledger had sent a single page with them folded inside Eddie's coat. When he placed it beside the receiver, words appeared. CROWE and Covenant Customer Support. Outgoing correction line available. That is the bleakest thing I have ever seen, Kit said. You have not seen enough paperwork, Lilith replied. The receiver began to ring, not in Eddie's hand. Every certificate on the table rang. Tiny paper sounds. 73 thin, urgent trills. Then the first one lifted from the table. Mr. Arthur Dalrymple's certificate unfolded itself into a small gray door. Behind it stood a narrow old man in a cardigan, holding a clock in both hands. His face was not surprised. That surprised Eddie. Mr. Dalrymple stared at him through the paper door. You left, he said. Eddie opened his mouth. Yes. My clock stopped going backward. Eddie blinked. They did. After your certificate arrived. Mr. Dalrymple, I need to tell you that I did not actually have authority over time demons. I know. The old man adjusted the hands on the clock. You had a printer. Right. And a cheap suit. The suit was borrowed. It looked borrowed. Kit covered his mouth to hide a laugh. Eddie glared at him. Mr. Dalrymple's expression softened. But you sat with me for an hour, he said. My brother had died. I had not slept since. I knew the clocks were not him. I knew that. But nobody else would let me say it without looking at me like I had become difficult. You listened. Then you gave me a certificate with a raven on it and told me I could call you if the house got worse. Eddie felt something in his chest shift. I did not answer the calls, he said. No. I am sorry. Mr. Dalrymple looked down at the clock. So am I. The small paper door shook. A gray thread appeared between the certificate and Mr. Dalrymple's chest. The dead ledger page wrote. Reliance claim present. Correction required. Lilith said quietly, ask, do not lead. Eddie nodded. He looked at Mr. Dalrymple. I lied about the protection. I did not lie about wanting you to sleep. But wanting something does not make the lie smaller. I cannot undo what I took. I can tell the record that your trust was real, that the authority was not, and that you get to decide whether I carry your statement into the hearing. Mr. Dalrymple was quiet for a long time. Then he said, what hearing? Eddie told him, not everything. There was not time to explain first finality, restricted necropolises, sealed witnesses, unburial warrants, former living persons, or why the law had decided the dead needed to prove they had earned the right not to be filed away. He told the part that mattered. There are people who are being told they cannot object to what happens to them, Eddie said. I am trying to make a legal place where they can be heard. Mr. Dalrymple listened. Then he placed his clock on the floor. My brother hated being ignored, he said. It was his worst quality. The old man lifted one hand. Put my name down. Not because you sold me a plan, because you came back and told me it was false. The gray thread brightened. The certificate caught fire without burning. The dead ledger wrote. Consent recorded. Arthur Dalrymple living witness. Collective consent 10 of 100. Mr. Dalrymple vanished from the paper door. The certificate folded itself flat. Eddie stared at it. One, only one, but it was not a stolen one. That mattered. The next certificate began to ring. Then the next. The back room filled with small paper doors. Some opened onto empty rooms. Some opened onto graves. Some opened onto kitchens where elderly people stared at old certificates they had kept in drawers because throwing them away felt like inviting bad luck. Some opened onto relatives who had inherited the papers and looked at Eddie with immediate, accurate suspicion. Mrs. Brackett appeared in a narrow kitchen wearing a faded dressing gown and holding a mug with the words "World's Best Gardener" crossed out in black marker. You, she said. Me, Eddie said. My hydrangeas died. I am sorry. They were supposed to be protected from marital haunting. I know. My husband never haunted them. He hated gardening. That was sensible of him. Mrs. Brackett narrowed her eyes. Do not make jokes when you owe me money. Right. She looked at the certificate, then at Eddie. What do you need? He told her. When he finished, she sipped her tea. You are still a little idiot, she said. I have been told. But you are asking, not taking. She placed her hand over the paper door. Put me down as a witness, and tell the dead husband of mine that if he starts with the roses, I will haunt him back. The ledger marked 11, then 12, then 13. Not everyone agreed. A man named Peter Halloway threw his certificate into a sink and told Eddie that apology was just another service he had not earned. A woman whose mother had bought a premium plan shut the door without speaking. A family solicitor demanded a written refund calculation before any discussion of consent. 2 certificates opened onto graves whose names had already been erased by final allocation, and the paper doors went black before Eddie could say a word. Each refusal hurt. It was supposed to. Lilith said nothing when he flinched at them. She did not need to. Nora sat beside him and kept the receiver steady when his hand shook. After the 18th call, a certificate opened onto a little sitting room lined with old photographs. Barnaby Wren stood in the doorway. Eddie stopped breathing. Barnaby looked older than he had in Eddie's memory, thinner. His expensive shoes had been replaced by slippers. His hair was gray at the temples. He held Mrs. Wren's black-ringed hand mirror in one hand. The mirror's surface was dark. Mr. Crowe, Barnaby said. Nobody in the room moved. Eddie remembered the first voicemail. And why Aunt paid you? The company does not exist. He remembered running. Barnaby, Eddie said. You used to call me Mr. Wren when you wanted to sound professional. I did. It did not work. No. Barnaby looked at the certificate. AGATHA Wren, Deluxe Post-Mortem Protection Plan. She knew, Barnaby said. Eddie's stomach tightened. I know she knew something. She knew you were lying. Yes. She bought the plan anyway. I know. Barnaby's mouth moved as if he might smile. He did not. My aunt did not buy your protection. She bought your signature. She said you had the right kind of cowardice. Enough to run, not enough to stop remembering where you ran from. Nora's hand touched Eddie's sleeve. Barnaby saw it. She also said someone would teach you to stay eventually. Eddie swallowed. That sounds like her. Barnaby looked at the dark mirror. She has been quiet since you went to the cemetery. That is probably good. It is not. My aunt was never quiet when she was pleased. The mirror clouded. A pale hand appeared against the inside of the glass. Mrs. Wren's hand, the black ring glinted. Barnaby went very still. The hand opened. A line appeared in fog on the mirror. Stop apologizing. Do something useful. Kit made a small sound. Eddie stared. Mrs. Wren. The hand tapped the glass twice. Then another line appeared. I consent. He does not speak for me. He carries the receipt. Lilith's eyes went wide. That is not ordinary consent language, she whispered. The dead ledger page flashed. AGATHA Wren, deceased witness. Consent recorded with limitation. Manager may carry testimony. Manager may not substitute judgment. Collective consent, 18 of 100. The sudden jump made everyone stare. Eddie looked at Lilith. Why 8? Lilith read the page. Her plan had family continuity clauses. She is attaching 6 recognized dependents and 1 disputed grave claim. Barnaby looked horrified. My aunt is using death as a group project. The hand tapped once. Yes, for the first time since they began. Eddie laughed. It hurt. It also helped. That sounds exactly like her, he said. Barnaby's face softened. Do not waste it, he said. I will not. The paper door folded shut. The receiver grew hot in Eddie's hand. Outside the back room, the shop bell rang. Once. Hamid, who had been standing in the doorway with his arms crossed, looked toward the front counter. Customer, he said. The bell rang again. Nora's expression changed. No, she said. The bell rang a third time. The dead ledger page blackened. Final allocation presence detected. Hamid looked at Eddie. That your kind of customer? Eddie rose, shovel already in hand. Unfortunately. The front of the kebab shop had become gray. Not dark, not shadowed, gray in the flat, exhausted way of old paper left under rain. The grill was cold. The bottles in the fridge had frosted over. A thin line of ash lay across the counter. 3 people stood by the door. They wore ordinary coats. They held ordinary umbrellas. Their faces were blank until Eddie looked directly at them. Then their faces became people he recognized from the certificates. Peter Halloway, the woman who had shut the door. A man whose grave certificate had turned black. Their mouths opened together. Correction available, they said. Hamid stepped in front of Eddie. No service today. The 3 gray figures looked at him. Non-party witness, they said. Hamid did not move. Shop owner, same difference. The figures raised their hands. Gray threads extended from their palms, thin as receipt paper. They reached for the certificates on the table in the back room. Nora's lantern flared. Gold light cut through the shop. The gray threads recoiled. Mara was not here. Vivienne was not here. Cashin was half a world away with the registry. For once, Eddie had only the people who were actually in the room. That had to be enough. One gray figure stepped forward. Fraudulent reliance claims must be cleared. Eddie lifted the shovel. People get to decide whether they want to clear them. People were deceived. Yes. Their consent is compromised. Eddie felt the sentence strike. It was not entirely wrong. That was the weapon. The system did not always need lies. Sometimes it only needed the part of the truth that made everyone give up. The figure continued. Manager Crowe acted without authority. All resulting dependency is invalid. Eddie looked at Hamid, at Nora, at Lilith, at Kit, who had picked up a metal serving tray like it was a shield. He looked at the gray faces wearing people who had reason to hate him. The plans were invalid, he said. The figures paused. The promises were false. The money was taken. The authority was invented. The gray threads trembled. Eddie stepped forward. But they do not become yours because I was wrong. The shop windows cracked. The figures' mouths opened wider. No standing. No, Eddie said. No ownership. Lilith smiled. It was the first time she had smiled since the figures entered. Good, she said. The gray figure nearest Eddie moved fast. Its hand became a flat stamp aimed at his chest. Void. Eddie swung the shovel. The blade met the stamp. Silver letters flared along the metal. Manager duty active. The impact rang through the shop like a bell. The figure split at the wrist, not into blood, but into dozens of narrow slips of paper. Each slip carried a sentence. No standing, no standing, no standing. Kit hit the remaining slips with the serving tray. It was not elegant, it was extremely loud. That is standing enough for me, he said. The second figure reached toward Nora. Nora lifted the lantern. The flame rose bright gold. The gray face beneath the coat sharpened into the woman who had shut the paper door on Eddie. Nora looked at her. You do not have to forgive him, she said. The figure froze. You do not have to agree, but you do not get to make the choice disappear because it is difficult. The woman inside the gray shape blinked. For 1 second the blankness cracked. A real face looked back, tired, angry, human. Then the final allocation grayness tore itself around her like paper being pulled tight. Choice creates error, the figure said. No, Nora said. Choice creates responsibility. The lantern flame expanded. The figure screamed. Hamid grabbed a pan from the grill and threw it at the third gray agent. The pan struck the agent's head with a satisfying clang. The agent staggered. Hamid picked up a ladle. You do not enter my shop and insult my customers. The agent looked at the ladle. Improvised weapon. Kitchen equipment, Hamid said. Same difference. Lilith stepped between the agents and the back room. Her folder opened. Red pages rose into the air. Notice of disputed correction, she said. Notice of unlicensed memory removal. Notice of coercive classification. Notice of trespass against a living business without a funeral permit. The agents tried to move. The red pages wrapped around their wrists. They did not burn, they listened. Eddie felt the certificates behind him begin to ring again. Not one, many, paper doors opened across the back room. Mr. Dalrymple appeared with his clock. Mrs. Brackett appeared with her mug. Barnaby Wren stood holding the dark mirror. Other faces came with them. Old women, tired men, a woman in a nurse's uniform, a man sitting at a kitchen table beneath a wall of fishing photographs, a young adult holding a certificate that had belonged to a grandmother. They saw the gray agents. They saw Eddie. They saw the false authority that had hurt them trying to become an excuse to remove every future choice. The gray agents spoke in unison. Your reliance was invalid. Mr. Dalrymple lifted his clock. My reliance was mine. Mrs. Brackett said, my money was wasted. My decision was not. Barnaby held the mirror higher. Mrs. Wren's hand pressed against the glass. The nurse said, my father bought one of his stupid certificates because he was frightened. I was angry at him for it. I was angry at Eddie. I am still angry. That does not make the memory yours. The fishing man leaned forward through his paper door. My mum died last winter. She kept the certificate in the biscuit tin. I do not know why. Maybe it made her feel less alone. Maybe that matters. Maybe it does not, but you do not get to decide it did not. One by one, the certificates began to glow. The gray agents backed away. The dead ledger page wrote itself across every paper door. Consent requires knowledge. Knowledge provided. Consent requires freedom. Freedom asserted. The first consent came from a woman named Edith Rowe, then another from a man called Lionel James, then two from a married couple who had bought separate plans because neither trusted the other to outlive them quietly. Then a grandson carrying his grandmother's certificate. Then a woman who said no but asked Eddie to put her mother's true name in the complaint registry anyway. That counted too, not as consent, as choice. The number climbed, 19, 21, 26, 33, 40. The gray agents began to come apart, their borrowed faces pushed through the paper skin. Peter Halloway, whose original paper door had closed, appeared among them. He looked at Eddie. I still do not forgive you, he said. You do not have to. Good. Peter reached through the grayness, took his own certificate from the floor and tore it in half. The halves did not vanish. They reformed into a small white card. Peter Halloway, reliance corrected, consent declined, testimony retained. The dead ledger marked 41. Eddie looked at the number. It counted him. Lilith was almost laughing now. He did not consent to representation. He consented to the fact that he had a right to refuse it. The gray agent screamed. Every certificate in the room flared. The false forms burned away, not the memory, not the reliance, the false authority. The agents collapsed into ash and wet paper at Hamid's feet. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Hamid looked down at the ash. You are cleaning that. Eddie stared at him. There are supernatural remains in your shop. Still dirt. Fair. The paper doors began to close one by one. Before Mr. Dalrymple vanished, he looked at Eddie. Do not sell anything else. I am trying not to. Try harder. Mrs. Brackett pointed at him with her mug. And send the proper name for my husband. He would hate to be filed under something silly. I will. Barnaby Wren held up the mirror. Mrs. Wren's hand wrote one final line in the fog. Do not die before the refund. Eddie laughed despite himself. That seems difficult now. The mirror went dark. The doors closed. The room smelled of ash, onions, and old paper. The dead ledger page changed. Collective consent, 82 of 100. The number hit the room with the force of a dropped weight, 82. They had gained 73 in less than an hour. They were still 18 short. Nora read the line beside Eddie. 18. Kit looked toward the remaining certificates. Can we call more? Lilith shook her head. The remaining plans are dead claims, unverified successors, or refusals. We cannot turn them into consent without violating the entire point. Eddie knew she was right. That did not make the number less cruel. The dead ledger wrote another line. Final allocation response escalation. The radio on Hamid's shelf turned on by itself. Static filled the back room. Then a voice spoke from it, not Mr. Guerin's voice. Too deep, too calm, a woman perhaps, or something that had learned to sound like one. 18 missing, it said. Everyone went still. The representative class remains incomplete. Eddie picked up the shovel. Who is this? The radio crackled. The part of the record that does not require a name. Nora's hand tightened around the lantern handle. Lilith's face went white. Cashin had warned them about first finality like it was a legal doctrine. This did not feel like a doctrine. It felt like something speaking through a closed file. You have 82 consents, the voice said. A pleasing error. We are aiming higher, Eddie said. You are aiming at a category that has no place in the final record. The radio hissed. 18 matters will be selected at dawn, one every minute. If no representative class exists, each will be allocated without appeal. Martha's name appeared across the dead ledger page in red. Then Hester Bell, Thomas Reed, Ileana Ford. The list continued. 18 names, not all from Black Hollow, some from the Annex, some from the Crow list, one from North Ashbury. Eddie read it twice, then stopped breathing. The final name was not dead. NORAQUINN. Living witness threshold, status, contested memory asset. The radio went silent. No one moved. Nora looked at the page. Her face had gone very still. Eddie felt something cold and clean move through him. It was not panic. Panic was noisy. This was the part underneath it. The part that made a person stop pretending they could solve everything by running faster than the consequences. Hamid saw his face. He put the ladle down. What did it say? Eddie looked at the list, at Nora's name, at the 18 people final allocation had decided to use as a deadline. Then he looked at the certificates around the room, the 73 old promises that had become, through honesty and anger and choice, something stronger than authority. It said dawn, Eddie replied. Nora looked at him. Then we go before dawn. He wanted to tell her no. He wanted to tell everyone no. He wanted to build a wall around Black Hollow and the East Path and the old kebab shop and every person who had ever been left alone with a bad form and no one to help them read it. But walls were not representation. Protection was not possession, and he had learned the difference the hard way. Eddie picked up the yellow crow list. The first 24 names sat there in Silas's handwriting. The 24 people he had thought no one would miss. Eddie folded the list carefully and put it inside his coat. We go home, he said. The dead ledger wrote. Dawn deadline confirmed. 18 consents remain. Recommendation, improvise responsibly. Eddie looked at the page. That is the most threatening thing you have ever written. The ledger paused, then added. I believe in you against my better judgment. Nora looked at the words. Kit looked at them too. Even Lilith's expression changed. Eddie cleared his throat. Nobody saw that. Hamid picked up the ladle again. Go, he said, and Crow. Eddie turned, yes. Hamid's eyes were tired, sharp, and entirely without ceremony. Do not make me regret feeding you. Eddie looked at the people beside him, at the kettle in his hand, at the list in his coat, at Nora, alive and named and not an asset, no matter how many offices wanted to make her one. I will try, he said. Hamid nodded. Try like you mean it. Outside, the rain began again. Not hard, not yet, but the sky over North Ashbury had started counting down to dawn. They did not go home before the road had one more argument. The cab arrived outside the kebab shop without headlights. It was not the same cab that had collected Eddie on his first night. That driver had been gray, silent, and morally opposed to conversation. This driver wore a black hat and a dark green scarf, and she spent the first 5 minutes complaining about the state of the road surface, with such specific fury that Eddie almost forgot the car was moving through a rain-dark stretch of country, where no ordinary taxi company would have sent anyone after midnight. Potholes, she said, swerving around something that appeared to be a hand rising from the road. You give a municipality one necropolis and suddenly nobody budgets for drainage. Kit stared out the window. Was that a hand? Road maintenance, the driver said. That was a hand. Then it should have filled out the correct form before emerging. Lilith, seated in the front, looked delighted. I like her. That is because you both want to invoice the apocalypse, Nora said. Only if it can pay. Eddie sat between Nora and the window with the old kettle on his knees and the Crow list inside his coat. The certificates had changed after they left Hamid's shop. They no longer looked like paper. Each had folded itself into a small white square, warm as a held coin. Rattle had placed them in a black document box lined with grave salt and red thread. The box sat on the floor at Nora's boots, and every few minutes one of the little squares glowed softly, as though someone somewhere had remembered a lie and chosen not to let the memory be used against them. 82. The number followed Eddie like a cough. 82 was not failure, that was the problem. It was close enough to make hope irresponsible. Nora watched the wet trees slide past the window. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Kit had fallen asleep against the far door with his mouth open. Lilith was reading the same page of the Crow list for the 6th time. The driver complained at a black dog standing in the middle of the road until the dog became smoke and had the decency to leave. Eddie kept one hand over the kettle. Nora looked down at it. You are gripping that like it can apologize. It knows what it did. The kettle. The whole situation. Nora's mouth moved slightly, then the smile disappeared. You did well tonight. Eddie turned toward her. That is a dangerous thing to say while I am trapped in a moving vehicle. I am serious. Worse. Nora did not look away. You told them the truth. I had to. The kettle demanded it. No, the kettle gave you a reason. It did not make you stay in the room after people got angry. Eddie looked back through the rain-streaked glass. The trees on the roadside were all the same shape for a while, tall, dark, unwilling to answer questions. Some of them were kind, he said. That upset you. More than the ones who hated me. Nora nodded. I know. He laughed softly. Of course you do. The road bent. A low stone wall appeared beside them, then another. Beyond it lay a field full of white markers. None had names. The driver slowed. Do not look at the field, she said. Kit opened one eye. Why? Because it is looking back. Kit closed his eye. Nora leaned closer to Eddie, lowering her voice. There is something else. He waited. She put one hand inside her coat and took out a folded page. It was not a certificate. It was a strip of heavy white paper with gold thread around the edge. Eddie recognized the writing before he read it. The dead ledger had prepared it. Living witness consent. NORAQUINN. Scope. Personal testimony, east wall threshold, memory continuity. Eddie stared at the paper. When did it give you that? Before we left. Why did you not tell me? Because you were carrying 73 old mistakes and trying not to have a panic attack in front of a kebab grill. Fair. Nora held the document between them. The record can use me as an asset because I have not stated the terms of my own witness status. Sister Ash explained it before we went into the annex. I did not want to sign anything while I was angry. Eddie looked at the page. You do not have to sign it now. I know. You do not have to sign it at all. I know that too. He looked at her. Nora's face was calm, but her fingers had tightened around the document. I am not signing it so you can protect me, she said. I am signing it so nobody gets to describe me as something you own, something Black Hollow holds, or something First Finality can move around because it has a file. The cab seemed to become quieter. Even the driver stopped complaining about roads. Nora looked at the blank line at the bottom of the paper. I am not your shield, she said. I am not a reward for surviving. I am not proof that you have become better. I am a witness, my own witness, and I am choosing to let you carry my testimony because I know you will not decide what it means without me. Eddie could not answer immediately. He had spent so long thinking protection meant standing between someone and danger that it took him a second to understand what she was giving him. Not herself. Trust with limits. That was harder, better, more frightening. "Nora," he said. She looked at him. "I will not decide for you. I know. I will not use it because it is convenient. I know. And if I ever start acting like you are a thing I am responsible for instead of a person standing beside me, you tell me." Nora's expression softened. "I have been doing that since the first night." "Continue." She smiled then, small, tired, real. That was the plan. She signed the document. The gold thread around the edge brightened. The dead ledger page folded inside Eddie's coat wrote through the fabric, "NORAQUINN living witness. Consent confirmed. Collective consent, 83 of 100. Eddie stared at the number. "You just made it worse." Nora blinked. "Worse. Now we are 17 short. 17 is a number people can picture. It is practically a room." Kit woke enough to squint at the paper. "Did she sign something?" "Yes," Nora said. "Good, we need 17 more." Eddie looked at him. "You are not helping." "I am doing maths. It is a service." The old kettle on Eddie's knees clicked. Everyone stopped. The whistle lock turned one more time. A second panel opened beneath the first. Inside lay 17 narrow strips of black paper, not certificates, not names, just 17 strips, each stamped with a small white circle. UNCHOOSEN. The dead ledger page went blank. Then letters appeared one at a time. Missing consent, origin identified. Cashin's voice came through the brass speaker set into the cab's dashboard. Eddie had forgotten he was connected to the office line. "Do not touch the strips," Cashin said. "That is a deeply alarming way to start a call," Eddie replied. Cashin sounded breathless. In the background, Eddie could hear Rattle shouting about sealed drawers and Mara telling someone to move a gravestone back where it belonged. "The unchosen grave is awake," Cashin said. "Not one grave, 17, around the original marker." Nora looked at the black strips, the missing consents. "Possibly," Cashin said. "The old refuge charter mentions an original witness circle. The records are incomplete. 17 names were removed before the municipal archives were created. They were called the Unchosen because they refused both assignment and ownership." Lilith leaned toward the dashboard speaker. "Why would their consent be linked to Eddie's customer list?" Cashin was quiet. Then he said, "Because Silas used them as a pattern." The cab went cold. "Explain," Eddie said. He was looking for unprotected living witnesses, people he could move into roles without a recognized claimant. The Unchosen were the first people Black Hollow sheltered from that exact practice. They refused to become property of a family, a church, a collector, or a cemetery. They became the foundation of the refuge clause. "And Silas copied the old crime," Nora said. "Yes." The driver turned sharply onto the Black Hollow road. The trees closed over them. Cashin continued. "The 17 strips are not consent records. They are absences. Names first finality cut out of the charter so no one could ask them what they wanted." Eddie looked at the black paper in his hands. "So we cannot just find them and ask." "No," Cashin said. "Not if they are still in the unchosen grave." Kit frowned. "What is in the grave?" Cashin did not answer. The driver did. "Nothing that wants a visitor." The cab entered Black Hollow Cemetery through the service gate. The gates did not open. They folded inward, iron ribs bending aside as though the cemetery had taken a breath and made room for them. The moment Eddie stepped onto the wet gravel, the 17 black strips flew from his hands. They rose into the rain. Each one became a small, white flame. The flames moved across the cemetery toward the farthest end of the grounds, toward the unchosen grave. Black Hollow had changed while they were gone. The chapel bell was ringing without sound. Its metal mouth moved in the tower, but the notes existed only under Eddie's boots, deep in the soil. The common rows were full of pale figures holding papers. Hester Bell stood near the front path with Thomas Reed beside her. Martha stood beneath the chapel arch, gray tag in one hand, while Ileana Ford and 3 other former annex clerks watched from the shadowed doorway as if unsure whether they were allowed to occupy open air. Rattle ran toward them with a ledger tucked under one arm. "Manager," he said, "the consent registry is fluctuating." "That is not a sentence I enjoy." 83 confirmed, 17 pending absence, 100 required. "I know the number. It is a very persuasive number." Myra approached from the north path. Her coat was torn at the elbow. A dark line of blood crossed one cheek. Eddie looked at it. "What happened?" "Moths. Gray moths. They were not polite about it." Vivienne stood behind her with both gloves removed. Thorn marks crawled darkly around her wrists. "Final allocation has been testing the boundaries," Vivienne said. "It is not waiting for dawn." Lilith stepped out of the cab and opened her folder. "It never was. Dawn is only when it intends to make the violence official." The white flames reached the unchosen grave. The grave lay beyond the old yew, behind a section of iron fence that had not existed yesterday. Its stone was low and black and completely blank. Now 17 smaller stones had risen around it in a circle. None bore a name. Each had one white flame hovering above it. The dead ledger opened in Eddie's hand. Original refuge witness circle detected. 17 unchosen persons. Record status removed. Consent status unknown. Eddie walked toward the circle. Nora stayed beside him. Mara and Vivienne moved to either side. Lilith followed with Cassion's voice still murmuring through the brass speaker in the cab behind them. Kit trailed at a distance that suggested he wanted to be present but did not want any object to mistake him for a volunteer. At the edge of the circle, the ground was dry despite the rain. The white flames did not flicker. They watched. Eddie did not know how else to describe it. He looked down at the blank stones. "Hello," he said. Nothing happened. Kit coughed behind him. "Maybe use more legal language." "Do you have any?" "No, that is why I suggested it." Nora knelt beside the nearest stone. She placed her lantern on the ground. The gold flame inside it leaned toward the white light above the blank marker. "They were people," she said. The rain stopped. Not across the cemetery, only inside the circle. The white flame above the stone brightened. Nora continued. "They had names, they had memories. They had people who knew them even if the records decided they did not count. They refused to be assigned. They refused to be owned. And someone removed them because leaving a person unnamed is easier than admitting they said no." The first blank stone cracked. A line appeared across it, not a name, a question: "Who will speak?" The other 16 stones showed the same words. Eddie felt every eye turn toward him. No, not every eye, every absence. The question was not asking who would speak for them. It was asking who would speak with them. He looked at the blank stone, then at Nora, then at Hester, Martha, Thomas, Ileana, and all the people gathered beyond the iron fence. "Not me alone," Eddie said. The white flames rose higher. "I cannot name you for you. I cannot decide what you wanted. I cannot use you to fix the problem someone else made." A wind moved through the yew tree. The branches knocked softly together. "But I can keep the space open," Eddie said. "I can make sure no one closes the record before you get to answer." The first flame went out. Eddie's heart dropped. Then it came back, not white, gold, the dead ledger wrote. "Witness space established. Consent not yet recovered." "That is not enough," Cassion said from the cab speaker. "I know," Eddie said. The earth beneath the circle gave a long, low knock, 17 times. Then another sound came from far beyond the graves, the front gate opening. No one had asked it to, no one had touched it. The iron ravens turned their heads toward the road. The dead ledger wrote in gray ink. Dawn review arrived early. A final line appeared, first finality appendix present. Eddie looked toward the gate. Something stood there, not Mr. Guerin, not a clerk, not a person anyone could forget. It was tall and thin, dressed in a coat made of unmarked paper. Where its face should have been, there was only a smooth gray page with a black line down the middle. When it spoke, the voice came from every blank stone at once. 83 is not enough, it said. The 17 flames bent toward it. No, Eddie replied, but it is more than you wanted. The gray figure stepped through the open gate. Every grave in Black Hollow held its breath. The first real bell of dawn began to ring. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. The Last Manager. The first real bell of dawn did not ring from the chapel tower. Black Hollow's chapel bell had been cracked for longer than Eddie Crowe had been alive. It had rung without a rope, rung through the floorboards, rung inside a person's teeth, rung when a grave wanted attention and when a contract wanted blood. It had opinions about timing, volume, and the emotional weakness of anyone trying to sleep beneath it. But this bell came from beyond the cemetery. It was not loud. That was how Eddie knew it was worse. The sound moved through the wet ground beneath the unchosen grave with the calm pressure of a stamp coming down on paper. One note, clean, unarguable. The 17 white flames above the blank stones bent toward the front gate. Every resident of Black Hollow did the same. Hester Bell stood with one transparent hand folded over the place where her heart would have been. Thomas Reed stood in his old fire brigade coat, one sleeve burned black from shoulder to cuff, his dented helmet tucked against his hip. Martha Arlen held the gray tag that had once identified her as former testimony, and now looked like something she had survived rather than something that owned her. The people from the Completed Matters Annex stood beneath the chapel arch in a narrow line, pale and uncertain, as though open air remained a privilege they expected to lose. Nora was beside Eddie, not behind him, not protected by him. Beside him, with her lantern burning gold in one hand and her signed consent folded safely inside the inner pocket of her yellow raincoat. Eddie noticed that because he had been noticing where everyone stood lately. It was a bad habit for a manager. Managers were supposed to know where people were so they could keep them safe. Eddie was learning that keeping someone safe and deciding where they belonged were two different things. The difference was small enough to fit inside a sentence and large enough to ruin a life. At the front gate, the thing wearing the coat of unmarked paper took one step onto Black Hollow's gravel path. The gate should have stopped it. The ravens above the arch should have screamed. The iron bars should have twisted shut. The cemetery should have done one of its usual theatrical little acts of property resentment. Nothing happened. That was worse too. The figure was tall but not impressive in any ordinary way. It had no horned silhouette, no crown, no black wings, no sword, no skulls stitched into the hem of its coat. Its body was thin, pale gray, and almost human. The paper coat hung flat around it, every fold unmarked. Where a face should have been there was a smooth sheet of gray, divided from forehead to chin by a single black line. The line opened. When it spoke, the voice came from every blank stone around the unchosen grave. 83 is not enough. Eddie rested both hands on the manager's shovel. No, he said, but it is more than you wanted. The black line in the figure's face did not move. It did not need to. The voice continued from the 17 stones, from the unmarked field, from the paper windows of the caretaker's office, and from the little white squares of consent locked inside Rattle's document box. The representative class remains incomplete. Consent is absent. Absent consent is void. Lilith Quill stepped forward from the rain shadow of the old yew tree. Her red folder was open. The silver pen beside it had stopped writing in the air, which was always a terrible sign. Lilith's smile, when it appeared, had edges. Absent consent is not void, she said. Absent consent is absent. The gray figure tilted its blank head toward her. Infernal counsel. Former infernal counsel, independent legal practitioner, and deeply offended reader. Your jurisdiction is not recognized. Lilith's smile widened by less than a fraction. Neither is yours. You are an appendix pretending to be a body. The paper coat made a dry sound, like a page being turned by an impatient hand. Finality does not require a body. No, Lilith said. It requires a record, and a record does not get to erase the person who disagrees with it, then call the silence consent. For the first time, The white flames above the blank stones flickered. Cassian Vale came down the path from the chapel, carrying 3 ledgers against his chest. His pale hair was loose from its usual careful arrangement, and rain had darkened one shoulder of his coat. Eddie had seen Cassian frightened before. He had seen him frightened by death, by Sister Ash, by a furnace full of corrective evidence, and by Rattle discovering filing authority. Cassian had never looked like this. This was not fear. This was recognition. "Do not let it frame the proceeding," Cassian said. Eddie looked at him. "I was hoping you would say something helpful." "I am." Cassian's voice was too tight. "This is how it wins. It does not arrive as a judge. It arrives as the conclusion. If it calls the unchosen absent, then it begins from the proposition that there is no one left to ask." The gray figure turned toward Cassian. "Junior Auditor Vale, your record remains compromised by proximity." Cassian swallowed. "Yes," he said, "it does." Eddie watched him. There was no joke in Cassian's voice, no defensive adjustment of his gloves, no attempt to hide behind process. Cassian looked at the blank stones. "But proximity is not the same as ownership," he said. "That is the point you keep refusing to record." The bell sounded again. This time, 24 small lights woke across the cemetery. One above Hester Bell's grave, one over Thomas Reed, one above the chapel threshold where Martha Arlen stood. Then more. Ileana Ford, the former annex clerks, 2 figures from the Crow list whose names Eddie had only learned an hour earlier, a pale man near the north wall, a woman in a red scarf by Witch Line, a boyish outline beside the unmarked field who was old enough in the face to make Eddie's stomach tighten. And at the east path, beyond the cemetery's inner fence, one light appeared above Nora, not her head, her shadow. The dead ledger tore itself out of Eddie's coat pocket and opened in the rain. The pages did not glow green, they were gray. Interim allocation schedule active. First matter, Hester Bell Vale. Second matter, Thomas Reed. Third matter, Martha Arlen. The list kept writing. Eddie did not look at the rest. He had already seen Nora's name in North Ashbury. He did not need the ledger to make it feel worse by printing it again. A minute hand appeared in the bottom corner of the page. It moved. Hester gasped. The light over her grave pulled downward. Her outline became thin, then thinner. The name above her head blinked once. Hester Bell Vale, then. Hester Vale, then. Wife of Edmund Vale. "No," Nora said. She moved before Eddie could stop her, which was good because stopping her would have been the wrong thing and bad because the gray figure had clearly been waiting for a living witness to step too close. Nora reached Hester and took her hand. The light above Nora's shadow brightened. The gray figure spoke from the blank stones. "Living witness threshold identified. Contested memory asset prepared for recovery." Mara Voss's crossbow came up so fast the wet leather strap snapped against her coat. "Say asset again," she said. The gray figure did not look at her. "You have no standing." Mara smiled. It was a small, cold expression, the kind that made Eddie wonder whether the world had made a mistake by placing knives within reach of some people. "I have a bolt," she said. "That is usually enough. Physical violence cannot alter an allocation. It can improve my mood." "Mara," Eddie said, "I am not shooting it." "You are considering it loudly." "Yes." Vivienne Thorne stepped beside Mara. Her umbrella was closed now. Black rainwater ran down its silver handle. Thorn marks climbed from her wrists toward the sleeves of her coat, dark beneath pale skin. "The figure is a manifested appendix," Vivienne said. "Not the entire authority. If Mara shoots it, it will become a footnote somewhere inconvenient." Mara lowered the crossbow by an inch. "That is not useful." "It is why you are not shooting it." At the unchosen grave, the 17 white flames lifted together. The ground beneath them opened into 17 narrow black lines, not graves, spaces where graves had been removed. Eddie felt the old kettle inside his coat grow warm. The whistle lock clicked once, then again. The box at Rattle's feet rattled hard enough to make the skeleton swear in a language composed entirely of filing codes. The consents, Rattle said. They are responding. The gray figure turned toward the document box. Unverified emotional artifacts do not establish personhood. Rattle froze. Eddie had known Rattle since his first night in Black Hollow. He had seen him delighted, nervous, murderous in a very bureaucratic way, and close to tears over a properly labeled drawer. He had not seen him offended like this. Rattle slowly adjusted his clerk's visor. "Those," he said with terrifying politeness, "are not emotional artifacts." The rain seemed to pause. "They are records." He picked up the black document box. Handwritten, voluntary, witnessed, attached to named living persons, deceased persons, former living persons, and one woman who threatened the manager from underground for failing to deliver a refund. Mrs. Wren's dry little laugh moved through the rain. Kit looked up sharply. "Was that?" "Do not finish that sentence," Eddie said. Rattle continued, holding the box against his ribcage. "The persons whose consent is contained here selected no owner, no claimant, no purchaser, no bloodline. They selected a limitation, that their testimony may be carried only under the terms they chose." The gray figure's paper coat rustled. "Terms require a recognized class." "That is why we are making one," Rattle said. The figure did not react. Rattle did. He pointed one bony finger toward the blank stones. "And those 17 people were removed from the record because they refused the exact kind of classification you are attempting now. The omission is not an absence. It is evidence." For one dangerous second, the figure's black line split wider. The gray page beneath it filled with tiny printed words. "Redaction does not confer rights." The letters spread across its face, then vanished. "No," Eddie said. Everyone looked at him. He did not look away from the figure. "No," he repeated. "You do not get to say that. You erased them. You do not get to erase someone, then use the blank space as proof they never mattered." First minute hand on the ledger reached the end of its small circle. Hester screamed. The light over her grave dropped. The wrong name began to burn itself into the stone. Mrs. Edmund Vale. Eddie ran. He did not think. Thinking was a luxury reserved for people who did not have a dead woman disappearing in front of them while a featureless clerk explained why that was normal. He reached Hester's grave, dropped to his knees, and drove the manager's shovel into the wet soil. The blade flashed silver. Manager duty active. He knew what would happen next. The ledger would tell him he had no standing. The figure would tell him he had no authority. Someone would use a tidy phrase such as procedural limitation while a person was turned into a filing outcome. So Eddie did not ask the ledger for permission. He put one hand over Hester's name on the stone. "Hester," he said. Her outline shook. Nora was still holding her hand. "Hester Bell Vale, do you want me to stop this?" The gray figure made a sound like paper tearing. "Manager Crowe is not an authorized recipient of." Hester looked at Eddie. Her face was thin with fear. Her tears still did not fall, but she looked at him. That was the difference. Not the grave, not the letter, not the old papers, the daughter, the legal phrasing, the contract, or the numbers. She looked at him. "Yes," she whispered. The word landed in the soil. The cemetery answered. Every grave in the common rows knocked once. The light above Hester's stone flared gold. The dead ledger shook in the rain. Individual consent received. Scope: emergency defense of personal name. The gray figure's black line narrowed. Individual consent cannot establish collective representation. "I know," Eddie said. He kept his hand on Hester's stone. "But it is enough for Hester." The wrong name on the stone cracked. Not vanished, cracked. The letters of Mrs. Edmund Vale split like old plaster. Beneath them, older letters pushed through damp stone. Hester Bell Vale. The allocation light snapped off. Hester fell against Nora. This time she did not fade. She was still transparent, still dead, still tired, still frightened, but she was there. The gray figure looked down at them. "One matter delayed," it said. The minute hand reset. 17 remain. Eddie stood slowly. Rain slid down his face. Mud pulled at his knees. His hand was dirty from the grave and warm from Hester's light. "You keep counting people like a threat," he said. They are not persons in the relevant classification. Then your classification is wrong. The paper coat moved in the wind. Definitions do not become wrong because a manager dislikes them. No, Eddie said. They become wrong when they require you to delete everyone who proves they are wrong. The 17 flames over the unchosen grave rose higher. This time one of them spoke, not in a clear voice, not a name, a refusal. No. Then another, no. Then another, no. 17 voices moved through the rain. No, 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 no. The gray figure turned toward the circle of blank stones. The sound stopped. The cemetery held its breath. Then words appeared on every stone. We were asked to belong. We refused. Eddie understood. Not all of it. Not yet, but enough. The original refuge charter had not been built by people who had consented to a manager owning them. It had been built by people who had refused to belong to anyone. They had not left their consent behind because they had never consented to the wrong question. The gray figure spoke. Refusal does not create representation. No, Nora said. She stepped away from Hester's grave and walked toward the unchosen circle. Her lantern light spread over the blank stones, gold threading through white. Refusal creates a boundary. The figure said nothing. Nora looked at the 17 flames. You were asked to belong to a family, a church, a graveyard, a collector, a record. You said no. The flames dipped together. You do not have to belong to Eddie either. Eddie looked at her. Nora did not look back. You do not have to give him your names. You do not have to give him your stories. You do not have to make him stronger because he is standing here with a shovel and a bad coat and an unfortunate talent for surviving paperwork. Kit, standing behind the iron fence, whispered, "That is almost romantic." Mara elbowed him without looking. Nora continued, "But you can choose whether he is allowed to listen." The rain stopped inside the circle. The 17 flames became still. A question appeared on the blank stones. Who will speak? Eddie walked to the edge of the circle. He did not step inside. That mattered. He knew it mattered even before the dead ledger wrote it. Manager remains outside original witness boundary. The gray figure watched him. Eddie looked at the stones. "I am not going to speak for you," he said. The flame nearest him trembled. "I cannot. I do not know your names. I do not know what you lost. I do not know who hurt you, who left you, who thought you were easier to use than to ask." The wind moved through the old yew tree. "I know what it is to have people write a roll around you," Eddie said. "I know what it is to be told you are useful because no one else is standing there. I know what it is to have a family obligation arrive after everyone who could explain it has disappeared." A small sound came from the office drawer far behind them. Sela's crow had heard. Eddie ignored it. "You do not have to choose me," he said. "You do not have to choose anyone. But if you want a record where no one can decide your ending without hearing you first, I will hold the door open." The first white flame went dark. Kit inhaled. The dead ledger page went blank. Then the flame returned. It was not white, it was not gold. It was the dark blue of ink at the bottom of a glass. A single word appeared on the nearest blank stone. "Not you." Eddie nodded. "Fair." The second stone changed. "Not OWNED." The third. "Not silent." The fourth. "Not final." One by one the stones filled. "Not you." Not OWNED. Not silent. Not final. Not property. Not evidence only. Not an asset. Not a debt. Not a tool. Not a pattern. Not a sacrifice. Not a mistake. Not a blank. Not a body without a voice. Not a name without a choice. Not gone. Not again. The final stone remained blank. The gray figure spoke. "Negative statements do not form a class." Lilith laughed once. It was not a pleasant sound. "Every contract I have ever destroyed began with someone saying that." She opened her red folder. Pages rose into the rain around her, black ink burning across each one. "Consent is not a resource," Lilith said. "It is not a key you remove from a person when it becomes inconvenient. Consent includes refusal. Consent includes scope. Consent includes the right to tell a representative no. The pages turned faster. Your principal is corrupt, she said to the gray figure. You are counting silence as compliance because you have built an institution around the convenience of not hearing anyone. The gray figure's coat began to crease. Finality is not convenience. No, Lilith said. Finality is an ending. You are something else. You are a collection habit with a budget. Cashin took one of the ledgers from his chest and opened it in the rain. This is the pre-municipal archive of Black Hollow's original designation, he said. It was found in the archive of unclaimed names, revised against the charter fragment in the annex, and compared with the record of the unchosen grave. The gray figure turned toward him. Cashin did not stop. Original refuge rule. No person may be assigned, allocated, inherited, stored, corrected, or concluded without a witnessed opportunity to refuse the classification. The first real bell of dawn rang again. The words passed through the cemetery like light through stained glass. Cashin's hands shook, but his voice did not. Second rule. A person unable to speak may appoint a listener only through voluntary, revocable consent. A listener does not own the statement. A listener preserves it. The final blank stone filled, not without U.S. The 17 flames joined. The dead ledger tore a page out of itself. The page hovered above the witness circle. Collective consent, 83 of 100. Original witness refusal, 17 of 17. Then the ledger hesitated. A second line wrote itself beneath the first. Correction pending. The gray figure moved, not quickly. It simply appeared inside the circle. The iron fence twisted. The ground opened around its feet. Every blue flame bent away from it. Refusal cannot be counted as consent, it said. No, Eddie said, but choice can. The gray figure turned its blank face to him. You are attempting to use legal language without legal authority. Yeah, Eddie said. I have been doing that for a while. It is how I got here. The black line on the figure's face opened wider. Behind it there was not a mouth. There was a page. Names began to write themselves on it. Hester Bell Vale, Thomas Reed, Martha Arlen, Ileana Ford, Nora Quinn. The names appeared one beneath another, each followed by a gray word, allocate. The ground beneath Hester's grave split. Mara fired. The bolt crossed the cemetery in a line of silver. It struck the gray page where Hester's name had appeared. The bolt did not hit flesh. It hit paper. The sound was small, a puncture, but the word allocate broke apart. The figure staggered. For the first time it made a sound that was not a voice. 100 pages tearing at once. Mara loaded another bolt. Physical violence cannot alter an allocation, she said. Eddie glanced at her. She did not smile. Apparently it can improve the formatting. The gray figure lifted one hand. Blank slips of paper erupted from the ground around it. They rose like birds, then unfolded into thin human shapes with no faces and long gray hands. Allocation clerks. Eddie knew that without being told. There were too many of them. They moved toward the residents, toward Hester, toward Thomas, toward the annex clerks, toward Nora. Mara fired again. Vivienne opened her umbrella. The red lining bloomed outward into a thorned canopy. Black thorns burst from the wet earth, wrapping around the nearest paper clerk and pulling it down into the mud. The clerk tore itself free in strips. Each strip became a smaller clerk. Do not cut them, Vivienne said. Mara's third bolt stopped halfway in the air. That would have been useful earlier. Fold them. How? Violently. Mara adjusted her aim. That I understand. At the chapel steps, Kit picked up the old kettle. Does anyone know what this does? He asked. No, Eddie said. Kit looked at the incoming paper clerks. Then it is probably time. He twisted the whistle lock. The kettle screamed. Not whistled, screamed. A shrill, furious sound burst across Black Hollow. The little square consents inside Rattle's document box lifted into the air. 73 white pieces of paper unfolded like birds and flew toward the paper clerks. Each certificate hit a gray body and stuck. Crow and Covenant, Premium Post-Mortem Protection Plan, Emergency Spiritual Representation. The false words burned. Then new words wrote themselves beneath them. I was asked, I answered, I was heard. The paper clerks faltered. One by one they folded in half, then in half again, then dropped into the mud as little gray squares. Rattle ran through the rain collecting them. Evidence, he shouted. Kit blinked. That worked. The dead ledger wrote. Fraudulent promise converted to voluntary witness instrument. Do not become proud. Eddie ducked as a paper clerk lunged toward him. The manager's shovel struck it across the middle. The shovel did not cut, it stamped. A red seal appeared across the clerk's blank chest. Hearing required. The creature froze. Eddie hit it again. It folded itself into a square and landed in a puddle. Okay, Eddie said. That is new. The shovel flashed. Manager tool function expanded. Patience decreased. Same, Eddie said. The gray figure had not moved. It stood inside the witness circle while the cemetery fought around it, names rising and falling across the blank page of its face. Then the office drawer opened. Not slowly. It exploded outward. The sound cracked through the rain. A black ribbon of ash and old signatures tore across the cemetery toward the gray figure. At its center, Silas Crowe formed out of smoke, ragged coat flapping, face pale with fury and joy. Eddie's stomach dropped. Of course, he said. Silas landed beside the figure. For 1 second the two things faced each other, the former manager and the appendix, the man who had turned people into roles, and the record that had turned roles into endings. Silas smiled. You see, he said to Eddie, it was never about me. I learned the only rule that matters. Eddie gripped the shovel. Which one? Silas spread his hands toward the unchosen stones. People who are not defended become available. The sentence landed harder than the bell. Hester made a sound behind Eddie. Nora's lantern flame flared. Silas looked at them all. Names, debts, graves, bloodlines, witnesses, it is all the same. No one owns you until someone notices you. No one saves you until someone decides you are worth the filing. Eddie wanted to hit him. He wanted to hit him with the shovel, with the kettle, with every bad decision that had led to Black Hollow. He wanted to turn Silas into something small enough to throw away. But that was not the point. It had never been the point. Silas had expected rage. Rage was simple. Rage could be classified. Eddie looked at the gray figure, then back at Silas. You did not learn a rule, he said. You learned an excuse. Silas's smile shifted. You chose me because no one would defend me, Eddie said. You looked at me and saw a boy with debts, no money, no family in the room, no one reading the paper before he signed it. You did not see someone available. You saw someone you thought you could get away with using. The ash around Silas's hands trembled. Eddie stepped closer. And you were wrong. Silas laughed. You are standing in a cemetery full of dead people. That is your proof. Eddie looked around him, at Nora, at Mara with a crossbow in the rain, at Vivienne holding witch line open with bloodless hands, at Lilith turning hostile law into paper weapons, at Cassian shaking but still reading the original charter aloud, at Kit with an antique kettle that had just defeated a clerk, at Rattle collecting evidence in a storm, at Hester Bell standing under her own name, at Thomas Reed, at Martha Arlen, at the 17 unchosen flames. Yeah, Eddie said, it is. The gray figure spoke. Sentiment does not alter final record. No, Eddie said, but testimony does. He raised the shovel. Rattle. The skeleton looked up from a pile of folded clerks. Ready. Open the trial. Rattle's jaw dropped. Here. Here. Against whom? Eddie looked at Silas, then at the gray figure. Against everyone who thought silent was the same as yes. The cemetery bell rang. Not dawn, not finality, Black Hollow's bell. The broken chapel tower lit from within. Every complaint paper in the cemetery rose into the rain. Rattle lifted his pen. His voice carried farther than a skeleton's voice had any right to. Black Hollow Cemetery, restricted refuge hearing. Matter, personhood, consent, and unauthorized finality. The paper clerk stopped moving. The gray figure turned its blank face toward him. Rattle continued. Presiding, no owner. The rain caught fire in gold threads. Witnesses, present, absent, dead, living, former living, disputed, unchosen, and otherwise inconvenient. Kit raised his hand. Can I be otherwise inconvenient? No, Rattle said. You are clerk adjacent. Cruel. Recorded. The witness circle expanded, not physically. The space around it became larger than the cemetery could contain. The gates, the chapel which lined the north wall, the east path, the road to North Ashbury, the city of cemeteries, the annex shelves, the gray records above final allocation. All of it seemed to lean inward toward the 17 blank stones. The gray figure tried to step back. The circle held it. For the first time, first finality sounded uncertain. This proceeding is unauthorized. Lilith shut her folder. No, she said, it is witnessed. The word carried into the rain, and the rain did not disagree. That was a strange thing to notice in the middle of an attack by a concept wearing a coat. Eddie noticed it anyway. For the first time since first finality had crossed the gate, the storm did not move around the gray figure. It moved through it. Water ran down the blank paper of its face and turned black where it touched the vertical line. The figure looked at the droplets as though weather had committed a procedural violation. Witnessed by whom? It asked. Hester stepped forward. Nora released her hand reluctantly, but Hester did not sway. She walked to the edge of the witness circle in her gray dress, transparent skirt brushing wet grass that did not bend beneath it. The old wrong name was gone from her stone now. Her own name shone dimly through the rain. Hester Bell Vale, Rattle said, pen ready. Do you wish to be entered as a witness? Hester looked at the gray figure. I have been entered under worse things, she said. Rattle's pen moved. The gray figure's page face showed her name again. Hester Bell Vale. Below it appeared. Status deceased. Original claim, marriage property. Final allocation, pending. Hester saw the lines. Her mouth tightened. That is what you call me, she asked. It is what your record supports, first finality said. Hester glanced toward her grave, toward the letter from her daughter, still folded inside the file Rattle had carried through the rain, toward Nora, who had remembered a woman she had never met because her grandmother had said the name into the east wall. My record supports more than you wrote, Hester said. Memory is not ownership. No, Hester replied. That is the first sensible thing you have said. Kit made a small sound behind his hand. Mara's mouth almost moved. Hester continued. I was Hester Bell before I married Edmund Vale. I was Hester Vale for 13 years because I chose to be. I was Hester Bell again after I left him. I was still Hester Bell when he died, and the men who handled his estate told me I had inherited a debt I had never signed. The gray figure did not move. I buried him because no one else would. I paid for the grave. I paid for the stone. I paid the wrong amount of money for a man who had cost me enough already. Her voice shook, then steadied. When I died, they put me beside him and wrote my name as if I had never left. The wind moved through the cemetery. Hester looked at Eddie. I did not need anyone to own my answer, she said. I needed someone to ask me. The dead ledger wrote. Testimony recorded. Personal name confirmed. Prior claim void. The gray figure's face filled with a new line. Objection. Personal testimony does not alter final class. Lilith's silver pen lifted from the air and stabbed through the words. It did not tear paper. It made a sound like a window closing in a storm. Objection answered, Lilith said. Your final class is built from an illegal premise. A person cannot be concluded by a record that refused to hear the person. First finality turned toward her. You cannot impose infernal doctrine on death. Lilith smiled. Believe me, I am trying not to. Thomas Reed came next. He was not transparent in the same way as Hester. He had the soft, rain-washed solidity of an old photograph left too long near a window. His fire brigade coat was buttoned to the throat, burned black along one sleeve. The dented helmet under his arm had a crack down the front and the faded number of a station that had been demolished before Eddie was born. Rattle read his name. Thomas Reed, former fireman, East Wall neighbor, municipal rescue witness. Existing consent already entered. Do you wish to amend or speak to its scope? Thomas looked at the gray figure. It showed him a page. Thomas Reed, status, deceased. Final category, unresolved municipal rescue labor. Recommended allocation, archive rest. Thomas blinked. Archive rest, he said. Yes, said First Finality. Is that where you put the ones who went back in when the building was already trying to kill them? It is a recognized conclusion. Thomas looked at the helmet under his arm. There were 3 people in the warehouse, he said. One had a broken leg. One was choking on smoke. The third was a girl who kept asking whether her father knew she was scared. I got them out. Then I went back because a roof does not become less dangerous just because it has fallen on somebody else. His burned fingers tightened against the helmet rim. When I died, the council called it an industrial incident. The station lost its records. The service row lost its marker. A clerk called the absence regrettable and moved on to the next page. The paper coat rustled. That does not establish. Thomas raised one hand. I am not finished. The gray figure stopped. For some reason that hit Eddie harder than the loud things. A dead fireman had told Finality to wait, and it had. Thomas looked at the people gathered around him. I do not want to be stored, he said. I do not want to be archived. I do not want a final rest that is only quiet because no one knows where to send the complaint. I want the record to admit I was there. I want it to stop pretending a burned coat is an administrative inconvenience. He turned to Eddie. I gave you consent to carry my claim when the east wall stood under review. I do not take that back. I amend the scope. Eddie nodded once. Tell me. Carry the message, Thomas said, but do not carry it alone, and do not let anyone turn my last act into a reason to own the people I pulled out. Eddie's throat tightened. Right, he said, with you. The dead ledger wrote. Thomas Reed, existing consent confirmed. Representation scope reaffirmed and expanded. Scope, personhood, testimony, personal claims. The number at the bottom of the ledger did not change. Collective consent, 83 of 100. The gray figure's black line narrowed. Individual appointments remain insufficient. Then stop making us improve, Kit said. Mara looked at him. Kit lifted both hands. It was a good line. Martha Arlen walked from the chapel steps toward the circle. She moved slowly, not from weakness, but from a care that made everyone make room. Her gray tag hung from one hand. The tag had been cut through in the annex, but it had never stopped being visible. Eddie suspected it had become part of her because the people who made it had wanted that. Rattle's pen shook when he read her name. Martha Arlen, former testimony, former completed matter, current status. Martha looked at the tag. Then she placed it on the wet ground. The rain hit it. For a second the letters returned, former testimony, no further action required. Martha stepped on it with the heel of her boot. The tag cracked. No, she said. The words rang through the cemetery. The gray figure's face filled with text. Martha Arlen, status, exhibit. Martha looked up. I was a clerk, she said. Not an exhibit. I filed the intake reports. I noticed the missing names. I wrote them down. Then I was told the names were mistakes. I was told to remove them. When I refused, my own name was moved from the record. She looked at Silas. The former manager stood at the edge of the circle, ash moving around his coat. He had been silent since Eddie spoke. The silence looked wrong on him. You told them I had made a filing error, Martha said. Silas's eyes sharpened. You did. Martha's face did not change. Then I corrected it. The dead ledger flashed. Prior manager debt trial, evidence admitted. Silas turned toward the ledger. You cannot admit a half-filed clerk statement. Rattle made a terrible clicking noise. I was murdered in the office for filing a staff claim, he said. Do not lecture me about half-filed statements. Martha looked at First Finality. You made me a former matter because it was easier than admitting I was still a person who knew something you did not want known. You stored me where no one could hear me, then called the silence completion. Her hands shook only once. I will not consent to that. I will consent to being heard. The gray tag beneath her foot broke completely. The fragments lifted into the rain and became small gray moths. They flew toward the blank figure. Then, before they could reach it, Mara's bolt passed through the swarm. The moths folded into paper squares and fell harmlessly into a puddle. Mara reloaded. "Formatting," she said. Martha looked at Eddie. "Do you accept my instruction?" Eddie knew the answer mattered. Not for her, for him. "I accept," he said. "You tell me what you need said. You can take it back whenever you want." Martha nodded. The ledger wrote, "Marthaarlen. Existing consent confirmed. Representation scope reaffirmed. Scope, former testimony restoration claim reopening personal status. The number did not change. Collective consent 83 of 100. The figure lifted its blank hand. The ground at the front gate split. A gray line crossed Black Hollow from gate to chapel, cutting through paths, grass, grave rows, and the shallow puddles left by rain. Wherever the line passed, names dimmed on stones. Hester's name flickered. Thomas's station number vanished from his helmet. Martha's face blurred at the edges. Nora inhaled sharply. The gray figure said, "The hearing is not recognized." The line widened. "Therefore its statements are unrecorded." Cashin went pale. "That is the Unburial Warrant," he said. "What does it do?" Eddie asked. Cashin looked at the widening gray mark. "It does not take the dead from their graves." That sounded like it was about to become worse. "It removes the graves from the dead." The line touched the common rows. 100 small headstones faded, not vanished. They became wrong. Names slid off them, dates rearranged, flowers dried. The little signs of individual lives blurred into generic stone and generic earth and generic loss. A woman near the back of the rows began to cry, not one of the dead. A living woman beyond the east wall, walking with an umbrella and a bag of flowers. She stopped at a grave she clearly knew. The stone had no name. She touched it. Then looked around as if someone had stolen a room from her house. Nora saw her. Her lantern flame bent toward the east path. "That is what it does," Nora whispered. "It makes the living forget where to stand." The gray figure extended its hand toward Nora. Her shadow pulled away from her boots. Eddie moved. Nora did too. She caught her own shadow by stepping into the lantern light. The gold flame surged upward, wrapping around her legs in a bright circle. The gray pull snapped. Nora's face had gone white. "Not yours," she said. First Finality's voice came from the 17 stones. "Living witness threshold is held only by memory continuity. Memory continuity is contested." Nora looked down at the ground, then lifted her chin. "Of course it is." She pulled the folded living witness consent from her coat and held it out toward the gray figure. It tried to pull the paper from her hand. Nora did not let go. "My name is Nora Quinn," she said. "I live by the east wall. My grandmother brought soup to a cemetery manager when no one else would. I know which residents were forgotten. I know the names Black Hollow whispered before it had anyone to hear them. I know I am alive. I know I am not an asset because you want a convenient word." The gold thread around the consent brightened. "I choose what I remember. I choose who may carry my testimony, and I do not consent to you." The gray figure's hand closed. The lantern light exploded outward. The line across the cemetery stopped. Not healed, stopped. The dead ledger wrote, "Living witness consent, reaffirmed. Memory asset claim, DENIAD." The gray figure's face filled with new text. "Sealed witness recovery, pending. Plot 0 custody, transfer required." The cemetery changed around the words. Not loudly. Plot 0 never did anything loudly when it was frightened. The black plate at the far end of the cemetery went still beneath its iron rings. Then a thin white seam appeared around its edge, as though some patient hand below the ground had begun opening an envelope. Cashin turned toward it so fast one of his ledgers fell into the mud. "No," he said. The word did not sound procedural. It sounded personal. Eddie felt the manager's shovel drag in his hands. The old containment lines under the grass woke one after another, each of them carrying the pressure of an answer nobody had survived hearing properly. "Serafina," he said. For 3 breaths, nothing replied. Then her voice rose through the stone. "Do not mistake a door opening for permission, Alden." The gray figure turned toward plot 0. Sealed living witness remains attached to restricted site. Recovery is required for proper conclusion. Under the black plate, someone laughed once. It was not a happy sound. "I am not attached to anything," Serafina said. "I am contained here because the thing beneath me is not a question for a clerk with a stamp. I chose the seal before Silas learned how to profit from it. I have kept choosing it every morning he has failed to understand that difference." A low knock moved through the cemetery from below plot 0, not a grave knocking, something older, answering from the other side of the first question. Nora's lantern flame narrowed. The gray figure lifted its blank hand toward the black plate. "Witness cannot determine custody." Serafina's voice sharpened. "Then your law is a coffin with better stationery." The white seam around plot 0 widened another inch. Black roots showed beneath it, wrapped around iron signatures, and a woman's pale hand pressed flat to the underside of the stone. Eddie took 1 step forward. The roots tightened. "Do not," Serafina said. He stopped. Not because he was afraid of her, because she had told him no. It should not have been complicated. It still cost him something to remember it. "I am here," Serafina said, and the entire cemetery heard the difference between a witness statement and an order. "I am alive. I decide whether I remain sealed, whether I am moved, whether I am heard, and whether any hand touches the question beneath me. I refuse recovery. I refuse transfer. I refuse release for the convenience of any authority that has not yet learned how to ask." The dead ledger opened by itself. Sealed living witness, SCRAPHINA black, status, self-determined, containment, voluntary and revocable BY witness, recovery request, DENIED, unilateral access prohibited. First question review preserved, not closed. The knock beneath plot 0 stopped, not defeated, heard. The white seam sealed itself. The black plate settled back into the wet earth. For 1 second, a woman's eye looked up from beneath the iron rings. Serafina did not smile. She only nodded once, as if she had marked a clause correct enough to survive the day. The number did not change. Eddie looked at it. 83. 17 short. The 17 unchosen flames were still waiting. The answer was there. He could feel it in the negative statements written on the stones. Not owned, not silent, not final. They had already chosen. They had chosen a refusal no office could turn into a blank. But first finality would never count their refusal as consent because it needed the number to remain impossible. Eddie looked at the dead ledger. Can consent be a no? The book did not answer. That was not a refusal. Eddie had learned the difference. It was thinking. Lilith turned toward the blank stones. "It can," she said, "in every system that is not deliberately abusive." The gray figure's page face turned to her. "Infernal jurisprudence is not applicable." "No," Lilith said, "but basic sanity is." Cashin opened the original charter again. "Second rule," he said, "a person unable to speak may appoint a listener only through voluntary, revocable consent. A listener does not own the statement. A listener preserves it." Eddie looked at the words, then at the unchosen. "They are not appointing a listener," he said. "No," Nora said. She understood too. "They are defining what a listener cannot do." The 17 flames became blue again. The final blank stone glowed. The question returned. Who will speak? Eddie looked at the stones. "Not me," he said. The flames rose. "Not Nora. Not Cashin. Not Lilith. Not anyone who can make a person's answer into a thing they own." The gray figure's coat tightened. Eddie turned toward the residents gathered in the rain. "Hester, you said you needed someone to ask you. Thomas, you said you needed someone to carry the message with you. Martha, you said you needed your testimony restored, not used. Nora, you said you are not a shield." He pointed the shovel toward the ground. "Maybe a representative is not someone who speaks for the dead. Maybe it is someone who makes it impossible to stop them speaking." The dead ledger page tore down the middle. Words appeared on the left side. Representative, proposed definition. On the right. No owner, no claim, no unilateral authority, no transfer of personal will. Eddie took a breath. The job is not to decide. The job is to carry the question until the person gets an answer. First blue flame became gold, then the second, then all 17. The gray figure moved toward the circle. Mara stepped in front of it. The figure did not stop. Mara pulled a knife instead of the crossbow. She moved close, faster than paper had any right to react. The blade entered the seam of the paper coat and dragged downward. The gray figure did not bleed. It opened. Inside was a corridor of blank pages leading down forever. Mara's knife disappeared into it up to the hilt. She grimaced. That is unpleasant. The blank corridor pulled. Mara's arm jerked forward. Vivienne's thorn whipped around Mara's waist and yanked her back before the page could take her. The knife remained inside first finality. Mara stared at it. I like that knife. Vivienne's mouth tightened. Later. Now would be better. The gray figure stepped forward again. Its blank hand reached for the nearest blue flame. Eddie swung the manager's shovel. The blade hit the hand. A red seal appeared. Hearing required. The gray hand froze. Eddie swung again. The hand folded into a single gray sheet. On it was written, Unauthorized defense. Lilith snatched the paper out of the air. Thank you, she said. Exhibit 1. The figure's page face filled with names again. This time not residents. Eddie Crowe, Alden Crowe, Edward James Crowe. The names layered over one another until the page became black. Bloodline manager, first finality said. Improperly appointed, temporary, contested, inherited through fraudulent authority. Silas smiled. There, he said, at least it knows what you are. Eddie looked at his names on the page. He had spent too long being afraid of them. Edward James Crowe, the name he signed when he wanted to look respectable. Alden, the name taken from him before he could remember it. Eddie, the name he chose because it fit better in cheap rooms and bad plans. None of them belonged to Silas. None of them belonged to first finality. He stepped closer to the blank figure. You are right about one thing, he said. The gray figure waited. I was inherited. Silas's smile widened. Eddie raised the shovel. But I am not inherited anymore. The manager's shovel burned silver from blade to handle. A line of text appeared along the metal. Bloodline authority, renounce or repeat. Eddie read it. The cemetery went silent. Even the rain seemed to wait. He understood the choice. He could use the Crow bloodline. Use it to claim the manager's authority over the unchosen circle, over the refuge, over the dead. It would be easy, in the way a bad answer often sounded easy. He could take the thing Silas had built and make it serve better ends. That was the trap, not because power was evil. Because power that did not need to ask eventually forgot why it should. He looked at Hester, at Thomas, at Martha, at Nora, at the 17 flames. Then he looked at Silas. I renounce it, Eddie said. The words hurt, not dramatically. No lightning, no scream, just a sharp pressure behind his ribs like a hook being pulled out of a place it had been for too long. The 3 names on first finality's face peeled away. Edward James Crowe, Alden Crowe, Eddie. They rose into the rain as 3 separate lines of light. Silas stopped smiling. You idiot, he whispered. Maybe he meant it as an insult. Maybe he meant it as grief. Eddie did not care. The 3 names settled around him, not as a crown, as a circle. The dead ledger shook. Bloodline authority renounced. Inherited managerial claim terminated. Prior manager succession closed. The office drawer slammed shut on its own. Silas staggered backward. Ash poured from the sleeves of his coat. No, he said. For the first time he sounded afraid. No, you cannot close the line. Someone has to carry it. Eddie looked at the 17 flames. Yeah, he said, someone does. The final blank stone opened like an eye. A single line appeared, not the way you did. The witness circle lit. The 17 gold flames became 17 figures, not fully formed, not bodies someone could own, not faces the record could harvest. They were outlines of people made from ink, rain, and the shape of a refusal held for too long. The first figure spoke. We do not consent to him. Eddie nodded. The second spoke. We do not consent to any owner. The third. We consent to the question remaining open. The fourth. We consent to a listener bound by our refusal. The fifth. We consent to be asked again. All 17 voices joined. We consent to choice. The ledger flashed so brightly Eddie had to look away. Collective consent, 100 of 100, then beneath it. 83 affirmative appointments, 17 boundary consents, all consent voluntary, all consent revocable. The gray figure made a sound that shook the graves. No. It was not a legal answer. It was simply no. Eddie almost laughed. First finality had spent centuries treating refusal as absence. Now it had been refused. The dead ledger wrote. Representative class available. Appointment requires acceptance of TERMS. The sky above Black Hollow changed. Dawn had been trying to arrive for hours, held back by gray clouds and legal threats. Now the clouds split. Light came through in thin white bars and struck the chapel roof, the unchosen stones, the wet headstones of the common rows. The figure in the paper coat grew taller. The blank page of its face filled with one word, Unburial. The ground exploded. Every unmarked grave in Black Hollow opened at once. The sound was not a roar. It was worse. It was the sound of 1,000 sealed breaths being returned to the wrong mouths. Soil broke across the common rows. Old stones tipped. Iron rails buckled. The unmarked field lifted in dark waves, every nameless marker rising half an inch as if the ground had decided it no longer wished to carry them. Along which line, red thorns burst from the earth and immediately began trying to hold everything down. The Unburial Warrant did not raise corpses. It raised absences. Pale shapes climbed from open soil without faces, without names, without enough definition to be human or harmless. Each one carried a blank tag. Each one reached toward the nearest grave, the nearest lantern, the nearest living person. Toward anything that could be turned into a conclusion. Not the bodies, Cashin shouted. The records. It is separating the dead from their names. That is somehow worse, Kit yelled. Everything is worse when you understand it, Lilith said. Mara drew the long silver-edged blade from her back. It flashed in the gray dawn. Instructions, she asked. Eddie looked at the rising absences. The manager's shovel shook in his hands. The ledger hovered before him, open to the terms of appointment. Representative class available. Appointment requires acceptance of TERMS. The terms began to write. No ownership of residence. No authority to override personal refusal. Duty to preserve hearing. Duty to defend witness space. Duty to carry no name without consent. Duty to return any consent when revoked. Duty to remain where VOICES require a door. The final line came slowly. Exit none. Eddie stared at it. The ground shook. A blank shape lunged toward Hester. Nora lifted the lantern. Gold light struck it. The shape lost its outline for a moment, then came back thinner and faster. Mara intercepted it. Her silver blade cut through the blank tag at its chest, not the body. The tag split. The shape stopped. Its hands opened. A name spilled out like pale smoke. Mary Ellen Dove. Rattle caught the name in both skeletal hands. Record recovered, he cried. The shape folded into the earth. Cut the tags, Mara called. Not the people. Vivienne's thorns raced across the wet grass, catching blank tags wherever they could. The thorns bled dark red light into the soil. Each tag they touched burst into a line of script, then into a name, then into a small flame that flew toward Rattle's document box. Lilith stood at the edge of the circle with her folder open wide. Every time an absence reached for a living witness, she spoke a clause. Objection. NONCONSENSUAL reclassification. A gray hand stopped inches from Nora's shoulder. Objection. Posthumous reduction of personhood. A blank figure reaching toward Thomas Reed froze. Objection. Unauthorized conclusion. The word conclusion hit the figure like a chain. It folded itself in half. Kit ran between the graves with the kettle held in both hands. Every time one of the white consent squares dipped near him, he pointed the whistle lock at it. The kettle screamed. The square flared. Another blank tag cracked. "I am not sure I understand this tool," he shouted. "You are using it correctly," Eddie shouted back. "That is not reassuring." The gray figure at the center of the witness circle raised both hands. The open graves widened. At the east path, Nora's shadow tore loose again. Eddie moved toward her. Nora looked at him. "Do not," she said. He stopped. Every instinct in him screamed to pull her back, stand in front of her, wrap the danger around himself, and call it useful. He had spent his whole life confusing sacrifice with responsibility because sacrifice was simple. You got hurt. Someone else did not. It looked clean from a distance. Nora was not asking for that. She stepped into the gold light of her lantern. "I said I choose," she told the gray figure. The shadow pulled harder. Nora's boots slid through wet grass. Mara started toward her. Nora held up one hand. "Not yet." She reached into her coat and pulled out the old silver spoon. The spoon had been in Eddie's pocket at least twice, in Kit's hand once in the chapel shadows, and in a drawer that had tried to bite Eddie. It had belonged to Eddie Crowe. It had once whispered, "Do not let Sela's name him." Nora held it toward the gray figure. "My grandmother knew this family before the records got clever," she said. "She knew that a name is not a leash. It is a person telling you where they are willing to turn when you call." The spoon began to glow. A woman's voice moved through it, soft and weary and furious in the way only a mother could be furious after too many years without a chance to speak. "Do not let them name him either." Gray pull on Nora's shadow snapped. The shadow returned to her feet. The spoon cracked down the middle. Nora looked at the two pieces in her hand. For a moment she looked sad. Then she slipped both pieces into her pocket. "Thank you," she said quietly. The gray figure turned its blank face toward Eddie. "Appointment requires acceptance," it said. Before Eddie could answer, the two broken pieces of spoon lifted inside Nora's pocket. Not far, just enough for silver light to shine through the yellow cloth of her coat. A page appeared between Eddie and First Finality. It was smaller than the other pages. Old, water-stained. One corner had been burned away. ALDENCROWE. Birth record suppressed, living status misclassified, false death entry void. Under the black handwriting, a second hand appeared, messier, furious, familiar without being fully remembered. Lena CROWE, refusal valid, no managerial claim over living name. Eddie stared at the page until the letters blurred. He had recovered Alden in pieces. A first sound, a block, a line in a book, something his mother had fought to keep before he had been old enough to know what a name was for. But recovery was not the same thing as having the world admit it had lied. The page kept writing. ALDENCROWE, birth name restored. EDDIECROWE, self-chosen name recognized. Edward James CROWE, prior civil record, valid without claim of ownership. Sela's made a noise somewhere behind him. Eddie did not look. The voice in the spoon did not return. Lena had not come back to tell him what to do. She had not reached through years to make a new choice for him. She had done the one thing she had always been trying to do. She had refused the people who wanted to make his life useful to them. That refusal had not belonged to him. But it had made room for him to choose. Eddie put one hand over the place above his heart where the page's light had settled. "Record it," he said. The dead ledger wrote. Living personhood, EDDIECROWE confirmed. Birth record, ALDENCROWE restored. Maternal refusal, Lena CROWE valid and continuing. No prior manager may assert claim through bloodline, birth, or suppressed death record. The gray figure's black line pulled tight. For once it had no correction ready. Eddie looked at Nora. She did not ask whether he was all right. She only gave the smallest nod, like she understood that some answers were too large to survive being handled immediately. Then Eddie turned back to the ledger. "Fine," he said. "Now we can do the paperwork." Eddie looked at the ledger. At exit, none. The title waited beneath the terms, still hidden. He knew what it meant. No sale, no clean exit, no waking up one morning and deciding that he had done enough because people were still bringing names to the door. No handing Black Hollow to someone else through blood, debt, fraud, or a yellow piece of paper. It should have frightened him. It did. But fear was no longer the only thing in the room. Hester was standing under her own name. Thomas had a message to carry. Martha had a reopened claim. Nora was alive and beside him because she chose to be, not because someone had written her into his story. The unchosen had said no, and the no had become stronger than a missing page. He looked at the terms. "I accept," he said. The dead ledger did not move. A new line appeared, state acceptance precisely. Eddie stared at it. "Of course you need paperwork during the apocalypse." The ledger waited. The unburial warrant widened another grave. A little girl's doll rolled out of the soil, stopped in the wet grass, and turned its head toward Eddie. He looked away. Then he spoke. "I accept no ownership over any resident, witness, claimant, name, memory, body, debt, or refusal held by Black Hollow." The first line burned gold. "I accept no authority to decide for a person who can decide for themselves." The second line burned gold. "I accept that any consent given to me can be withdrawn. I accept that any person can tell me no. I accept that I do not get to call that failure." The third and fourth lines burned. "I accept the duty to keep a hearing open. I accept the duty to defend a witness space. I accept the duty to carry a question without changing it just because the answer makes my life worse." The cemetery shook. "I accept that I cannot sell this place. I cannot pass it on through blood. I cannot use it to make someone else responsible because I am tired." Silas screamed. It was not loud. It was thin and raw and close enough to human that Eddie hated hearing it. The prior manager stumbled toward the ledger. "You cannot take the line from me," Silas said. "It belongs to Crow blood." Eddie did not look at him. "No," he said. "It belonged to the people you trapped with it." The final term shown. Duty to remain where voices require a door. Exit, none. Eddie swallowed. "I accept that as long as Black Hollow needs a door held open, I stay." The ledger closed. Every grave in the cemetery knocked once. Not an answer. An acknowledgement. The pages opened again. Representative of the dead appointed. The gray figure stepped backward. For the first time it seemed smaller, not weaker, limited, and then the title appeared. It did not write in green, black, gray, or gold. It wrote in the color of wet soil after rain. Title granted, the last manager. Eddie looked at it. Kit made a strained noise from somewhere near the common rows. "Last sounds final," he said. Lilith, still holding 3 gray tags in one hand and a red clause in the other, looked at the page. "It means last in the inherited line," she said. "No future manager may be appointed by blood, debt, coercion, inheritance, or unchallenged authority." Cashin stared at the ledger. "Any future keeper must be selected by the residents under witnessed consent." Rattle's jaw clicked so fast it sounded almost like applause. "Resident appointment procedure," he whispered. "Resident appointment procedure." "Later," Eddie said. Rattle nodded furiously. "Later with forms." The gray figure's paper coat began to tear at the seams. "No," it said. It no longer sounded like an office. It sounded angry. That was useful. Anger had a face. A face could be held accountable. First Finality raised both hands. The unburied absences surged toward Eddie. He did not swing the shovel, not first. He lifted the ledger. "Everyone hear that," he said. The cemetery listened. The dead listened. The living listened. The 17 unchosen figures stood around the circle of blank stones, gold and blue and dark with remembered refusal. "The record is trying to close us without asking," Eddie said. "I am not going to tell you what to do." He looked at the absences rushing across the wet grass. "But I can ask, do you want to be heard?" The first absence stopped. Its blank tag fluttered. A word appeared, "Yes." The second stopped, "Yes." Then another, "Yes." The whole cemetery answered, not everyone the same way. Some said yes. Some said not yet. Some said stop. Some said my name first. One grave shouted, "I would like someone to move the U root out of my ribs before we discuss philosophy." Even now that made Kit laugh. The answers rose into the dawn. hundreds of them, different, messy, alive in the way only the dead could be alive when no one was trying to simplify them. The unburial warrant stalled, the absences shook. Their blank tags began to fill. Names returned, not every name, not all at once, but enough. Mary Ellen Dove, Harold Finch, Clara Bell, Samuel Pike, Elspeth Thorne. Vivienne went still at that last one. The thorn marks around her wrists flared red. From which line a woman's humming changed. Not hunger, recognition. Vivienne closed her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. The gray figure screamed. This time the sound had 1,000 voices in it, not people, files, redactions, conclusions collapsing under the weight of names they had never been meant to return. The blank page of its face split down the middle. Inside was not darkness. It was a ledger, a vast ledger of gray pages turning in a wind that did not exist. At the top of the first page was a title, First Finality Appendix. Below it, written in small black letters, "All things must end without exception." Eddie looked at the line, then he stepped forward. Mara caught his sleeve. "What are you doing?" "Reading." "That is never how you say that." He looked at her. "New manager policy." Mara did not let go immediately. Then she did. "Do not get erased." "I will put it in the handbook." He walked to the open page. The gray figure tried to close it. Lilith spoke a clause, evidence preservation. The page held. Cashin stepped beside Eddie, pale and wet and determined. "This is the root doctrine," he said. "It predates the current audit divisions. It was written when death was treated as a transport system instead of a condition with witnesses." "That is a terrible way to describe death," Eddie said. "It was written by people who liked terrible systems." The page turned. A second line appeared beneath the first. Exception, none. Eddie looked at the 17 unchosen, at Hester, at Martha, at Nora. Then he put the manager's shovel against the page. "Exception," he said. The page did not move. He pressed harder. "Exception, a person who has not been heard." The soil under Black Hollow rose, not violently, like a chest breathing. "Exception, a person whose name was removed." The first line of the appendix blurred. "Exception, a person who says no." The gray figure lunged. Mara's crossbow bolt pinned the paper coat to the gatepost. Vivienne's thorns wrapped around its legs. Lilith's red pages closed around its wrists. Rattle threw a stack of complaint files directly into its open face. "Objections pending," he shouted. The gray figure tore at the papers. The complaints would not tear. Eddie kept the shovel against the page. "Exception, a living witness who chooses to remember." Nora's lantern flared. The east wall lit gold. "Exception, a former living person whose testimony was stolen." Martha's broken gray tag melted into rain. "Exception, a dead person who appoints a listener but remains the owner of their own answer." Thomas Reed's dented fire helmet rang once. Ember-bright names rose from it, hundreds of them, each carried out of a burning doorway by someone the record had called final. They flew into the gray ledger. The words "all things must end without exception" began to crack. The gray figure screamed again. Silas broke free from the thorn chain around his coat. He ran toward Eddie. Not fast enough. Mara intercepted him with the hilt of her blade under his jaw. Silas hit the mud. His ash form tried to reform. Nora stepped close with her lantern. The gold light pinned his shadow flat. Vivienne's thorn wrapped around his wrist. Lilith placed one red boot on the old manager's chest. "You have a trial," she said. Silas looked at Eddie. "Do not leave me here," he hissed. Eddie looked down at him. This was the moment in every story where a man was supposed to say something grand about revenge. Eddie did not feel grand. He felt tired and angry, and more certain than he had ever been. "I am not leaving you," he said. Silas blinked. Eddie looked at Rattle, record his answer. Rattle's pen lifted. Silas's face changed. "What?" "You wanted people who had no one to defend them," Eddie said. "You made their silence useful. So now you get to sit through every hearing. You answer every name you erased. You explain every role you wrote around someone else." Silas's ash shook. "You cannot make me." The unchosen flames turned toward him. The dead ledger wrote, Prior manager debt trial, active. SILASCROWE status, compulsory historical witness. Right to silence preserved. Right to evade direct question, REVOKED. Rattle made a sound so happy it was almost unprofessional. Perfect, he whispered. The office drawer appeared behind Sela's, not the old drawer, a new one, black wood, brass handle, a label carved in clean letters, historical accounting. The drawer opened. Sela's tried to grab the mud. There was nothing to hold. The unchosen shadows caught his coat, not touching him, not owning him, simply refusing to let him leave before the names did. Sela's did not vanish immediately. The drawer held him at the waist, ash spilling across its brass handle, one hand clawed into the mud as though the earth owed him a second hiding place. Rattle stepped forward with his pen raised. Preliminary historical accounting session, he announced. One compulsory witness present, multiple harmed parties present. Record begins now. Sela stared at him. This is not a court. No, Rattle said, this is worse. It is a first question. Mara moved through the rain until she stood where Sela's had to look at her. She had put the knife away. That was how Eddie knew the moment mattered. Did you suppress the Voss protection writ? She asked. Sela's eyes flicked once toward the drawer. Mara did not blink. Did you classify my mother's death as operational collateral after she discovered you were using Hunter orders as cover for containment? For the first time since he had stepped out of Ash, Sela's looked old. Not defeated, just stripped of his favorite distance. I protected the site, he said. Mara's face went still. No, she said. You protected your authority to decide who was allowed to die for it. The dead ledger snapped open. Prior manager debt trial, first session commenced. Charge 1, willful suppression of witness protection order. Charge 2, false death classification of Hunter VOSS. Charge 3, conversion of protective duty into managerial cover. Sela's tried to laugh. The sound failed halfway out. Mara leaned closer. My mother was not your evidence. She was not your cost. You will say her work out loud before you get to use the word necessary again. The ash around Sela's throat tightened. He looked at Eddie, perhaps expecting rescue, perhaps expecting hatred. Eddie gave him neither. Answer the question, he said. Sela's looked at Mara, then at the ledger. Yes, he said, it was barely audible, it was enough. The drawer pulled him down. This time he vanished. It shut. The label remained, historical accounting. First session, open. Next witness, MARTHARLEN. Mara stood in the rain for a long moment. Eddie did not tell her he was sorry. Sorry was too small and too easy. He only stood beside her, close enough that she would know he was there and far enough that she would not mistake it for taking the moment from her. Mara looked at the drawer. Do not let him make a speech next time, she said. Rattle's pen scratched furiously. Procedural note, he said. Accepted. The gray appendix had stopped screaming. The page under Eddie's shovel trembled. A new sentence began to write itself. All things must end. The words crossed themselves out. Not erased, crossed out. Below them new words appeared. All things may conclude only after witness choice. The gray figure collapsed, not into ash, into pages. Hundreds of pages fell across the wet grass. Each carried a line of old finality law. Each was blank beneath the printed rule, waiting for an exception to be recorded. The first real sunlight reached the front gate. Lady Morta stepped through it. No one had seen her arrive. Of course they had not. Death did not arrive. Death became present. She wore black gloves and a dark coat. Her face was calm, almost gentle in the way of a grave that had been dug correctly. Behind her the dawn seemed to bend, not submit, make room. Cashin stood straighter without meaning to. Sister Ash appeared beside Death, ash-gray coat damp from rain, expression unreadable. She looked at the pages scattered across the cemetery and then at the unchosen flames. For once she did not have a prepared line. Lady Morta walked to the open page of first finality. She read the amended doctrine. Then looked at Eddie, who wrote this correction. Eddie glanced at the cemetery. At least 100 people, he said. Death's eyes moved over Hester, Thomas, Martha, Nora, the 17 unchosen, the living woman still standing by the now-named grave outside the east wall, the annex clerks, the white squares of consent, the broken kettle, the paper tags, the ash drawer, the manager with mud up his knees and a shovel in both hands. Accurate, Lady Morta said. First finality's scattered pages tried to lift. Death put one gloved hand over them. They stopped. I cannot destroy finality, she said. Lilith's mouth twitched. Tragic. I can limit a record that has mistaken its function for its authority, Death continued. The pages turned beneath her hand. A formal notice appeared in white ink. Death's ruling. The first finality appendix is not void. The first finality appendix is AMENDED. Final allocation requires witness choice, VERIFIED identity, and available hearing. No absence created BY redaction may be used as evidence of consent. No living witness may be classified as an asset without voluntary, revocable agreement. No dead person may be concluded as property. Sealed living witness SCRAPHINA Black retains self-determined custody. No recovery, release, transfer, or access to Plot 0 is authorized without her voluntary consent or a separate mortality level hearing. First question review is preserved. It is not closed. The cemetery exhaled, not all at once. One grave at a time. Hester's stone settled. Thomas's fire helmet regained the faded number of his old station. Martha's reflection appeared in a puddle and stayed hers. Along which line, Elspeth Thorne's name lit beneath the moss. Vivienne covered her mouth with one bare hand. Nobody looked at her too closely. That was respect. Lady Morta turned to Eddie. The representative appointment is entered. The dead ledger floated between them. Black Hollow Cemetery. Active restricted necropolis level 5. Refuge status recognized. Resident status NON property. Living witness status self-determined. Sealed living witness, SCRAPHINA Black self-determined custody. Plot 0 protected pending separate mortality level hearing. Representative of the dead, EDDIECROWE. Birth record, ALDENCROWE restored. Title, The Last Manager. Eddie read the words. The last line beneath them appeared after a pause. Term, continues while a voice requires a door. He let out a breath. Kit leaned close. That is a very long time, right? Eddie looked at the cemetery, at the people, at the road, at the gates that had once trapped him and now stood open under a clean gray-blue morning. Probably, he said. Lady Morta watched him. You may challenge the appointment. Eddie almost laughed. Can I? You may. What happens if I do? Death's expression did not change. The representative class remains. Black Hollow seeks another listener under witnessed consent. Eddie looked at the line of people around him. No one stepped forward, not because they did not care. Because that was not how this worked. No one got volunteered into a life because someone else wanted to run. He understood that too. Eddie tightened his hand on the shovel. I accept the appointment, he said, not because it was fair, not because it was easy, because the door was open. Because someone had to stand beside it until the person on the other side could decide for themselves whether to walk through. Death nodded. Then the title is yours. No, Eddie said. Lady Morta's eyes shifted by a fraction. Eddie looked at the ledger. The duty is mine. The title belongs to the people who make sure I do not become an idiot with it. For 1 second nobody spoke. Then the dead ledger wrote. Manager note accurate. Mara snorted. Nora laughed. It was quiet, tired, and real. Eddie looked at her. The sound did something to him worse than any threat had done. It made the morning feel possible. The pages of first finality folded themselves into a thin gray ledger. Lady Morta picked it up. It was small enough to fit in one hand. Sister Ash watched it. What happens now? She asked. Death looked at the amended cover. Now it files exceptions. Lilith sighed. Administrative justice. I hate that this is satisfying. You may submit a fee petition, Death said. Lilith's eyes brightened. I will submit several. Of course you will. By noon, Black Hollow looked exhausted. So did everyone in it. The rain had stopped. The gray pages had been collected, catalogued, and stacked in a locked cabinet Rattle had immediately labeled unpleasant but important. Mara had recovered her knife from the collapsed paper coat of the appendix. She had cleaned it twice and refused to explain why she had kept the small gray puncture scar it left in the handle. Vivienne spent an hour at Witch Line with Elspeth's restored name, saying almost nothing. No one followed her. When she returned, her gloves were back on and her posture was perfect again, but the thorns on her wrists had faded from black to dark green. Cassian had sat down on the chapel steps and fallen asleep holding a ledger open against his chest. Sister Ash covered him with her ash-gray coat when she thought no one was watching. Kit saw. Kit opened his mouth. Mara pointed a knife at him. Kit closed it again. Hester Bell did not leave, not immediately. She sat near her grave with Nora, looking toward the east path where the living woman with flowers had finally walked away. The woman had not seen Hester, not clearly, but she had stood at the grave for a long time, touched the restored name, and whispered something that made Hester smile through tears that still would not fall. Thomas Reed began checking the fire buckets. Of course he did. There were dozens now, pulled from old stations, ruined warehouses, and the sort of bureaucratic voids where emergency equipment went to become a line item. Thomas inspected each dented bucket and rusted hose with the solemn irritation of a man discovering that death had not improved local safety standards. "Full," he told Eddie, tapping one bucket. "Empty," he said, tapping another. "Possessed," he added, looking at a third bucket that had started whispering about insurance. Eddie did not ask what was in the possessed bucket. At the office table, June Sayer sat with Martha and the former annex clerks. June's letter lay open between them. No court read it. No clerk copied it. Martha held one corner, June held the other, and for a long time they spoke quietly about what they had lost and what they had still managed to give each other. It was not a legal victory. It was more difficult than that. It was a conversation no institution had earned the right to interrupt. Martha and the former annex clerks moved through the caretaker's office, opening drawers and turning old classifications into new files. They did not call it rebuilding. That word was too clean. They called it correcting the furniture. Eddie sat on the chapel step with his back against the stone wall and the manager's shovel across his knees. The shovel had gone quiet. That was almost unsettling. The dead ledger lay beside him, open to the new status page. It had written the same lines 6 times in the last hour, perhaps because it was proud and did not understand what to do with the feeling. Eddie understood that. He did not know what to do with it either. Nora came out of the chapel carrying 2 mugs of tea. Before she reached him, she glanced toward the east wall. Far beyond it, under the kitchen stairs of the small house that had refused to become a file, the blue tin gave one quiet ring. Not a summons, not a claim. A house remembering that it still belonged to the people who used it. Nora's mouth softened by a fraction. Then she came back to Eddie and handed him a mug. He took it carefully. "Is this tea?" he asked. "Yes." "Not grave water?" "No." "Not cursed?" "Only by the fact that you will complain about it being too hot." Eddie took a sip. It was too hot. He did not complain. Nora sat beside him. For a while they watched the cemetery, not in silence exactly. Black Hollow was incapable of silence. Somewhere a stone clicked. A complaint bell gave one apologetic ring. Rattle argued with a cabinet about label placement. Kit tried to convince Martha that a recovered signature stamp should count as an antique. Martha told him it counted as evidence of a crime. Kit said those categories overlapped beautifully, but it was quiet enough. Nora looked at the ledger. "So," she said, "the last manager." Eddie grimaced. "Sounds arrogant." "It sounds tired." "I am tired." "I know." He looked down at his tea. "You know I cannot leave, right?" Nora's expression did not shift. Not surprise, not pity. She had read the terms too. No sale, no transfer, no inherited successor. No exit while a voice required a door. She took a sip from her own mug. "Good," she said. Eddie looked at her. "Good. Somebody has to make sure you eat occasionally." He laughed. It hurt a little. That was probably a bruise or emotion. He had learned those could feel similar. Nora leaned her shoulder against his, not a promise he could own, not an ending he could file. A choice made in the morning for now, that was enough. The dead ledger wrote one final line beneath the title page. Next required action, breakfast. Eddie stared at it, then at Nora. Then at the cemetery that had once tried to eat him, then hired him, then made him responsible, then finally allowed itself to become a place where no one had to disappear just because a record preferred clean endings. "Fine," he said. Nora smiled. "Fine." "Fine," Eddie repeated, "but I am not cooking." From inside the chapel, Kit shouted, "I can cook." Every person within hearing distance shouted, "No." For the first time since Black Hollow had learned how to breathe, the cemetery laughed. Not kindly, not cruelly, with them. End of chapter 10. This was Graveyard Manager, the last manager. If you want more stories from Black Hollow Cemetery, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and write in the comments whether you would trust Eddie Crowe with a graveyard. Your support helps the channel grow and keeps the next dark fantasy story on its way.